All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex Coe, and I'm an MBA student at MIT Sloan. It's my pleasure to introduce today's conversation, Have the Nerds Ruined Basketball? A conversation on competitiveness, three-pointers, and rule changes. Today, our panelists are Daryl Morey, President of Basketball Operations at the Philadelphia 76ers, Sue Bird, WNBA champion, Olympic gold medalist, and co-founder of A Touch More and Together.
List after Sue, yeah.
Indeed. Mike Zarin, VP of Basketball Operations and Team Counsel at the Boston Celtics. Evan Wash, Executive VP of Basketball Strategy and Analytics at the NBA. And our moderator is Deepak Malhotra, Professor at Harvard Business School. This panel will run for about 45 minutes, and we'll aim to address some audience Q&A in the latter portion, so please get those in via the Cadence app. And with that, it should be a fun one. It's all yours.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you all for being here. I am delighted to be on stage with this wonderful set of guests. Although I will warn you, there's been this promise that we're going to get to audience questions. We were on a prep Zoom call a little while ago, and I decided that this session could have been called Have the Nerds Ruined Basketball or just a bunch of people arguing. So we're going to see how far we get with this set of questions that we have prepared. But the ideal here is we're going to start with the conversation around the three-point shot and the three-point revolution that took place in the NBA. And then we're going to try to zoom out and address the question a little bit more broadly, looking at the role of analytics in basketball and in sports, and whether it's been all positive, whether there's some negativity in there, and what it's done to the game itself. I want to start out by just laying the foundation for this foundational question on the three-point revolution. And what I would like to do is put up an image about on screen that shows you the most common shot locations about 2 decades ago. This is the top 100 shot locations in 2001, 2002. And if we can bring the second image up, you'll get to see what happened about 15 years later. And this, I think, encapsulates the fundamental question that faces us, which is, has this been good or bad? Now, why did this happen? It happened not because people said you should shoot more three-pointers. It happened because people said stop shooting inefficient two-pointers. If you're going to be so far from the hoop, might as well be a little bit farther and get 50% more points. And this math was true for a very long time before that transition took place. But eventually, people like Daryl and others sort of brought this out into the NBA. And the question is this a problem? And I'm going to ask the panelists to address this question. Is this a problem for the game? Is this a problem for how interesting the game is? Because there's people out there that are saying it makes it less interesting, there's no creativity, there's no imagination, the game has become a three-point shooting competition. So Daryl, we'll start with you. Do you think this is a problem?
I do, yeah. I think game design's important. I don't think it's the fault of the teams or the analysts out there, because their job is just to win. But to me, the bottom line is it was added many years ago, and it's 50% more than the other shots. That's simply too much. It essentially breaks the game, and I think if you have the best players in the league taking wide open 8 to 15 foot shots is worse than a heavily contested off the dribble three. That is bad for the game, and I think it's the responsibility of the league office to take a look at this, because the teams are just going to optimize. And where I've seen the other sports do a very good job, and the NBA has done a very good job historically, is to change their game so that as teams optimize, it makes the game more interesting. And I believe that because it's 50% more, the game is becoming less interesting as teams optimize.
Well, because Evan was specifically called out in your response, I'm going to let Evan go next on what you think about this. Do you agree?
I do not.
Do you not agree that it's a problem, or do you not agree it's your job to fix it?
So I don't believe that the league exists to serve as an optimization laboratory for Daryl. And in fact, not to ruin our panel, it doesn't actually matter what any of us think. We're here to present a game to our fans that they want to see. So the only question that matters from our perspective is the style of play that results from the game design something that our fans actually want to see, or is it something that actually requires a little bit more diversity, variability than just what we're seeing? Now, we don't like to focus solely on the three-point shots because there's a whole set of things that happen in an NBA game besides the shots. Roughly 15% of an NBA game is shooting. The rest is all sorts of different offensive and defensive actions that our fans may or may not like. And embedded in that shot chart, it might be hard to glean there, but we have the same percentage of shots we've always had in the paint, the same percentage within 5 feet, within 10 feet, within 15 feet. All that's happened is those 15-foot and beyond long twos have become threes. And so we do a lot of research to understand whether that is a positive or negative trend for our fans. And actually, generally, it's quite positive. Fans have loved the three-point revolution. They love pace and space. They love the speed and physicality of the players. They love shots around the basket. So there's a lot of positive trends in there. There's an open question whether we're now going too far and need to scale back a little bit to bring back some of the fans that may have been disillusioned by what they're seeing. But I certainly don't believe that there's this fundamental problem with the game design, because all that matters is what product we put out there for the fans.
What point total for a three would you be arguing it is a problem?
It's,
If it was worth 10, would you be making the same argument right now?
I would be curious how teams would play in that world.
Okay, so you're just completely now. If it was 100 points, you'd be like, this is fine. The fans like it.
The rule
This is fine.
A game design or a rule in and of itself cannot be a problem. It is only a problem if the style of play that results from that is not exciting.
And we're
to fans.
already there at 3, so
That
congratulations.
is your belief.
You made
So
my-
let's get a couple more. Why don't we get a player's perspective on how the game is played and whether it's actually interesting for people when things change in this way, and then we'll get Mike in here as well. I think has his own point of view on this. Yeah.
I feel like I'm sitting between my divorced parents. Because I'm a mid-range shooter,
Exactly.
but I
This is
shoot
for you.
threes. But I'm a mid-range shooter at heart, but I want to win. So I'm like, which parent am I choosing? It's difficult. I will say this. I don't think the game is broken. I still find it very entertaining. I think people find it entertaining. I think the narrative of it is making it exists, but I think the narrative's making it worse. But I will say, I did go to randomly saw a college pickup game the other day, and I noticed something where a college kid, so at best mediocre, caught it at the top of the key. College kid, student, not athlete. Okay, caught it at the top of the key, pump faked. And instead of taking the one dribble in for the pull-up, sidestepped for a three.
Sounds familiar.
Clang, terrible shot, obviously. And I thought to myself, ugh, Daryl.
But here's the thing, Evan says that's not a terrible shot. That is the optimal thing to do.
I know, but for bad players it is, and that's kind of my
Did
point.
the fans cheer?
Yeah, me?
Yeah.
The one fan?
Yeah.
No, I went, Daryl,
Out loud?
in my head.
Can I ask you if one of your coaches of your career said what NBA coaches are telling players now, which is, we know you're very good at that 18-foot shot, Sue, but can you just go 8 feet farther back, please?
8 feet?
Yeah, please. That's better. I know you don't make it as much, but we offensive rebound it more. Even if you miss, it's fine.
What would I think, or what would I think?
No, what would you think about your coach? How would you feel?
I feel like they would probably be telling me the analytics show that we're going to win more games this
100%.
way. So yeah, at some point the team would evolve that way.
You wouldn't believe
I
what
don't
Kevin Garnett said to us when we tried to tell him that.
So
I
To
can't
finish
say
it up, I don't like the
The
only
next
part I
Kevin
don't like-
Garnett's going to be shooting from not 18 feet like
It's
he
great.
did, but from 20.
We'll win more.
The only part I don't like, I'll throw this in there, is I do think it takes away, if a coach came in and said that, there's a little bit of instinct that is now removed from the game. And I'm joking about this college kid not shooting a pull-up, but you're only focused on the three-point line, and it takes away all the other things. It's
So
like
you
the
can
fun of-
still drive. We're just saying just step a little farther back.
For me, it'd be fine.
That is what every NBA coach is saying.
all right,
Yeah.
Mike, I'm going to tee this up for you now. There's a lot of people out there saying this is a problem. Now, Evan's already started to question whether that's true. Maybe more recently, there are some people that are unhappy with it. Mike, what's your take? Do you think the audience wants this?
The media narrative around somehow that this is that all the teams are just coming down and playing one style of play and jacking threes, I think is just not true. So that's the first problem. Is that most of this discussion is not Daryl's game design discussion, some academic discussion about how we should redesign basketball.
Oh, yeah,
from
academic
scratch.
discussion at MIT.
I'm just saying, no, it's good. I'm just, but most of the discourse on this problem is not that. Most of it is everybody just has to play this same style where we just come down and jack, and that's not what's actually happening in the NBA, right? We're getting the same number of shots at the rim. I haven't already said this. we've got all these different styles of play. We're taking the most threes in history. All right, that's fine. But OKC is turning opponents over like crazy. Denver's got Jokic doing all sorts of crazy passes. Detroit's beating the crap out of people. Houston's offensive rebound. Like, the game is not all the same. And so that part pisses me off. I think the game's more fun now. The ball moves more. If you watch our games, we have so many possessions where everybody touches the ball. We pass it around the outside. 60-something% of our threes are open. So it's not people just coming down and jacking. That's not what's happening.
And just real quick, we did something interesting recently in our group, which was look at not just the evolution of shot locations and play styles, but the diversity or variance across teams. What we actually found is the range of styles is actually the same width that it's always been. It's just that the whole game has shifted. The shot locations have shifted. The play styles have shifted, from isolation to more pick and roll. But actually, the variance across teams is the same as it's always been. So someone's saying today,
can I ask
teams are
what the
playing.
range of styles is, just so I
The
understand?
gap
here?
between the teams shooting the fewest threes and the most threes in like 2012 is something like 18%, and this year percentage points, and it's moved up, but it's still like 15 or 16.
So I'm talking like shot locations, mix of offensive sets and actions, play styles, so like play types, mix of isolation versus pick and roll.
That data is very easy to manipulate.
So hang on. So, but before we get to,
But so hold on.
Before we get to whether the data is manipulated, let me just put this out there. Just like we're saying, well, game design is not the lens through which we should look at it. Also, the variance in styles is not the question fundamentally that you raised was, what do the fans actually want?
Right, and
is there any data on whether they're enjoying the
Game
game
design
more or
is what we
less?
should
There's
look
lots
at.
of data.
There is lots of data.
And
Watch-
what does the data say on
People
that?
watch well-designed games. They play well-designed games.
Mark Tatum was here yesterday saying we've got the most participation globally. We're the fastest growing sport. We just signed the biggest freaking media deal in NBA history. But there's more fan engagement than ever.
So all boats
We got-
going up,
we
there's
got
nothing to
Steph
improve?
Curry and
Like, it
Caitlin
doesn't
Clark
make
are
sense.
teaching
None
people
of these
that
are
anyone
making
can
sense.
play this game. You don't have to be 7 feet tall. If the threes have ruined the game, they've ruined it into all of those wonderful things. I don't get it.
But Mike, statistically speaking, just because all of those things are happening doesn't mean this isn't a problem. There's a lot of things happening, right? So the question is
those
this
are good-
variable
I think those are
a
really
positive
good
or a
things.
negative?
So,
Is this-
the marketplace speaks to some extent. I think what Mike's hitting on is the marketplace, and we clearly get incredibly good signals. I didn't mention attendance. We had our highest attended season last year. We're right on pace with that this year as well. The issue this year that was really interesting is viewerships in the early part of the season was down a little bit, and there were lots of reasons for that. But it created a window for people to pick their favorite issue, which this year was the volume of three-pointers, and attribute the viewership drop to the three-point revolution or the three-point increase without any evidence that that was the case. But then what we saw actually in all of our survey data and social media trends and that is after that narrative started to pick up, we actually saw dissatisfaction from our fans in the way the game's being played, but there hadn't actually been any change from the early part of the season to the latter part. And so the narrative is a problem because it actually shapes the minds of viewers and fans who would otherwise maybe like the game a little bit more. So that is something we have to address. Much like, as Sue said, the player piece is really important here too, because we've actually heard from some players that they don't like that they are told to do the same thing every possession. And if players are playing the game with less joy, less excitement, and they feel like they're less creative, even if the actual product at its core would be enjoyable to fans, fans can see that too. So there's things embedded within this that we actually need to talk about and potentially address that may not be directly related to game design, but actually the product.
So if I hear you correctly and if I hear Mike correctly, you think the bigger problem is the media narrative, which then does seep into the minds of the fans. If the media narrative hadn't been there, this wouldn't have been an issue. Is that the sort of general sense you have, or is that am I not?
It might be overgeneralized, but I think that is a specific issue this season.
Got it. And so, as somebody who's in the league office, or as somebody who's thinking about the game as a player, or as somebody who's running a team, how do you think about the view of the fan? Like, how much weight do you put on what the fans say they want? So if you sort of step back and say, there's this old quotation that allegedly Henry Ford said, but he never really said it, which is if I'd asked people what they wanted, they would have said they wanted a faster horse. And there's this belief in business that you have to be very, very careful about how much you listen to what people say they want versus what they might actually enjoy. Maybe on a scale of 1 to 10, if you were to ask fans, what do you want? And they said, I want this. How much weight would you put on it? With 10 being like, people know exactly what they want and we should really pay attention to it, versus 1, trust me, until they see it, they have no idea what they want. Where do you guys put it? So what is it?
3.
A 3?
I'm on the low end.
Low end, so below 5.
Yeah. I'm on the low end because I don't think fans know how hard what NBA players are doing is. Their like scale of difficulty is all wonky. So they don't realize how difficult some of these plays are.
Yeah.
So I'm on the low end for sure.
Mike, what do you think? How much should we weight what fans say they want?
I'm a little higher than that, but you know, like I'm getting paid by a team, and our customers matter to us.
No, I get that. I get
But
that.
do
But the
they
question
know?
is, do they know what they
Do
want?
they know?
I think they know. I think they know pretty.
So what,
I'll
you give it
go
like a
6.
7, 6? Okay.
Yeah, I'm at a 5 on the stated survey data, but that is just one piece of a much larger puzzle for us. We put a lot more weight into actual behavioral data. We can look at minute-by-minute viewership. We can look at league pass streams. We look at attendance. We've done studies. I think I've talked about this at the conference before. We've done studies in laboratories. We've got fans with heart rate monitors and skin temperature monitors as they watch games to track physiological responses to the actions we're seeing. So it's not just what they say. We're actually just starting a more political study this year that's looking at, from an ethnographic perspective, the way fans behave in their homes and make choices. So the survey data where they say, I want this or I don't want this, one piece of it, it's meaningful, but all that other stuff is the bigger part of the puzzle.
And I would add the participation in the game data should be important to us when we're thinking about game design. Sure. Because it's more than just the product we're selling on the court. Yeah. It's also about the game globally. We're sort of the stewards of that. So the game design point matters for that reason, far outside the commercial.
It just stops mattering when you get to the NBA.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
I'm not saying don't think about it that way. I'm saying we have to take all this other stuff into account too.
Of course.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have us zoom out and get away from the 3-point question itself, because the panel is here to discuss have nerds ruin basketball. And this piece is just one small piece of it. Anything on the court is just one piece of it. Data analytics obviously is being used for a lot of things. Organization is using it for revenue generation and optimizing revenue from stadiums or ticket sales or business operations, player health and safety. So is there anybody here who would say that data analytics in those spaces has been a negative in any way? And there's been some debate about whether the nerds have ruined gameplay, and there's a couple of different perspectives. When it comes to the use of data analytics, which is a lot of what people in this room care about, outside of what's happening on the court, is that pretty much a net positive? Like it's great? Okay. So I want to bring up a third category.
We're at an analytics conference.
Yeah.
Shocking, we say.
Yeah.
Great, yeah.
The third thing is, it's actually something I hadn't really thought much about until actually, Sue, I read some of the stuff that you had said earlier about another role that data plays, which is not in terms of how a team owner or somebody running an organization would think about data, or how a player or a coach would think about data, but the role of data from the fan perspective. And just the amount of data that's out there now allowing people to engage with the sport more. Can you say a little bit more about the role of data in that way and sort of the NBA versus the WNBA in that domain?
So that was the origin of the Players Tribune article I did, oh my God, 9 years ago? Kill me. Which was me and my friends talking shop. Who did this? Who has this many that? I think it started off with like, who led the NBA in charges? And you could immediately look that up. Conversation. Oh, no way. Of course that guy. Yeah, he flops, this, that, right? Conversation. And we tried to look it up for the WNBA and we couldn't find it. And then you started to realize like, man, there's so much conversation driven. Honestly, there's one that's happening right now in the WNBA that is tough for me as like the resident retired OG, because you have all these records being broken. And it's amazing on a lot of levels, because the talent, it's like, obviously it's going up and up. Women's basketball is in its moment for sure. But they play, so this year, they played 40 games this past season. This coming season, it'll go up to 44. When I first got in the WNBA, I played 32. I played 34 for a majority of my career, and my final season, I think I played 36. It's not actually about me. I only have one record. But it's about, a player like Diana Taurasi and a player like Caitlin Clark are gonna get compared for the remainder of their lives.
So they should all get an asterisk now?
No, but my point is, when Aaron Judge broke Roger Ramirez's record, you knew the amount of games each of those players played. It was talked about constantly. Yep. And it's never mentioned in our league. And I think part of it is there's been this huge gaping hole in data. And so those conversations haven't been had for the last 10, 15 years. Yeah. And so now that it is booming, people don't really know the history of it.
Is
and
it
I think
better?
It's so
Have you found it's better that the women's data is
it's getting
more
better,
available?
For sure, it's getting better. But it's the lack of, for so many years, I think has impacted the stories and the history of our game, for sure.
I think that's right. And that word that you mentioned, stories, and you mentioned that in that article a lot, I think is a really powerful way to think about it, which is this is the history of the game. it's captured in people's memories, but it's also captured in the data. And when the data isn't there, or the data is very, very simple and the advanced statistics aren't there, I think people are not really understanding the game as much as they might have.
I was talking about this with Bill James last night, though. It's interesting, since we've installed the cameras in the arenas, the teams now have access to this huge treasure trove of data, of movements of players, and now for the last year and a half, the pose. And that data is not public like all of the data was when I started working for the team, right? So back in way before this conference started, when I started somehow working for an NBA team, the data I got inside the team was pretty much the same as the data outside. The play-by-play was a little harder to get publicly. You could scrape it, though, off of websites. And now we have this 29-point pose data at 60 frames a second, and that data is not public. And so, and there's
not
good
NBA.com/stats.
No, some of the output from that data is, but the actual tracking is, you can't go get the actual XY files from that, XYZ. And it means that a young analyst can't do the same things that we could do back then. Now, there's commercial reasons for that, right? So, and it's not as easy to manipulate that data, but it's sort of too bad that we've gotten really, really sophisticated in ways that the average fan can't engage with like we could back when we started.
That's right. If we sort of look at where we are, so we talked a little bit about the three-point sort of micro aspect of the game. Briefly touched on the fact that, of course, data analytics is doing a lot of other things as well, and now touched on the fact that from a fan perspective, there's even more to be thinking about. I want to kind of come back to the gameplay, though, and ask the following question, which is, in all these other domains, more data analytics seems to be just net positive and absolutely positive in terms of giving people what they need and what they want. We can always find some corner of it where it's like, oh, that was kind of too much data or whatever. When it comes to the actual playing of the game, this is where it's a zero-sum scenario, where each coach, each GM is just trying to use data to get an advantage on somebody else. And like with the 3 points, eventually maybe everybody will know what you're doing in some way. Are there ways in which you're using data to win the game that you think is actually elevating the game? Can you think of some examples that are making the game more interesting? The three-pointers, maybe you would say has, and he would say hasn't. Are there ones that we could agree on that, you know what?
He's not saying the three-pointer has not made the game more interesting. That is not, that can't be your contention.
I didn't hear what you said.
The three-point revolution, I was interpreting your answer as saying has made the game less interesting.
No, I didn't say that.
You did, okay, so what would you say?
I just said, well, first, can I just make a larger point, which is where the league offices and the teams have a responsibility. So the teams are optimizing winning. The game rules sort of set the gravity that pushes well-run teams towards optimizing the game. And that has no direction. People are like, oh, is it better or worse that analytics come? And you don't really know in game design at the beginning whether or not the incentives that are set forth by the league office or the rules of whatever game you're playing push you more towards a more interesting or a less interesting game. Yeah. It can go either way. It's just sort of is, basically. And we're all going to push ourselves to more threes, more offensive rebounds, because the intrinsic design of the game pushes you that way. Whether that's good or not, we don't know. For sure, the three-point line at the beginning was absolutely positive. And to Evan's point, you could even argue that it might still be positive, but there is going to be a point where we're very likely, if you look at the data, shooting 60, 73s, telling every great mid-range Hall of Fame level player that stop playing like you've played your whole life and move back.
They won't have played that way their whole life at that
point.
But
sorry, Gerald, just to get to the question I asked, which is,
yes, so
if at the end of the day, it doesn't make the game less interesting, what do you have a problem with it?
The three-point line was 100% good when it was put in, and as you know well, because you wrote a case on it, people didn't use it well at the beginning. You almost needed an over incentive, which is what they had, to get people to try it because they were too dumb to know 3 is greater than 2. But over time, 100% that made the game better. I think we've hit the point where it's actually turning towards making the game worse.
Right. So I think what's embedded in that is, we don't disparage other sports, but there's clearly other sports that have had issues, fundamental issues about the way the game is played because of data and analytics that have been net negative, right? In totality, I think our view is that the trends we've seen driven by analytics are largely positive. As I said before, pace and space, fast-paced offense, three-point shooting, that leads to a style of play that fans really like. There have been more narrow examples where the optimal way to play or structure a team have actually been detrimental to the game, and we have acted quickly on those things.
What would be an example of that?
Transition take foul. Teams are fouling in transition to stop fast breaks. We had about 1,500 plays per season where we were deprived of seeing a fast break, which may have led to a dunk, a layup, a chase down block. We put in a transition take foul rule. Those are gone. Hack-a-Shack, a controversial issue. Should you be able to foul someone? Fans clearly hated it. We took it out.
Man-to-man defense rules prior to the
defense, non-basketball moves, flopping, goaltending, right? All of these five
And all
second
of
back
these
to
is the
basket.
lens, the primary lens. Are fans liking this or not?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And as guided by NBA stakeholders, like players, coaches, referees, like what are we seeing as a proxy for the fans? Because we do have a good sense of that. And even structural issues, like Daryl's predecessor in Philadelphia. What was happening here in Philadelphia 12 years ago was corrosive to the league. We changed the draft lottery. We instituted a play-in tournament. We see less of that year-over-year tanking than we did. Now, maybe there's a little more targeted stuff we need to get after this year because of what's going to happen again in Philadelphia. But
Why would you look at us?
Cut the mics. All right.
Let's look at some of the other teams around us.
Let's bring this back into the
But
conversation.
the overarching point is like when we see those things and when the data is clear, we act, right? We're not just here with our head in the sand. And so on this issue, I think what we're saying is like there may be space for changes, but we're not at the point where something drastic is needed, and we're not at the point where there's definitely a consensus from stakeholders that we need to do anything at all.
Okay, so Sue said something earlier about one of the reasons you were going to give a low score to fans was because they don't quite get how hard it is. And I want to sort of take that into this realm as well. They don't get how hard it is. So when people say there's a three-point problem, or there's this problem, or the game is too slow, or there's too much time on, looking at the referee's calls or whatever, when fans are throwing out ideas for what you should do to change the game, what percentage of those ideas that come at you would you say are actually like legitimately good ideas, and how much of them are completely off? Not because the problem isn't there, but because they don't understand the consequences of trying to make that change. Second order effects, third order effects. With the ideas coming to you from the outside, what do you think of those?
Well, first of all, it's so much easier to whine about something than it is to solve the something, right? So 90% of the time when someone comes to you and says,
Stop whining about that, Mike.
There's too many three-pointers, you say, well,
What
what would you do? What's the problem?
Yeah.
You want the mid-range shots, but you miss the 18-foot fadeaways? That's what you're missing?
Yeah.
And most of the time,
No,
people
we're
aren't-
talking about wide open by the best shooters in the game are worse than challenge three. So don't straw man that it's
No,
a
but-
fadeaway 18-footer.
This is what you're saying, but it's not what the average person making this argument is saying, is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
so you can't worry about what the average person is arguing.
I think don't we have
They're
to
bad at arguing.
The entire
We call
question
the
is,
average person the paying fan.
Right, exactly.
the average
isn't there an
person
element of
is
this?
at the
Yeah, but
root of
to
this.
steel man the arguments, Mike. Don't just
Don't you
knock
think there's
down
an
straw
element to
man.
the fan part where you have to teach them,
Yeah.
like educate them on what?
What if they don't want to be educated? What if they
I think
just
they
want
do. I think you'd be surprised. Maybe not like every single fan, but I think there's a group there that I don't think people watch a pick and roll and understand, why Joel Embiid is coming up. I'll go back to like JJ Redick days, like why that setup was what it was and what they're trying to manipulate. Granted, it happens very fast, so it can be hard to break it down, but I don't think the average fan knows that. And I think if they understood it, they'd be like, oh, genius.
They also
And they'd
don't
be
know
more
it's even hard to
appreciative.
know if a pick and roll happens sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
Someone's
That's
just
Oh, they ghost out.
ghosting
yeah.
it or whatever. Yeah, it's hard.
But the most frequent thing people bring up in this is, should we have a 4-point shot, right?
Oh, stop with the straw
I don't-
mans.
I-
What a waste
Daryl,
of time.
let the man
It's a waste
speak.
of time of our panel.
You don't
You
actually
could bring up 30 dumb ideas we could argue. Let's talk about good ideas.
I have
has a whole
30 dumb
list of
ideas,
those that
actually.
he's got.
Okay, let's talk about the good ideas. A 4-point shot.
so,
doesn't
I-
look
I
like
think
a
we all
good idea.
agree that's not a good
The
idea.
organizers, so we'll just do this. We'll just do this for fun then, real quick. With the average, not necessarily the average person.
Grouchy.
I think a survey went out to, I think, people that are signed up for this conference. Maybe some of you filled it out. We just said, hey, what would you do to improve the game of basketball? And they're organized into different categories here. A bunch of them are on the three-pointers, but more of them are on the pace of the game and increasing the excitement of the game and integrity of the game. I'll just throw out a few and just raise your hand if you think there's merit in it. All right? This is what the average...
4-point shot. Our hands are all
Okay.
down.
Oh,
Change
yeah.
the value
Sitting
of
on
threes and twos. Change the values of threes and twos. So this is on the three-point thing. Change the ratio of the three-pointer and the two-pointer.
To what?
It doesn't matter. Just in
Mid-range
some
is
way.
2.5. Mid-range,
Daryl would say
2.5.
matter.
What
Are we
does it mean
talking
to have
some, like,
merit?
Count half.
esoteric notion of merit, or should we do this?
What do you mean?
As
Those
in,
are
like, is
different.
it a reasonable idea? You'd be like, oh, let me think about
you would
that.
think about
like
it.
a reasonable idea. Like, okay.
Are you
would-
saying merit, and are you saying in the short run or in the long run? I
like-
don't
like you-
understand that.
This is a very
All the
simple
nerds have
question.
ruined the panel.
Somebody says this. somebody says this idea to you over lunch or a coffee. Do you like internally like
Okay,
roll
has-
your eyes,
has
or
rough
you kind of be
merit.
like, oh, this could be interesting?
Well-defined rough merit.
yeah. This question is not to you. This is Evan.
Okay.
Is it the first time I've heard it or the 50th? It would work.
Okay.
The proposal that makes sense would be 2s, 3s, 4s, right? Close to the basket, mid-range, long distance. We're just not going to do that. But like conceptually, it would work.
Okay. Limit the number of intentional fouls in the last minute. If people exceed it, the other team gets the foul shot and the possession. Something of that kind. Crazy because
Is
what?
that big of an issue?
What?
Is that big of an issue?
I don't.
That doesn't happen enough.
Shorten the season to about 50 games and less teams in the playoffs. Eliminate the play-in tournament.
Come on.
Oh, more play-in, more play-in.
wait.
I like.
Why?
I would say I like 40
I'm
minute
not
games.
me. I'm just reading what people
LeBron
say.
said the person who came up with that should be fired.
All right. He loves it. Okay. Okay.
You want to criticize the cup?
I do like a
accept it, but the
40-minute
play-in?
game.
Reduce.
Yeah, 40-minute game.
I like a
yeah.
40-minute game.
40-minute game.
Just
Okay.
sucking up to
All right.
Allen, we could do that.
Widen the
I think the load
basketball
management
court
part.
6 inches on each side.
6 inches.
Listen, I read the
No,
rest
no.
of this answer. The rest of the
Some
answer
amount of
was-
widening. Just,
Okay.
just make these better questions.
Fine. These are not questions. These are what the average fan
Which
is
row are we
telling
getting
you.
rid of in the
Yes,
stand?
Yeah.
Exactly.
yeah.
Be
It's actually
Steve
more-
Jobs and ask the right
3
question.
second rule behind the 3-point line.
I don't know.
You
Everybody
can't
has
just be
to be
standing
inside.
around.
Why would I give a referee like anything else to monitor?
Okay, got it.
Good
Okay.
answer.
Like-
So
they
these-
can't count to 5.
So
Why
these
3?
things
Yeah.
that you get,
Who's
you're not a
tracking
big
that?
fan
Well,
of
you didn't read the ones I
crowdsourcing.
like.
Okay, tell me which one you like. You told me something.
No, he says he loves crowdsourcing. These are great questions for Evan. Yeah.
All right.
Loves
ideas,
whatever the
3
fans think.
seconds behind
How
the
about
3-point line.
centralized refereeing in New Jersey instead of having officials go to the
Oh, that's a
monitor?
fun one. People don't know that we already do that.
And then use that for
Yeah, that could
the
Stop
call?
with
The
the
referees in
already-
the replay center
You
make
still have the ref down there. You do some of it.
the fouls are determined
Yes,
by the ref. on
threes
court.
versus
Everything
two.
else is
Oh,
done.
maybe this one you liked. Free throws are accumulated over the course
No.
of each half and taken at the end of the first half.
No.
I'm just telling you. This is
Just
what's
one
coming.
free throw we should do. We do that in G
So
League.
why are we?
Yeah, I'm in on that.
Okay.
Okay, can we talk about the ones we might actually do and should do
What?
now?
What would you actually do?
Okay, the point of a foul is to get the person to stop doing an illegal thing to the player, and making a 3-point shot, a 2-shot foul already does that. It's still bad. You wouldn't foul them, and a 3-point penalty is too big. And in the last 2 minutes, like we do all over the place in our rules, you'd make it a 3-shot foul just to not skew the strategic dynamics. So that change should happen today, maybe next year, because I don't like changing things in the middle, even though you guys do that. So.
Evan, is that the kind of thing you could? get behind?
Daryl didn't like that we changed the value of a player that he traded for after he traded for him.
No, I don't like that you changed what a foul was in the middle of last season. So
But setting that
fans
aside,
liked
on
it.
this particular idea, would that be the kind of thing you guys would agree on?
if
No,
the fans like it, you should change rules in the middle of the season. So then we should change this rule now.
I don't know. Can you restate what the rule is?
It's a foul of a 3-point shot.
Yeah.
It's just a normal 2-shot foul.
So
Until
more,
the last.
more fouls.
So yeah, that's gonna.
Oh, stop with the more
The
fouling.
incentive for fouls will go up.
So
because
fine,
you
you're
don't want
arguing
the
against
person to
all
get
fouls
free.
then. We should make all fouls worth less so we have less fouls.
I think this is
ridiculous.
this is the beauty
Tackle
of
the person.
this is what happens.
But objectively,
So we don't need to
black
actually
and
get
white.
to a
It's like we're doing
conclusion
some
because I
balancing
think
here, right?
Yeah, it's just-
I think the
You're gonna
conclusion
create
is
more
clear. This
fouls
would
with
not
that
be
rule.
an easy
So
thing
intentional
for you to
fouls.
do.
Any rule that
Alright?
creates more
if it
fouls.
would create
is
more
bad.
fouls, then no, because
Okay.
our fans don't like fouls.
So this is the thing that I think maybe the average fan doesn't appreciate, which is that if Daryl and Evan cannot agree on anything and how easy it is, directionally which way it's going to go, et cetera, and they think about this all the time, it might be the case that when somebody writes down a piece of advice, here's what the NBA should be doing, they haven't thought about second, third, fourth order effects.
we agreed
That's
on one
probably
free
true.
throw for 2 points or 3 points.
Well, which one is it?
The G League rule, one free throw in all free throw instances.
So that's going to happen maybe?
Sure. It's coming.
It's coming?
coming.
All right, you heard it here.
Oh.
Maybe not even first, who knows? All right. We're going to do a couple of quick questions, and we're going to go to some audience questions as well. We have a couple of coming in. All right, and please feel free to send in some questions. First, this is kind of like a speed round. You don't have to answer it, but I'd like to get at least 3 or 4 answers. The first one everybody should answer. If we stipulate that the three-point revolution did ruin basketball, if we did do that, what percentage of the blame would be on Daryl?
Skip the question.
Well, how much is Daryl responsible for that transition, whether it's bad or good? What do you think?
They're rejecting the premise.
5%, 10%?
Would have happened with or without him.
Okay.
Correct.
Irrelevant.
But
But what?
it didn't happen with anyone else.
Would have happened with or without
Would
him.
have eventually happened, but
Michael Lewis is here somewhere. He deserves at least as much credit, or if not more. Than
Billy
that.
Bean.
Like,
Mike-
Billy
Bill-
Bean.
Bill
hell,
James.
Like, yeah. Bill James.
the question is,
That was coming.
75.
Pythagoras, sure.
thank you. Sue, listening to
Next
the actual
question.
question.
Yeah, exactly.
Next question.
You're at 20%, maybe 10.
Last.
6. All right. All right.
Did Columbus discover America?
Okay. Okay, imagine for your organization, you are hiring someone for your data analytics team. And your candidate is going to have a certain mix of the following 3 traits. Analytical ability, like just brain power, interpersonal skills, emotional intelligence, sort of EQ, and passion. And you have 100 points you can allocate across these 3 buckets to create your ideal candidate. Where do you put those 100
They
points?
better have some basketball knowledge, too.
No,
You only have-
among these,
only
they can
have
also
three
have,
like
forget
that.
everything else. They might also want to show up to work on time. We're not talking about those things. We're talking about
I
these
think
3
the
categories.
basketball knowledge one's a little.
How do you allocate the 100 to brain power, EQ, passion?
Sue, you're going to run a
What's-
team someday. So
What's the job title for this?
They're for your sports analytics, your data analytics team. Your data analytics team.
I don't know. What's probably the analytical part,
Would be-
40,
Okay.
and then maybe split the other 2.
40, 30, 30?
A well-balanced
40,
person.
40, 40, 20.
I like
40, what's
well-balanced.
20?
Passion.
Passion is 20, 40, 40 for the other 2?
50, 0, 50.
What's 0?
The second one.
Interpersonal?
EQ?
Yeah.
Yeah, they
That
don't.
makes sense.
Yeah, they're not talking to people.
They don't need
They're
to.
in a room.
We can just have them talk to the people.
Doesn't
talk to
care
them.
what
Okay.
other people think or
Analytics
feel.
and passion, but the EQ is
How are
not
they
the relevant
communicating
piece.
it?
No, they'll just give it to the other person.
That's
who
the
then
least surprising
communicates
answer.
So there's an
Honestly, I'm a
Those
little
two
bit
people still have to
surprised based on some other
Right.
things I've heard you
Can we
say in
just
the past,
plug
but
'em
okay. All right, maybe not last, but we'll look at a couple more. If you think about impact on the game, will the impact that AI is going to have on sports in the next 2 decades going to be more or less dramatic than the impact that sports analytics has had on sports in the last 2 decades?
Less going forward on the game.
On the sport,
On the
yeah.
actual game, less because we're already doing all the AI stuff in the game because it's just forecasting, and it'll have
So
less.
20 years from now, we'll look back and the changes will not have been as drastic as what we've already gone through.
Yes, the drastic changes have happened, barring some well-constructed rule change. By
But it doesn't have to
waiting for
just be, it just doesn't have to be what's happening on the court by players. It could be that refs are now AI,
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think still less. I mean, the
Okay.
changes the last 20 years have been massive. Yeah.
In gameplay alone, I agree. I think broader sports industry societally more, but specific to the way NBA basketball is played less.
Got it.
Yeah, off the court, fan
Yeah,
experience.
more.
of
I agree with
drastic.
Evan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. These are yes or no questions. This panel is not familiar with this concept, I understand. But we're going to try them anyway. They really are just yes or no. They're genuinely. Okay, 10 years from now, do you think the following will be true? All right, do you think this will be true? The 3-point line will be exactly where it is right now.
10 years from now?
10 years
no.
from now.
Yes.
Oh, come on. Evan
Only
does-
because if he says no, then he's going to
no,
have to put
Evan
pressure
does
into
not
it.
believe that.
Matter.
Okay, Mike, what do you think? 10 years from now,
Yes.
Yeah.
it will be the same? Same, not same?
No.
10 years from now, there will be a 4-point shot in the NBA.
No.
No.
10 years from now, the average number of 3 points attempted will be at least 20% higher than it is today in both the NBA and the WNBA. As in, we're still on an upward
Percentage
trajectory.
points or relative percentage?
Points attempted, 3-pointers attempted.
No, but we're at 42% now. Are you saying like 20% higher or like 20 percentage
Yeah.
points higher?
No,
That's very different.
no, it's 20% higher.
48 from 40
So
to like
50 to 60 would be 20% higher. That's what you
Yes,
do here.
and I'll point out that I don't know the answer in WNBA because
I think it's yes.
Okay, it's yes.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
yes.
No.
You don't think it'll be higher by?
I know for the NBA, yes for the WNBA.
Because
Okay.
if it were getting higher and we had a problem with that, we would make changes. So you didn't say absent any changes.
Daryl, jump
I said if we had a problem
Okay.
with
So
that.
you heard it here first. We now know exactly where they're going to change it.
I just
All
think
right.
the game,
Find it.
the game is cyclical.
Okay.
And so in the NBA, it'll cycle and then it'll cycle through. In the WNBA, we're a little behind in the 3-point cycle.
Teams do adapt. If we knew everyone
no
was trying to
cycle.
take a three, then you'd do more stuff to get more layups. Like things get allocated dynamically. It's not.
Maybe there's more.
All right, I'm going to ask one last yes, no, and then we're going to go to a couple of other questions from the audience. 10 years from now, the Sixers will have won a championship.
Yes.
Sue, do you want to wait? No, yeah.
Go Sonics.
Abstain.
Abstain. All right. All right. Questions from the audience. Okay. If we assume that basketball strategy trends are cyclical, I guess we can assume that.
So you just put that.
And look ahead, yes, and look ahead 5 to 10 years. What do you think the dominant on-court trend or strategy might be? Now you can interpret this probably in a few different ways. Interpret it in any way that allows you to answer it.
It'll just be more players see how the NBA is played. They then practice that way from a young age all the way up. It'll just be more and more players who can switch multiple ball screens, who can also shoot threes, and who can crash the offensive boards. That will be what happens, and it'll just keep getting more and more optimal until Evan steps in and sets the rules slightly different.
I think what we've seen in the last year or so since some rule changes is much more physicality. And so I'll be curious to see if the rules stay the same because that's been a big change.
And do you think it's going to get more and more and more physical the way
I
it was
think
maybe
if the
back
rules
in the
are
day?
left the way they are now, the physicality will increase even more.
And just out of curiosity, when in history do you think the physicality was like the right level? Like, are we like pining for?
I loved the way it was a year or two ago, but I think I don't know. I'm not
too physical then?
I don't think it's gotten too physical, but I mean,
Close?
it's getting there. Yeah,
So you weren't a fan of like the way things were like back in the day.
like the '90s
Yeah.
basketball. No, I wasn't a fan of that.
Yeah.
Did you
didn't
watch
like-
those Celtics teams? Like,
I grew up in Detroit, so we had a different
Do you like
approach
physical plays too?
to the sport.
I think there's a balance. I don't like, I'll be honest, if I check the NBA scores and it's 140 to 130, I'm just like assuming that it was not a physical game and it was a free-flowing offense, which is, I feel like, a couple years ago. I feel like you have to give the defensive chance for the offense to be even more impressive. And that's like the balance for me from a physicality. No, personally, no, I hate it.
Yeah, I find the more
But I get it's
skilled,
a part
the
of
more
it.
skilled the player, the less they like physicality because it doesn't allow them to show
do
their
it.
skill. Because
Yes.
the people who are bad at basketball, like myself, would just play super physical.
Yes.
if
to-
you've ever
to
played
adjust-
pickup with Daryl, that's what he does.
just
In
because,
the WNBA,
because it's optimal to the rules because there aren't fouls in pickup. So
in the WNBA, physicality is rewarded too much, I believe, currently.
To Sue's cyclicality point, I do think there's potentially this this shift of those skills, those same skilled players, the athleticism, being applied more to defense. Like you've got some of the youngest players in our league who are coming in as incredible defenders right now, and I think that's something we didn't see for a period of time. So as that cycles back, you might actually see a little bit more balance.
I'm kind of hopeful that the media narrative shifts a little bit to defense because the defenses right now are so
Unbelievable.
good.
Yeah.
It's changed really drastically in the last 10 years too. And we talk a lot about the threes, but the intricacy and skill on defense is so much better than it's ever been.
And do you think the problem there is that people just don't think about defense generally enough, so the media doesn't talk about it enough? It's just not what's as
not
exciting
sexy.
to folks?
Watch the game and it's about scoring. That's
Yeah.
what people think about first.
But it would be
I
great
actually
if-
think this year has been an interesting case study about like some of the perimeter players that are in conversation for DPOY and some of the the Thompson twins, like the Terra twins at Houston. Like a lot of that narrative that probably wouldn't have been there in other years is really front and center.
Yeah. If you think about what this session is about, are the nerds breaking basketball or sports? If you think about it, in a sense, we've done something very important here. I think we've gone through every way in which the sport is being impacted by data, and basically come out and said, it's moving in the right direction, and where it's not, maybe there'll be some self-correction that happens. It's a little bit like trying to save the moral soul of the conference or something, because sports has been around before the data analytics revolution, and teams have been doing what they're doing, coaches are doing what they're doing, and then like the analytics folks come in, and it's a little bit like the Doge of sports, and like we're going to come in, we're going to fix everything, and it raises a question a little bit, which is like, is it going to be like we're going to create a bunch of value and be efficient and all these sort of things, like the way Doge is supposed to be, or is it going to be a bunch of, I don't know, self-aggrandizing, value-destroying, power-hungry parasites that are going to do something else? And it looks like, as we go through all the different categories, there's a pretty solid case to be made that it's been pretty positive. I'm going to ask the last question to Sue, and other people can weigh in on it as well. As someone who played at the highest level, do you ever feel analytics overtook the human or emotional side of the game? Now, I know you said it at the individual level a little bit when somebody comes to you and says this, or they'll ask this. Are we missing something, maybe from the fan point of view, from the player point of view, from the business point of view, even when you think about fans? Is there anything about the data sort of revolution that has made it more numeric and less about affect in any negative way? Or do we sort of see it as synergistic?
I have to be honest, the analytic wave wasn't in the WNBA the way it is in the NBA when I played. So I don't really have this like firsthand experience to tell you, but what I can say is when I go play a pickup game and I'm able to just play and I'm not thinking about, the value of what shot I'm taking and the contest and this and that, it is much more enjoyable. I think to Evan's point, it brings out something different in players. And I would argue that there are probably NBA guys who, when they play pickup, play totally different from how they would play on their teams. What's, there for you to like pull from? I don't know, that's up to you guys to figure out. But I do think that is a real thing.
I feel like we should always end with Sue.
I think that's great, and then we're done. Thank you. Thanks, folks. Good.
everyone. My name is Ben Seeley, and I'm an MBA student here at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce our panel this morning, Inside Stories, the Era of Athlete-Driven Content. Our panelists today are Constance Schwartz-Marini, co-founder and CEO of SMAC Entertainment, Megan Rapinoe, soccer legend, activist, and New York Times bestselling author, and Marie Donahue, Chief Business and Growth Officer at DraftKings. Our panel will be moderated by Shira Springer, lecturer here at MIT Sloan School of Management. The panel will run for 40 minutes, and we will leave 5 minutes at the end for Q&A. Please submit your questions via the Cadence app. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, Shira.
Thank you, Ben. Thanks to all of you for being here. I'm very excited to have this conversation about athlete-driven content. And one of the reasons I'm excited is because we have 3 different perspectives with respect to content represented here. We have Constance, who produces the content. We have an athlete in Megan. And with Marie, we have someone who buys the content. So with that in mind, I wanted to start, and see from those 3 perspectives how they have seen content evolve over the last many years where athlete-driven content has come into the fore. So we'll start with you, Megan, the athlete driving the content. How have you seen athlete-driven content evolve? And then we'll go to the producer and then the buyer.
I mean, I think traditionally the content that we were getting from athletes was just either on the court field, whatever, at a press conference or media. Mm-hmm. And the advent of social media obviously put that into our hands. And I think very quickly athletes realized how powerful that could be, both in the negative and the positive. But I think particularly for female athletes, realized as we were shut out of so much, this was the way that we could open ourselves to the world, really, and share our stories, sell ourselves, get out whatever things we wanted to talk about. And now we're in a completely different era where there's series or athletes sort of owning their own content, participating, producing their own content, more than just social media, monetizing their own content. So not all of it is good. A lot of the content's bad, but you don't have to watch it. I think it's great that athletes have the ability to speak directly to their audiences, to own their own content, and to be able to financially participate in what is already happening, and what has been happening sort of off their back for a long time. And I think we're seeing how much of a cultural driver, particularly in women's sports, how much of a cultural driver that really is. And ultimately, if you're in the culture, if you're in the conversation, the business is going to follow. And we're seeing that now with women's sports.
You got to be in the conversation. Yeah. It's better if you're driving the conversation. Yeah. Constance, your view from a producer perspective.
I echo everything Megan was just saying, and it's been really refreshing because it used to be us trying to come up with story ideas and going after the athlete, and now we're receiving a lot of incoming calls because they've seen the work we've done, whether it's with Coach Prime or Tony Gonzalez or any of our other people we've worked with, and they understand that they can have a point of view. In a lot of instances, and I'm just speaking from a personal point of view, they can't produce it. They can't officially be an executive producer because of the journalistic integrity, depending on who's buying it, and also if they're not self-financing it or we're not self-financing it. With that said, we very much partner with them in the sense if there's a really pivotal moment happening with their children that they're please turn these cameras off. It doesn't help any of us to force them into a situation that they're not going to then want to support it, or you're then not going to have these athletes calling you to say, would you partner with us on things like this? So it's been amazing. We were lucky enough, thanks to Marie, we had 3 seasons of Coach Prime on Prime Video. And even though Coach wasn't an executive producer, he saw every cut before it went out. And there were times that he would say, I disagree with this segment, and we'd have to explain to him why that needed to stay. And then he would be okay with it, whether he agreed or not, but it just from a journalistic integral point, we had to keep it in. But it's been fun. And I think Marie obviously I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but being that you started 30 for 30s, like I'd love to hear your point of view on how much it's changed, because you guys really drove and created that lane for many years.
Thank you. Checks in the mail, constantly. Thank you. So first of all, good morning. I can't tell you how excited I am to be up on the stage. It's great to meet you, and particularly with two people I admire so much. And a big part of me wishes I were actually out in the audience listening to you two. So I echo everything Megan said about athletes taking more control and having more direct access. And I think what Constance is referring to is, she knows this, several years ago, if we were to work directly with athletes on projects, we actually, and you know this from your background, we would get a lot of pushback because there were editorial integrity issues. And now fast forward several years, everyone has a production company. I know Megan has a production company, A Touch More, which we're excited to see what you've got coming out. Obviously the podcast, but I suspect there's a lot more coming that isn't ready to be announced, but wait with bated breath. So now you have, whether it be Megan and Sue, you have Omaha with Peyton Manning, LeBron was a real trailblazer with Spring Hill. And so now you literally have athletes driving huge projects. And I think it's been, I think from a business perspective and from a buyer perspective, it's been nothing but good, nothing but positive. Obviously, you have to price things correctly and understand how it will resonate, but it drives engagement. So many of sports fans now are focused more on athletes than the teams and the leagues. We see this at DraftKings. More and more of our bets are based directly on players, and you see it in editorial coverage. So I just think it's great for sports, and I think it will continue to be a very net positive.
When we talk about content, we can talk about a lot of different formats. And so I'm curious, and you don't all have to answer this if you don't want to, but I'm curious if you have a content format preference, if there's something out there that you're seeing, if you're a fan, podcasts are hot, or if maybe you're more of a documentary person or a TV series. But what are your preferences? What do you think is perhaps the best channel, best format for athlete-driven content? Or is it dependent upon the athlete?
All of the above.
Like I say,
I mean,
you may have
honestly,
a great insight into this.
It is. I mean, we're in the middle of developing a scripted project about the 72 Dolphins, the undefeated team, with one of the players' daughters who's a writer. And so for us, that as much as a documentary would be exciting, for me to be able to have the creative liberty to work hand in hand with, with Sonia Warfield, like how amazing is that? So like that's one project. Then podcasts, like obsessed with what you guys are doing. Like we're all in the cars, we're on planes. Like I just love hearing different points of view. I work with Erin Andrews, and Erin and Krista Thompson have a podcast called Calm Down with Erin and Krista, and they just headlined, the Buccaneers did a She Is Football yesterday. 800 women showed up. People were flying from all over the country. So the demand is there, and so as long as there's demand, like I can check a box for all of this. And then there's game shows. I mean, so it's like we can keep coming at all of it. And just, I really am excited to see what you and Sue are going to do, because you're really the first female-led company, which I think is so exciting, that we need more and more of that.
I'm just curious, you said something about the demand being there, and maybe Marie, this is a question for you in the sense that has consumer taste changed over time? We talked about the content and the relationships there changing. But as a buyer, are you seeing consumer taste change at all? Demand being different?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there are trends, and both Constance and Megan talked about that. I'm a big believer in storytelling. If it's a good story, you can figure out the right format. And it's increasingly important you have to find the right partner. When you're talking about formats, I love documentaries, and one of the reasons I love them so much is they're the safest. They're guaranteed hits if you do them right. Like we had a rule at 30 for 30 where we would only greenlight a film if you would write a script about the story. So if it's just like a straightforward retelling of a match, not that interesting. But if it has a story arc and a hero's journey and the whole thing, you could always make a good film out of that. So I love documentaries, and I think, they go in and out of favor. Sometimes the market can get a bit saturated, but I think podcasts have been having a moment, and it's going to continue to grow. I just saw something the other day that YouTube now has their podcast traffic is bigger than every other platform. You guys do yours on video now, right? Mm-hmm. I'm still used to the ear. I find it.
I don't watch podcasts.
Yeah.
I listen to them. I don't.
Well,
but most people, I would say, most people I see in the wild or hear in the wild, watch their podcasts. I think it's crazy, but people love it.
How do you? I have a question. Can I?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Please,
one of
have
the
the
reasons I
conversation.
love podcasts, and we did this back in the day in Grantland, it was such a great touch point with fans because it's so intimate. Like you take them on walks, you take them on runs, they're in your ear. Do you get different, can you tell who your podcast fans are versus your sports or your, I mean, you do so much off the court, but like, can you tell other podcast fans, do they feel like they know you because of that connection more than someone who's watched you play or just admired you and your,
I don't know if I feel that yet. I mean, I played for a long time, so I feel like people think they know us. You know?
Yeah, that's true. Probably,
and we have talked a lot for a long time. But there is something different about, we're talking about different stuff. It's not about us playing. Yeah, I think people come up and say, they're like, I love your podcast. I listen to your podcast, not like I saw you play at this time. I mean, we get a little bit of both, but I certainly feel that with the podcast that I like. It is a very different experience than watching something or, turning on a show or watching a documentary. It's more woven into my day-to-day than any other kind of content.
You can tell I'm an avid listener. So can I ask one more question?
Sure.
So because it's so intimate and you guys obviously can talk about anything you want, how broad do you think you'll ultimately go? Like, do you see a world, because you're pretty broad already in what you guys talk about. Do you feel it's a format that will let you talk about?
Yeah, I mean, we're the boss. We can talk about whatever we want. Ultimately. I mean, I think for us, our realm is women's sports. And so, good luck putting a lid on that. I think that is really the special thing about it is that because women's sports has, women and black women and gay women and straight women, it's going to cover the sort of spectrum of humanity. It's also a wildly growing business, a business that's been suppressed for a long time. And now everyone is sort of catching up oh my God, this is crazy. And I'm like, I know, we told you that. We've been telling you that for a really long time. But I think it allows us the space to talk about things. And I think we both, Sue and I both really like the longer format because we can really get into the nuance of certain issues and how these other things intersect. I mean, women's sports, it's rarely just what the headline is. There's always going to be a sort of deeper lens that we need to look through it with and talk about it with. And I feel like that podcasting gives us the ability to, do the headlines and sort of say what's going on in women's sports, but then also have a more nuanced take on why this is happening and sort of the historical context of that we miss so much. I mean, Sue said on her last panel, because there's been such I think you said gaping hole you were talking about data, but storytelling, mostly in women's sports. If you think of this is the perfect place to be, Boston, to talk about the intergenerational storytelling that goes on for the men's sports teams here. So much. I know so much about the Boston Celtics. I'm not a Boston Celtics fan, but I know so much because I've been living in the world for as long as I have, and I love sports. So there's just such a break in the storytelling for us that really affects the business, because ultimately you want people to be buying into the storytelling and understanding and becoming fans of teams, and their kids become fans of teams. So I feel like our job a little bit is to try to stopgap the break in storytelling and educate people into something that they might be coming to for the first time.
Love that we're talking about storytelling. It's something that I teach. And I'm curious, let's start with a basic question in the sense that what makes for good storytelling, right? What makes a good story? What do you look for? I'd love to hear your perspective on that, Constance, and then we'll turn to you, Megan, in terms of what do you look for? What do you think makes for good storytelling, particularly when it comes to women's sports and filling that gap?
For us at SMAC, is it something we would watch? Are we interested in it? Has it not been told? And also, is it on brand for us? I mean, there's definitely projects that we probably would have made a lot of money on, but it was not something we wanted to be attached to. We may have watched it, but it just, we've worked so hard, you know, on who we are and who we represent. We love being a voice for the voiceless, and that's something that we always look at. And again, are you going into the storytelling part of it with a willing partner? Because if somebody doesn't want to be attached to it, that's also something we look at. Sounds basic, but it works for us.
And having bought a bunch of Constance's content,
Thank you
I would tell you, she does things driven by her heart and what she thinks is right, and is so passionate that even things we might not think would make financial sense, when you walk out of a room with Constance and you end up having bought them, like the Black Quarterback and some other things we worked on with you. And she ends up being right. We've told the story that we almost passed on Coach Prime. Constance was so passionate about it, and where I worked at the time, we did a lot of research before we approved projects. And for whatever the research team was looking at, Dion did not break through. But if you talk to a sports fan, anyone out in the world, Dion is a charismatic, influential figure. If you go to a football game with him, if you go to a high school, I mean, people love Dion. And so she does high wire stuff. She does where she brings cameras into the locker room, and that's a little high wire for me, because you don't know what you're getting, and you could get nothing, or you could get
But that's an
magic in a
important,
bottle.
I think, point that you made, is you definitely need the believers, right? Because without Marie believing, and she had to convince a lot of people on her team to take a chance on us, because you're sitting there like, who could pass on Coach Prime? Everybody passed on us back then, except for Marie. And now you look and you're like, that's a no-brainer, but they didn't see it. So you definitely need, you know, those beacons of light that can see your passion. And the other point that I'm talking again, sorry, but it's not just about getting the story made. We are all in on the promotion of it. It doesn't end with that. It's like, we are going to go above and beyond to make sure. You know, when it's Strahan, who's my business partner, he has nothing to do with being in the story, but he'll go on Fallon. He'll go on all the talk shows and promote it. So I think that's so important, that as producers, it doesn't end when it's on the screen or your phone.
I'm just going to add one thing to show what a magician Constance is. When we had Coach Prime on Amazon, anytime Dion was interviewed on another network, including a 4-letter one that doesn't let you promote other products, he would not go on without promoting our project on Prime.
Correct.
So this woman delivers.
Thank you.
So Megan, what makes a good story for you? What do you look for?
I think it's all about authenticity. And in our ever increasing algorithmic content nightmare, it's like the algorithm doesn't probably pick great things. Your data analytics team missed on Prime. So, but it's like, how are those systems built, and why are they missing the things that are really
People
authentic?
building them, probably.
Yeah, exactly. So we sort of know the shortcomings there, but I think it's all about authenticity. And I think that's why female athletes have been able to leverage social media in particular in the way that they have, in such a strong way, because people want something that's real. That's why people like documentaries. That's why it's like, no matter what it is, it's like, anybody see My Octopus Friend? Like, fucking unbelievable. I'm just like, I don't know, I'm not deep diving on like octopus culture, but it's real and it's interesting, and you're getting the human story. This is why people love sports between the lines, is because you're watching a team full of people who are in their most vulnerable state, which is trying their hardest and being explicit about the fact and vulnerable about the fact that, like, they're putting it all out there and this could go bad. Mm-hmm. That's what people want to see. That's that sort of high wire act. And so for me, that's what content is. Like, if you're going to do something, do it all access. If you're going to be involved in something, go all the way. If you're going to have a podcast, actually talk about the things that you want to talk about and be real about it. So I think and that's probably what you're looking for, is those stories that, like, maybe on the surface it's not something that makes sense, but there's a group of people that are really passionate about it, you're passionate about it, or it hits in some kind of way. But I just think the authenticity part is the biggest factor, and what people really want to see out of athletes. And I think that's part of why athlete-driven content has become so popular also, because you're not getting, an answer to a question that maybe they don't want to talk about. You're getting exactly what they want to talk about, what the athletes want to talk about.
Not an actor playing a role, but just adding to what you said about authenticity, on the brand side of the business, we have a representation side. I always say to the clients, would you use this product for free? Because if you're telling me no, I don't care how much money it is, they're going to see right through it. And that's so important, in addition to the storytelling, is it's all about authenticity. And it's fun that it is about authenticity, because I mean, we've all been authentic our whole careers, which is why we're where we are. But I'm sure you've all dealt with people that don't even know who the hell they are anymore. And this is just so refreshing to be able to say what you mean and mean what you say. And so much of that goes back to the fact that athletes can control their narrative through social media. That's definitely changed the trajectory of media, of storytelling, and of just controlling whether you're being traded, how you're being treated. When Coach Prime was in the hospital, people were trying to figure out what was going on, and we would just take his phone and put things out there just enough to protect him, because at that point we didn't, and I'm not telling anything that didn't come out through his narrative, but you're going through such a personal time that you don't need to worry about who's in the hospital that's going to leak what's really happening. So authenticity just goes across every single thing. If there's one thing I can say for all of the students that are about to embark on their careers, is just stay true to yourself.
So I think it's interesting that you mentioned authenticity. Megan, you're saying authenticity, vulnerability. If you're going to be all access, be all access, right? But as an athlete, putting yourself out there, do you have to set boundaries? Are there decisions that you have to make about how much you're going to share, when you're going to share something, where you're going to share something? And if there are, and I'm assuming there are, what is that decision-making process like for you?
I think it really is personal to each individual. I think you can be, what I was saying, vulnerable, all access, wide open, and still not share everything. Being an athlete is inherently being a public person, and just because you're a public person doesn't mean the public is entitled to everything that you are. I think it's really important to keep something back. Otherwise, you're just like, it's like piranhas. You just like get eaten alive. There's nothing left for you. Sue and I feel this, obviously, in our podcast. We talk a lot about our relationship, but there's like all the things we bring to couples therapy do not make it onto the podcast. So we'll just say that. There's things in our life that we want to share and that we like to talk about and they're open with and we feel like it's fun. And then there's things about our personal life that are just personal. I'm sure you just alluded to that with Deion Sanders and how much he wants to share. But I do think it's really important. Some people, are more comfortable with more being out there. I think it's a really personal decision, but I think that each person has to understand where their own boundaries are and keep that. I don't think it's a better product if you overshare. I don't think it's a better story if you're uncomfortable in that. Ultimately, if you're the subject of the story or the sort of the main character, you want to be there in a way that feels good for you. Otherwise, you're probably going to clam up anyways.
Mm-hmm. Maria, I'm curious, as a buyer, Megan mentions, you don't want to make people uncomfortable in some respect. Do you look at some products? Are there some things that you either get pitched or see and you're like, I don't know, this is maybe not making me a little bit uncomfortable, or do you use that as a metric to
Sure. I mean,
authenticity?
it's not necessarily limited to just what people are revealing, what Megan was talking about. But sure, I'm a big believer in you can bring people up or you can bring them down. And so I personally just prefer positive content and affirming content. And I mean, I know there's some great stories where people have gone through things. And so, yeah, you're always making choices as a buyer. And like in life, you have to figure out what you put out into the world. And so I think that we're all humans, so that definitely comes into play. Mm-hmm. I love, when we're talking about the trends with athletes, I just love, obviously things can be picked up and taken, and clipped and things like that. But I love that athletes are the boss of what they're producing now. And you can do an hour podcast or interview on if there's something you want to talk about and want to dive deep into. You don't have to. So that probably makes you more comfortable discussing things, I would think. Yeah.
I think so, for sure. You get to be in charge of your own narrative, what you say. Of course, things can be, clipped and whatever, but I think getting to choose how you talk about something and not just having to answer a question, those can be a little unpredictable at times. So to be able, whether it's Angel Reese or Sue and I talking, like, we can talk about the things that we want to talk about. Ultimately, if people don't like it, they don't have to listen, and that's totally fine. It might not be for everyone, but I think that is important to have that space and have that control over the things that you're talking about publicly.
I want to stay on that topic of narrative control because I was listening to the most recent episode of A Touch More, and you were talking about Diana Taurasi's legacy. And it struck me, it's not just your narrative that you can control, but there is a way in which you are framing women's sports and the narrative of women's sports when you are talking about Diana Taurasi. And I'm curious how important that is to you as somebody who's out there producing content, creating content, to think very consciously and intentionally about the story you're telling about your friends, women's sports, women's basketball, women's soccer, all of it.
Well, I think for those of us who've been in women's sports for a very long time, we've seen the power of narrative happen for a very long time, and how positive that can be and how negative that can be. I always go back to an amazing article Kate Fagan wrote a number of years ago, where she said the well has been poisoned around the WNBA and the narrative. And for so long, women's sports has had the same negative narrative that's just like, it's like in the air. It's like through osmosis. Everyone thought for so long that we didn't like women's sports, and now all of a sudden we love it. Like, nothing changed about women's sports. Nothing really changed about the WNBA or the NCAA tournament or the NWSL or the World Cup or whatever it may be. People just started to change the way that they felt about it. So the narrative changed around it. A huge part of that, as I'm beating a dead horse, but athlete-driven narrative, athletes telling their stories, taking their story back. And so for something like Diana, she played the majority of her career, I'll say, in the poison well years, where people weren't watching at the rate that they are now. Because anybody who knows Diana, and I feel like I'm, even a little later to it, but obviously having, the luxury of having the vault that is Sue's brain craft that narrative, would know that Diana is the most exciting player on and off the court that maybe any athlete ever has been. And I mean, every single one of your favorite athletes, like, put it all together and, like, that's Diana. But a lot of people don't know that. And so, yeah, we could say, like, the GOAT retired. And it's like, okay, she was a great player and she retired, and most people don't know. But we have the ability through our podcast to sort of keep the recipe and to tell the story and to fill in that gap in storytelling, narrative, history, legacy, funny, all the good, all the bad that went into her career, all the winning, and what made her. Because again, it's like, why do we like sports? What made Diana great? What made people want to go watch her is like all in the nuance. So it was really special, I think, for both of us to be able to pay tribute to one of the greatest female athletes of all time in a way that most of us and most female athletes would just never get. And that's really a shame for that individual person, but also it's a shame for the larger business of women's sports, which is growing crazy right now, because you're missing a vital element about what makes this sport and what makes this environment attractive in a business sense and commercially, which ultimately is what we want. We want it to become a multi-billion-dollar year-over-year industry that everybody loves, and there's big business platforms that can kind of be shoulder programming around the actual sports that's happening.
Which they definitely need to buy more female-led content. We've experienced it a couple times now, that stories, that great content, authentic, from our hearts, and people passed on them. And I feel like those are going to come back around and people are going to call us and say, hey, you guys still have that because we want it, which is what I really hope. And that's where brands can also come into play, like P&G, who has so many female-led brands, like branded content, like they can act as the studio. So I'm in the trenches with these guys just trying to get more and more female-led content out there.
Love that. And I also want to stay with you, Constance, because I think there's narrative control and then there's editorial control. And you were talking about that earlier about Coach Prime didn't want something on air and you kind of had to talk to him about why this was important to have as part of the story. And I'm curious how you navigate those relationships with the athletes who this is their story and the editorial control, what makes a good story, what they think makes a good story, what will be well received. What conversations do you have? Take us inside.
With Coach Prime, in most instances, he wants it all out there. But so that was a lot of the times. But for him, it was, a great example is he said, this is out of sequence. And we said, you know that, but the viewer doesn't know that. And if we keep it in sequence, it won't work as well for the story, because the way these, especially if it's not a 90-minute, like this was a 5 or 6 episodic series, you do have to come up with what's each episode about. It's not, these reality shows where cameras are on all the time and you're just throwing it all out there. It's not a day-to-day that's just, running on a YouTube or something, which are great too. I've had other clients that works wonders for. So it's the one thing I can say about any athlete we've worked with. When you sit down and have the conversation on why this will work, why this doesn't work for the story, they 99% of the time understand it. And at the end of the day, the buyer has the final editorial control. So unless you're self-financing one of these docs or a docuseries, at the end of the day, the buyer does have the final say. And that's why there are a few docs that we've heard great things about, but aren't seeing the light of day, because the artist as well, or the athlete, artist, whoever, along with the producer, plus the platform, aren't agreeing creatively. So you also don't want to just overrule the athlete or the artist and say, we don't care what your opinion is because we have editorial control, because the last thing you want is somebody that is a global superstar to say, we're not going to support this and we're not happy with it.
It's mostly relationships and not surprising people and being transparent, and really, I think, getting on, even as a buyer, getting on the same page about what the product is about and what the story is and how far you'll go.
Fantastic. I'm going to turn now to some audience questions. We'll start with this one. With short-form content becoming more popular, especially with the next generation of sports fans, how do you produce a piece of content that still has a great story in such a short window? I know, Megan, earlier you were saying, I love the podcast because I can go long. We can really get into the nuance. But how do you create great stories, great content in that short form that's in such demand now?
For us, we'll pull it out of the long form because not everything can make it on air. So there are always those scenes that could just be, here's a beginning, middle, and end in 5 minutes, and those are the clips that'll go viral, that'll then hopefully draw the viewer into want to see the whole thing.
Yeah, I think it's even when you think about a game, it's enjoyable to watch the whole game. It's enjoyable to watch a 14-minute extended highlight of it. It's enjoyable to watch just the goal that's being scored. I think people like sports for lots of different reasons, and they consume it, especially now with the ability that we have, whether it's on the phone or platforms, you can clip it. Sometimes it's 2 seconds. Sometimes it's what the players are saying in their press conference that people care about more. Sometimes people care more about what they walk into the stadium or the arena and more. So I think it's again, it is authenticity and just sort of bringing these moments. You don't always know what's going to hit, but I think having the ability to have the longer form content that you can then pull and clip and give people a little taste of it, hopefully will bring them back to ultimately what you want them to be watching.
We're very well aligned with the audience here because I had this question on my list as a fun question. It says, what podcasts do you listen to? And I would add, what podcasts do you listen to in addition to A Touch More? So we'll start with you, Marie. What podcasts, grab your attention?
Yeah, I listen to way too many podcasts. So
there's no such thing.
Yeah, I listen to. There's a
a touch more.
A touch. Well, that's a given.
Given.
And I'm very excited that there'll be a live taping. Is that how you say it? There'll be a taping today after this, I think. So I'm excited for that. There's a media service, Puck. I don't know if you guys follow Puck at all, and they cover media, politics, fashion, everything, and I love their podcasts.
Town.
Yeah, The Town. They have a sports one. So I love them. I do listen to Calm Down, and I've been shocked because Carissa, who hosts, is one of our Thursday night football talent, and have been mortified that I was mentioned once or twice. Always positively, but it's weird. And you're like, what? It was more about my dog. Yeah, I mean, I just listened to a ton. It's way too many, to be honest.
All right, but an endorsement for Puck and what they're producing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love Pivot. I mean, there's a ton. There's so many great ones out there.
Pivot, I'm just going to say Pivot. It's great. It's like a world that I'm, not in, don't know much about. I feel like Scott and Kara's dynamic is really just like funny and interesting. They have great chemistry, and they teach me all kinds of stuff. It's a great one.
Everything that you guys mentioned, and then I'll add Gilly and Wallow. If you don't know them, they're just a blast and also really touch point on things that are happening in the cultural zeitgeist from a different lens that a lot of us are used to.
So this one is for Constance. It says, you mentioned being a voice for the voiceless. How have you thought about and approached engaging different types of athletes? Not all athletes desire to be content creators and big personalities. Is there an opportunity to engage and monetize a broader array of athletes to tell their stories?
So a misnomer about the doc space is when you're going to tell an athlete's story, they can't be in it for the money because, yes, there is a nice fee that they will get, but they need to look at it as a platform to build whatever business they're trying to do, whether they're getting ready to retire or whether they're, launching something while they're still playing. We have a saying, keep the main thing, but use that platform to build around it. So in many instances, we'll get into it with somebody and they're like, no, I need to do this for $1 million. I was like, we'll try, but that's a really hard number to hit. So you've got to look at this as an opportunity to share your story and make the change, be the change, but also use it as a platform to go launch whatever, your production company, your podcast, your clothing line, like all the things. So that's how I approach things very differently with different athletes.
This one I'll direct to Megan. How do you handle controversy or negativity that sometimes arises in response to athlete-driven content? And the others can join in, but I'm curious, particularly from your athlete perspective.
I don't have a lot of personal experience with this, but just from the other athletes that I've been around. I mean, it's going to come. It's part of it. And you have to be okay with that. To me, keeping the main thing is being a whole person. And so that for me was sort of always my guiding light. What do I care about? What kind of things do I want to talk about? Of course, not everybody is going to agree with everything that I'm saying. That doesn't mean that I shouldn't say it. I think using the platform that I have, whether that's, the U.S. Women's National Team while I was playing and the players, I thought we used it so well and we're so strong together. I mean, truly a sort of a hurricane of a force together. And it was just like, what do we care about? We care about winning. We care about human rights. We care about standing up for ourselves. We care about the growing business of women's sports. And we care about an accurate narrative about what sports are. So it's okay. People are going to disagree with you. I always looked at it like, who am I speaking with or on behalf of or for, rather than like, who am I speaking to? They probably aren't going to want to hear it anyways, and that's not really the point, but I'm, kind of focused on the opposite side of that. And usually if you're getting a lot of backlash about something that you're saying, it's kind of like a signal you're dead on the money. So if you're, getting a particular tweet or a particular narrative, I'm like, okay, thank you for the confirmation on the money.
To say, I don't know if Constance or Marie wants to chime in with anything regarding athletes and negativity, negative comments, anything you advise or offer.
Haters are your marketing team.
That's a great slogan. Haters are your marketing team.
It's a good one.
Love it. Just curious, Megan, you were bringing up the U.S. women's national team, and of course there was on Netflix, Under Pressure, the U.S. Women's World Cup team. And I'm curious, and this sort of dovetails with some of the audience questions, how does having cameras there, being constantly filmed, affect team culture, team dynamics? And I would assume that you become something of a reality TV show, and that can be difficult in the most major tournament of your career. So if you could speak to that, how it affects team culture.
Yeah, I personally was advocating for a lot more access and a lot more of an embedded nature. I think the more embedded it is, the easier it is to stop seeing them and to stop seeing the cameras. And again, I'm like, if we're gonna do it, let's do it. If we don't want to do it, then don't. So I really, I liked the doc. I really enjoyed it. I think it was more than people had ever seen from the team. But I personally was advocating for a lot more and a lot more player involvement. To your point, we want to change the narrative around women's sports. We want the business to grow. You want more money? Then the business needs to grow. You want more, NWSL teams. You want better stadiums. You want like the whole business to grow. You have to tell that story. I think it takes a really strong team and really a lot of trust within the leadership of the team and all the players and the staff and the coaching staff. And sometimes, that isn't there was a lot of people's like first World Cup. It was the coach's first World Cup. There was, I think, a lot of, stress. And like ultimately, clearly that team didn't have it and wasn't, that sort of powerhouse on the field. So maybe that was part of it. I don't feel like I'm disparaging the team at all. We went out and tried our very best. But it is different. Not everybody wants to, which I think is okay. Not everybody wants to give an interview or be in front of the camera. But yeah, my whole thing is like, get all of the footage. This could be incredible. I always look at it like this could be incredible. I wish that we had a team embedded with us in 2019. That shit would have been like insane. That would have been an incredible film to see in whatever form it came out. But I do think it takes a lot of, trust and confidence and just the right timing for a full access kind of situation to happen.
All right, I want to end with two questions, one from the audience and then one from my list. From the audience, I think this is an interesting, and you can decide who wants to take this. If you all want to take it, great.
Maria will take it.
Okay, Maria, you can take it. What advice would you share with an athlete who is just getting started in generating their own content?
I would ask for a meeting with Megan, first thing. And then I do think, not to quote Constance, but I do think you have to keep the main thing. And I do think probably with NIL and all these other opportunities, it's going to be more and more important that you focus. And the main thing may be making sure your brand and your sponsor is happy. Those are the things that I worry a little bit about, all the opportunities and pressures that younger athletes have. I think they're experiencing the opportunity and in college, and so I think they'll be better at it. But it's interesting to me that now athletes are doing this during the season, like Angel Reese in her podcast, or Travis Kelsey and those guys. I'd never thought I'd see that, because we always used to try to do deals with athletes during the season, and you never really got their interest. This was years ago.
Because it's their podcast. I think
Yeah.
that's the differentiator.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's on their terms. And that's what's so great about it.
Yeah.
Does anyone else want to offer advice?
I mean, I think you said earlier, be yourself.
Yeah.
Your content is going to be terrible if you are trying to serve up what you think other people want. You've already dumbed down the whole thing. You've already taken yourself out of it. It's already like too algorithmic in a weird way. So I think just be authentic, be yourself, whatever that is. And it's like you mess up and, figure that out. It takes a long time to figure that out. It's always kind of evolving, but I think that is like the most important thing more than anything else.
And it will live forever, so you might as well be yourself.
Yeah. You don't want to look back and be like, I spent 20 years doing something weird.
Yeah, and then real quickly, just would be curious to hear what you think the future looks like for athlete-driven content, something you're looking forward to, something you're anticipating happening in the athlete-driven content landscape. So just a real quick sort of look into the crystal ball as we conclude here.
I think what Megan and Sue are doing, I mean, honestly, like just how they have taken control of their narrative and what's important and putting it out there through the podcast, through the production company. Anytime I hear of like one of the great conferences that we know that's going on and these two are at it, it piques my interest. So I really respect what you guys have done and are doing.
Fantastic. Megan?
I think we're going to see more athlete content. What I hope is that it sort of adds to the media landscape. I think sometimes there's this narrative of like the old media, it just needs to go away and like we'll just do everything, which I don't think is good either. Like we're not journalists, and I think that there really needs to be a place for that. So my hope is that it's just additive to the already existing landscape of media and narrative and storytelling around sports. I think there's space for that, and we're seeing that. So hopefully it's just additive. And yeah, I don't like the narrative that like the media is the enemy. I always had a great relationship with the media and felt like I leveraged the media for what I wanted, but they also helped our sport grow a lot as well in terms of, just getting the truth out, frankly.
I'm really excited. I think it will be jet fuel for women's sports in particular, because I think women's sports has never had an engagement issue. It's more the distribution and the platform and the scale of that. And so I just think and we've seen this with everything. We used to do all or nothings on Premier League teams because we had Premier League rights. And the more you watch behind the scenes and learn more about the athletes, the more you cared, the more respectful fans you were. And I just think I already have always been a huge believer in women's sports, and I just think this will be jet fuel. And it's no coincidence to me that female college athletes are more engaging, and all the data shows, nothing against the men, but just they have drive disproportionate social media interaction and things like that. I believe wholeheartedly that this content revolution has helped women's sports and will continue to do that.
I think that's a great note to end on, with athlete-driven content being jet fuel for women's sports. I want to thank Constance, Megan, and Marie, and thank you all. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Alex Coe, and I'm an MBA student at MIT Sloan, and I'm super excited to introduce this episode of A Touch More, presented by the Wasserman Foundation. Today, your co-hosts are Sue Bird and Megan Rapinoe, co-founders of A Touch More, and I'll let them introduce their guests. This talk will run for 60 minutes, and we'll aim to address some audience Q&A at the end, so you can submit those via the Cadence app. All right, thank you, and enjoy.
Hi, everybody.
Hi.
I've never been a moderator here. I've been coming here for 10 years. I've never held the iPad.
Oh,
This is a big moment.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody.
The all-important iPad.
Welcome to A Touch More live from MIT Sloan Sports Analytics Conference.
I'm Megan Rapinoe.
And I'm Sue Bird. This is A Touch More. Let's get into it. All right, we're going to start a little bit before we bring Lauren in with what we call the check-in. As we said, we are live here at Sloan, and as I said, I've been coming here for essentially 10 years, and what I've always loved about this conference is the conversations, the innovation, obviously most of it around data, but I feel like I've learned so much, whether I've tapped into panels or I'm sitting up here next to Daryl listening to him,
Be funny.
Yeah,
That was
he's
funny.
actually funnier than you realize, huh? Daryl Morey? Yeah. LOLs all over the place.
He wasn't having it. He wasn't having it with the other
No, that
panels.
was,
He
I know. Now he's like anti-3-pointers. It's very confusing. It's very confusing.
I don't know what the solution. I didn't walk away with the solution. I know that much.
It's cyclical, Megan.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, it's like, what are you gonna do? A 4-pointer? That makes no sense, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, what?
They should
It's
listen
just
to
like,
us.
are you gonna make the 2s 3 points and then the 4s? The
It would go-
3s,
it would
4
go
point?
2,
Like,
3, 4.
No, the games
Like-
are gonna be like 500 to 300. It's gonna be weird.
Yeah, but it would be analytically correct.
There is a point, but you can't do half points. It's like a whole thing. It's just-
Anyways,
I don't know.
another part of coming to Sloan that I have seen over the last 10 years is just the addition of more women, more female voices, their takes, not just in women's sports itself, but in the world of sports in general. So special shout out to Jess Gelman for obviously putting the conference on, but for really bringing in the woman's voice. And I started coming here because of a Players Tribune article I wrote, Analyze This, which talked about the lack of data in the WNBA and how that impacts conversations, fan engagement, storytelling. But now that women's sports is booming, and now that we are at Sloan, a place where trends are talked about a lot, Megan, is women's sports a trend?
Yeah, like breathing is a trend. I mean, yeah, no. Women's sports has been here the whole time. Marie said on the last panel that I was on, like, we've never had an engagement issue. It's been a distribution to the masses sort of issue. So no, I don't think women's sports is a trend. I think it's like fully here. It's fully in its moment. I think it's finally being appreciated from a lot of different perspectives, whether that's like the larger fan base or the media, from a valuation standpoint. Like, I would just hate to be some of these people who are buying teams now that literally 4 years ago you could have got it for $5 million and now you paid $200 million for it. It's just like, gotta suck. That, like, I wish I would have bought a team 4 years ago. That would have been a good investment. But
Same.
we could have pooled our money and bought a team, and now it's totally out of range. But no, I don't think that it's a trend, and I think that it's like the most exciting thing happening in all of sports because the upside is just so huge, and there's just like so much wide open space. What about you? Do you think it's a trend?
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I think we just finally got people to pay attention. The story I tell that really marks this for me, because we get this all the time, like, is this just, the moment, is a flash in the pan, all those things. Bill Simmons, for a really long time, especially early in my career, did not like the WNBA. He didn't speak fondly of it. He'd kind of shit on it. He even, if you Google it, he said something about me and like, yeah, she's cute. I might watch her because she's cute, but not not her as a
Gross.
basketball player.
You are
Okay.
cute, though.
Yeah, you are cute. Yeah. Yes,
That's true.
undeniably. Yeah.
But recently, and I think it was around the time that the WNBA signed its new media deal, he was the one being like, they got a bad deal. Like, this should have been more money. And he was actually talking about the WNBA the way he would or the way he has other male sports. And that to me marked like a moment. That was like this line that we crossed over to have somebody like Bill Simmons, who's obviously well known in this space, talk about our sport for it being a sport and having respect for it. So that's why I don't think it's a trend. But something else we do talk about that's important as women's sports starts to continue is the role of the athlete. So what do you think the role of the athlete is in all of this, in the business?
Well, I think what's really interesting about women's sports right now, and specific to the role of the athlete, is we have this like really long history of men's sports. They've like tried a bunch of stuff. Some of it's worked, some of it hasn't. Like I feel like we know a really solid blueprint of how to grow our sport. And I think something that has been clearly something people love is how much engagement the athlete has, whether that's in the collective bargaining agreements, whether that's in the general narratives around the leagues, whether that's like in the content. I mean, just did a whole panel on athlete-driven content. Like, the more the athlete is involved, I think the better the product. Like, obviously without the athletes, you don't have anything. And on the flip side of that, without all the smart people around that run the teams, like you don't have the sports either. And so I think for a long time, the athletes were sort of cut out of it. And now I think we're sort of getting our rightful place in the conversation at the table, adding what we can, adding our unique perspective to it, along with all of the other things that we know very well from sports.
Yeah, the athlete gives it breath, gives it feel, gives it nuance.
The authenticity.
Yes, the authenticity for sure. Gives it the expertise, because we lived it, so we have a different vantage point. What about, now that you're retired, and now that we're all retired, I guess, what about the difference between being an active player and a retired player? Like what are you seeing in that? In terms of how it impacts the business?
Well, it's just from a totally different perspective. Like when you're an athlete, it's just like you're just in it. You don't have to find your way in it and through it. And we're gonna, ask you about this for sure. And we are gonna bring you in. We're not.
Yeah, we are. We're not ignoring you.
I love this. I can sit here for the whole hour. I'm good.
You're like, I got a babysitter. I'm good. I'm kid free.
Yeah. Like as an athlete, you're already inside of it. You're a part of it. You're talking about it. You're in it. It's like everything is just right there. And I feel like as a retired athlete, you have to be more intentional on how you want to be involved in it, how you talk about it, really how you kind of sink your hooks in, I think. So that's sort of like the biggest difference. What have you, you got a year on me.
I do have a year on you.
So what am I missing here?
Well, I think as a retired player, you have more time, which is good and bad. Yeah. That's a whole other podcast. So you have more time to do all the things.
It's hard.
I feel like you don't have to worry about your team or your teammates as much and some of the things you might want to push on or discuss. I don't mean give crazy hot takes. That's obviously not what we do. But I just always felt as a player, I was mindful of all the people that I had to represent in one moment. Just sitting on a panel, I was representing 10 different people. And now it's just me and you, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, just us.
Just us, guys.
So that I feel
team.
like it gives it something different. As a retired player, you can cause a little more trouble. You're not gonna get in trouble.
Yeah, no, you got no, GM or president or coach or team
knocking on your door.
or media officer.
Right. Well, without further ado, we do have somebody sitting with us who knows a lot about the business of women's sports. World Cup champion, two-time Olympic gold medalist, Lauren Cheney-Holliday. Welcome, Lauren.
Thanks for having me.
Now Boston's finest.
Boston's finest. Boston's finest. All right, so before we get into a lot of the women's sports business stuff that you're getting into, something we talked about recently, it was during the Super Bowl, the Chiefs, they'd gone to the Super Bowl, 5 times, lost twice. Obviously, that means they've won 3. So this is the question we posed each other. Would you rather go to a World Cup final? Let's assume it was every year, not every 4. Would you rather go to a World Cup final 3 times and win 3, or go 5 and win 3, which means you lost twice?
Oh,
I know.
I like perfection. I'm super competitive, so 3 for 3 sounds pretty
Let's
dang
go.
good. But I think I would rather go 5 times.
But it means you were good enough to win and you lost.
I know, but
This is my
I think
argument.
of 2011, the World Cup, and when we lost to Japan. And it was like brutal. Like, I don't think you guys understand. Like, we were really freaking good.
We were better, yeah.
And our team was like, we really liked each other.
Yeah, it was a good
Like, it
group.
was like a really, really, really good team. And everything seemed to align. And it was like, we beat Brazil in like a crazy, crazy fashion. And it was like, oh no, this is our tournament. This is our game. And then we lost. And it was like, I think I learned more in that loss than I ever learned in a win.
I guess I forgot about the lessons and all that.
Yes,
But also, I
yes.
like never wanted to lose again. You know, like I feel like it was like, man, nothing is like given, even though we know that as athletes. Like it felt like it was written in the stars for us in 2011. Like,
Oh, I was like shocked. I was like, what do you, we lost? This is like, I thought we were just going to get here and win.
yeah.
We were both subbed off in
Wait,
that
is
game.
that-
I would argue that did not help us win.
Fair.
You at halftime because they thought your ankle was bad, and I was like, it's fine.
Tape it up over
I was
the
like,
cleat. Like,
she's
what are we
fine.
doing?
What is she doing getting subbed out? This is insane.
Okay, can I tell a story about 2011 too?
Please,
So,
yes.
2011, we like go in the meeting room. I am not starting. Meg is starting. Like this is our normal thing. We also play 2 completely different positions. No big deal. And we're watching the first game of the World Cup together. And on the screen, it comes across. It's like Lauren Cheney is starting for Megan Rapinoe, and we're like,
Like on ESPN,
Yeah.
like the ticker.
and I'm like, what? And she's like, what? And I was like, I don't play left mid. And she's like, you don't play left mid. And I'm like,
I think you should be starting, just not a.
and literally, I said, Meg, I can't play left mid. She goes, I don't know if you should be playing left mid, but you should be on the field. And that was when I was like, oh, damn, like she believes in me. And she could be like, screw you. Like, why are you starting over me? Like, because to be fair, Meg should have been starting also.
That's right.
But she didn't.
That is correct.
She didn't. She was like, this is what you need to like focus on. This is your strength. This is what you do. You got this. You're going to be fine. And I think that was like my favorite part of 2011 was like, we were literally sitting next to each other, both shell-shocked. I'm starting, she's not. I'm playing a position I've never played before in my life. And she's like, no, you got it.
Yeah, like
And
you'll be fine. But I'm pissed. and by the end, we were both starting.
Yeah. And I think, I don't know, that just like is what women's sports should be about. All sports should be about.
Yeah. I couldn't believe that we were not on the field together. I
I
was
can't
like,
believe we found out on the ticker.
it was fucking crazy.
On the ticker. And also
I was like, Pia.
you brought us all
Coach.
together to watch the game. You don't think you would have told us before, but hey,
I know.
you
I'm like, did you just tell them without telling us? This is.
it was
like,
wild. It was
what?
wild. Yeah.
Speaking of being in charge of your own media narrative, I mean, thanks a lot. Okay, so we're sort of newer to retirement. You're well into your retirement. How would you describe your relationship with women's sports? How has it changed over time? And are you watching as a fan or more of like with a business eye to it? Both. How's that whole relationship?
Yeah. So when I retired in 2015, I thought, oh, I'm retiring and I'm going to be like still very involved in the game and I'm going to like do other things like super impactful and I'm going to be all of the things. And then I got pregnant, diagnosed with a brain tumor, had my daughter 6 weeks early, end up having brain surgery 4 weeks later. And I literally wanted to hide from everyone. And I think it was like my way of healing, you know, like I needed a process. I needed to understand everything. And I wanted to be present. Like I wanted to be present with her. I wanted to be present with my family. Like I think I had a reality check of what mattered. And that lasted a total of 2 years. And then I was like, I have a daughter. What am I doing hiding? Like she needs to see that women are badass and she needs to see like what we're capable of. And that's when I started to like, okay, I'm gonna put myself out there. I want to be involved in sports, but I want to be involved in a way that like I'm able to change things. I don't want to just get involved and be like, oh, she put her name on something and everyone's happy. And so it took me a little while to really start to get into that. And now watching women's sports, I'm not only looking at it from the investment side, but like I'm a fan of our women's national team. Like I am an actual fan. Like I am texting people when Lily Johannes gets on the field, and I'm like, she is badass. Like, she's 17. I would have kicked the ball out of bounds 17 times at her age. And so I think I'm doing both. Like, I'm a true fan of the game and of the team and of all the women. And then I'm also like, how can we make this even greater than what it already is? The growth is crazy from the time the NWSL started till now. And now it's, like Meg said, like, you could buy a team for nothing. You just had to be a dad of a daughter. And now it's completely changed.
You just signed the check, dad of a daughter.
Yeah.
And they were like, that's plenty.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They're like, he cares.
Awesome.
He cares. Yeah.
Dovetailing on that a little bit, last year, NWSL final, 967,900 viewers, incredible numbers. I'm sure you're following the W as well. We were awesome basketball players in our day.
We'll get into that later.
We're going to get to that later.
Phenomenal.
Just like, what's your reaction specifically to the NWSL numbers, but also just to the last year in women's sports? Like, how has that been for you just watching it?
Yeah. I mean, I know, like, you and I could have stories for days, but
we played in front of like 12 people
Yeah.
at times. Not because we weren't entertaining, just I don't know why people weren't there.
because no one knew that
No
there
one
was
knew.
even a team
No one even
in the
knew the
city.
game was there.
My reaction is like, that's low. Like, that number is still low for us. And like the amount of awareness and the amount, like, I don't think people realize people are more invested in women's sports because of our genuineness. Like, you guys were talking, and I wanted to butt in, but I didn't. I listened very well. But you guys were talking about just like kind of, how that is like now for women. Like, how do you influence it as an athlete? How are you doing this? How are you doing that? And I'm like, women's sports was built on the back of women who cared about women. They didn't care about the celebrity. They didn't care about making money. Mia Hamm had no clue like the impact she was going to have on generations and generations to come. They cared about each other. How do we build each other up? They cared about growing the game, and they cared about little girls having someone to look up to and say, hey, I can do this. They cared about people being able to say, okay, these little girls, they don't have to just be this. They can be whatever they want to be. And I think that's the difference between women's sports and men's sports. And that's why I feel like we haven't even scratched the surface, because we care. And I feel like when you put love into something and you care so genuinely about it, it's just going to explode.
Yeah, well, I mean, to get into ownership, I think speaks to that as well. Like, you care. You want to be a part of this. You want to change it. You're obviously into that world now, as am I. Megan will get there eventually.
Yeah, I'm gonna
You're gonna
get
be an
there,
owner?
guys. I'm gonna get there, y'all.
Okay, we're waiting.
I know I'm not at your guys' level yet, but
Okay, I just want to point
I'm working hard.
But we are, as Megan mentioned, a little bit behind you. So when you already mentioned your journey and kind of like what made you want to get back out there in terms of having the impact on the game of soccer, now we're into ownership. What's like your vision on how your impact can be from the ownership side of things? Yeah,
I think that really when I've like thought about it and how I want to impact the game, is the word that always comes up is integrity, right? My husband plays in the NBA. I get to see ownership from the men's side, and then obviously I lived it on the women's side. And I think the common theme for me is like, there is a lack of integrity from the top down in all sports. And in women's sports, it's so much worse because there's been so much abuse, There's been so many things taken advantage of, women looked at as lesser, women looked at as whatever, men can do whatever they want or control it however they want. So I see that gap. But truly, in any business at the top, if there's not integrity, you don't have a product, right? And so I see this in women's sports. I see there's a lack of integrity from the top, whether it be whoever is leading it doesn't fully believe that it's going to get to $1 billion valuation, or they don't fully believe that the investment is worth it, or they don't see that their dollars are going to they're going to get paid back times 10 if they actually just invest in the women and invest in their facilities and invest in the betterment of the game. And so I think that my vision is like, how do you establish integrity from the top down? I already know our women are going to buy in. I already know that the players are going to buy in. But if you lie to them or you tell them, hey, we're gonna do this, and then you do the opposite, there's a distrust between ownership and player. And I think that that's my vision, is like, how do we create a world, because I think women are gonna do it first, how do we create a world in which there is integrity from the top down, and then every team in every league is going to want that model?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of times in sports, a franchise can get the tag of good culture.
Yep.
And you're like, no, it's the people in the franchise. If those people left, so would that culture. So I totally agree with you. Outside of some of the resistance you may have seen in some of what you mentioned, what else has been kind of like the biggest challenge in being in the ownership group?
I think the biggest challenge is like opening doors for athletes. Like you think about a Michael Jordan, right? Like, I don't know the whole story then. I don't know what happened when he got into ownership, but it seemed like they wanted him in that position. Fair. Mm-hmm. I would want Michael Jordan in that position also. But it's like, but what about female athletes who have made a fraction of what these male athletes have made? How are you giving them a platform to actually get involved? Do you know why I have the chance at ownership? Because of my husband. Truly. And like, I say that not because I'm like, oh, I'm so proud. It's like, well, he's made 10 times, 20 times more than I ever could have imagined making. And that's probably even light. And he says, I believe in women's sports too, and I believe in you, and go do it. But how many women have that? How many female athletes have went through and they're making that kind of money to be able to invest in? So it's like, what's the vehicle? Like, where are the owners that are saying, actually, I need to learn from you? Where are the billionaires saying, Sue, no, I want you to run it. Meg, I want you to run it. And I think that that's where there's a disconnect. We did that for Michael. Not that Michael couldn't buy a team by himself and he has the money, but there's a gap. Yeah, there's a wealth gap. And they're undervaluing. And so I think that that's the difference.
Where do you feel like retired players, like in the business development or the running of the teams, can be most impactful? Because I totally agree with what you're saying. It's like, I feel like I have, all of us have so much experience. We know the ins and outs. We know the long history. We know how to sell it. We know, what's coming next. Like, we understand what these players are going through. And yet, we don't have the money, so we're just going to be cut out. Where do you feel like we can have like the most impactful position in the business development? Or where would you like to have the most impact?
Yeah, well, first, if anyone wants to give Meg $1 billion, she will be an owner, and she would be a great one. So there's that.
We'll run it together.
I think the positions that athletes can be in, like culture, obviously, right? But also just in the hiring process. Who knows better than us than what a good coach is? Who knows better than us what a good president would be? Like, what kind of rapport? We can ask the hard questions. No, how are you going to treat a player when you know you're going to trade them and da-da-da-da-da and this? What's your protocol? And how are we going to create a culture this way? What do you believe in? We could weed out people in 2 seconds. Just because we've lived it. Mm-hmm. You know what coaches you didn't like. You know what GMs you didn't like. We know what coaches we didn't like. We know what, you understand as a player when it was a really toxic culture. So it's like, how are we not being asked to be a part of the hiring process? Why would we not want Meg and Sue in the board meetings understanding who are we hiring? And how do we develop a league? Where's the development side? And I think in the NWSL, that's where we lack. Like, where are we developing? We have 16-year-olds. They're nowhere near ready. Mm-hmm. With that said, I love Lily Johannes. Like, I think she's Ali Sentinor. These are phenomenal athletes. But we're doing a disservice to them not having an entire development side for them. Not just physically, mentally, everything. Like, when I came into the national team, I didn't speak. I was 17 years old. I'm like, I'm not saying a word until someone talks to me, right? Yeah. But it's like, we had older players that were taking us under our wing and kind of guiding us through. But like, why are we not doing that for 16-year-olds? Like, we need a development side. There's so much that we can do. And I think that athletes would serve as the best, like, understanding of that.
That leads me to my next question. I mean, you were the best player in the NWSL for the whole time that you played in it. You were the first player to have your jersey retired.
Thank you.
Your legacy lives forever there. And such a huge part, give that up. Such a huge part of like the early growth and development of the league. Now the league is what, in its 14th year, 14th year? What do you feel like is success for the league? You touched on a little bit this sort of like development part, but next, 5-10 years, like what do you feel like would be success for the NWSL moving forward?
I think facilities success would be, and I think we're doing it, making sure that we have very specific facilities for women, cutting edge, elite, top of the line programs for our specific female bodies, like investing in female bodies, understanding that, I think is success. I mean, on the other side, travel, I took 3 flights to get to Seattle once.
Yep, that's
I think we still beat them, but I won't talk about it.
And that is why your jersey is retired. Had 2 really crushing losses to Cheney in the final, back-to-back years. It was awful.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, you guys were better.
I think the
Really
travel is like a huge success. Like, how do we get them private travel? How are we treating them as they should be treated? Their bodies with recovery, everything, having that across the board. I think success is the valuations continuing to rise, but with no fluff, like real valuations. And I think the attendance numbers and the viewership, like those are going to show the success of the league. And most importantly, a healthy league. Like, stop with all the abuse and all of the shenanigans. Like, why are we rehiring? Why are we continuing the cycle? I think that we will truly hit like professionalism when we stop that.
Absolutely. So you are now advising Mercury 13, which owns FC Como in Italy. You've already talked about how your expertise in player treatment is kind of where you see you can have impact. I'm curious about what you're seeing in terms of the differences of working with a European club versus an NWSL club.
Sometimes I have PTSD because I feel like working with a European club is like 10 years behind the NWSL. And I'm going to Italy tomorrow to go and see Como women. And they're asking me for real feedback on their facilities, and I'm terrified. But they are, why I aligned with Mercury 13 and why I'm so passionate about them is because they want to make real change, and they want to do it the right way. And so getting to advise them, say, hey, I don't see eye to eye with that, but maybe this has been really fun. But I think the European Women's League is a little bit behind the NWSL. And then you see the difference like in the WSL, and now they're getting players from the NWSL. That's been a big topic. Are we worried? Are we not? And I'm like, it's not about worrying. It's about bringing all of the leagues up. Like, how are we getting the WSL? Because right now it's about the top 4 teams maybe that could compete with the NWSL and in like salaries and things like that. And then it's like, okay, what about the Italys and the Spains, and how are we bringing all of those, even the Scandinavian countries, how are we bringing all of these leagues up? So that's more so how I look at it. Yeah, you just brought up some of the poaching that's happening. Some of these European teams are taking some of the best players. Obviously, Naomi Girma is the most recent with this ginormous transfer fee. So I'm curious what you think about that, but what you think the impact is. Is it amazing that we're seeing this record-breaking transfer fee, right? Like, great, Naomi's gonna get paid all this money, or is it gonna ultimately hurt the NWSL, maybe even hurt the national team? I'm just curious your thoughts on that. I think it can be both. Okay. Like, I think we can celebrate that transfer fee, because way to go, girl. Huge Naomi Girma fan. Huge. Love her. I know, honestly, I played with her. Megan, you actually speak fondly of 2 people, Naomi and Lauren.
These are like her two absolute faves.
No shade.
Everybody
anybody
else, she's
but-
like, no.
Yeah. No, as players, yeah.
Yeah.
And people just,
You speak in a very high regard. The way she speaks about you, I'm noticing it, and how you describe Naomi. But sorry, continue.
So I think it can be both, right? I don't think because Naomi left, then the NWSL is crushed. But do I want Naomi in the NWSL? 1,000%. But I also think there's a way to honor, like, it can be our dream to go play in Europe. Like, it's a lot of girls' dreams to go play in Europe. Like, they have a vehicle to get there. They have the ability to go live a life in Europe and explore, and also be a part of a soccer culture that is just not in America. Like, and I think that's beautiful and great. And then also, what are we doing with our salary cap? What are we doing to keep them here? What are we doing to get the best European players over? And so I think that these are good problems to have, and they're gonna grow the league even more. So I think I sit in the place of both. Celebrate the $1 million transfer fee, celebrate Naomi, and I hope she crushes it. And I don't think it affects her on the national team. I truly believe she's the best defender in the world. And I don't think that that's gonna change. But also, how do we get her home? And I think that that's a problem the NWSL has to figure out.
Yeah, I think it's more like how, because clearly there was something enticing about that. And there could be things, like you said, she's living in London and she might really want to do that, and she wants to play overseas and play in Champions League. And that's something that NWSL is never going to be able to provide. Fine. That's not everybody's dream. But how do we make our environments irresistible, essentially?
1,000%.
So, I mean, I think part of the reason why she left was because of the environment in San Diego. It's like, I don't know what the practice facility is. The stadium field is wild. Like, other things happening. Maybe it's not the team she wants. So I think more than focusing on, like, okay, a couple players have left and freaking out about, like, how do we keep our players? It's more just like, how do we make this entire league better? All the teams, all the facilities, and that goes to the greater business. But yeah, I'm kind of in it with you. I'm like, okay, she wants to go over there and play. Like,
totally.
You know, she probably won't want to live in Europe forever. Maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows? I want to switch to the national team a little bit. Emma Hayes, they had their first, sort of like tournament loss. Emma Hayes had her first loss in She Believes Cup. I want to get your thoughts on that. There's a lot of like dissecting what this loss means. Does it mean anything?
They lost.
Yeah, they lost. The health of the team, their performance, like all of that. How are you looking at the team right now, and how did you view that She Believes Cup?
Okay, to be fair, and I want everyone to hear this, because I feel like when we were on the team, everyone was like, oh, those old national team players were such critics, right? Totally. Like, everyone was like, the 99ers hate us. And it's like, well, that's not true. Like, we want you to be great. And so I want to be clear, like, this is my favorite U.S. women's national team.
Oh, they're great.
Like, I love them. Watching at the Olympics, like, we were giddy.
Crying,
like,
giddy, screaming,
crying,
freaking
screaming,
out.
Giddy, like, so happy to watch them play.
Yeah, I love them.
And with that, I think they lost in the She Believes Cup. Big deal.
Yeah.
I think it's a time to examine. Mm-hmm. I think it is a time for competition. They have a lot of talent. They have a lot of pieces that they're going to have to put together. I don't envy Emma. And I think a loss is a loss. And I think that's what it was. I don't think it's anything bigger. I don't think we need to dissect it into like, they're going to fall apart. They're too young. They're too this. I think now is the time to lose.
Yeah, it's kind of like a perfect, I mean, it's like, of course, you never want to lose anything, but like, you did. So learn from it. Obviously, this front three is out. Naomi's gone. Rose is still out with injured. So there's a lot of players missing. I loved that all these players just got like thrown into the fire and was like, yeah, you go start. You go try to win the tournament. It's hard. That's going to be good because a lot of those players that were starting are probably going to be the players coming off the bench. Gives you an appreciation for how hard it is.
I agree.
Come off the bench, to start, to be the one where all the responsibility is, like all of that.
And it gives them a taste of what they want to fight for. Like if they never get to play, if they never get those minutes, if they're just the 10 minutes sub off the bench and they never actually get to play. You're so nervous going in the last 10 minutes or you can never get a rhythm. Like they actually got a chance to like see what it takes to play at that level against a really good Japan team.
Really good Japan team.
Like-
So good.
I only know what I know. I was blown away by them.
You know we hate playing against Japan. I mean,
Yeah, I know
they're
you
just
guys
like, you
do.
can't.
Japan is so good.
Not that different in basketball, to be honest. They play very similar.
Yeah,
so good.
and so I think it's okay. And if we want to talk about Emma Hayes, like we needed someone like Emma Hayes.
Yeah.
We needed someone to change the way that the U.S. women's national team is run. It has been the same way for so long. I mean, when we were there, it was like you grind until you can't grind anymore, right? There was never, you were never secure. You were never like, I could have started for 3 years straight and I'm like, oh my God, I might not make this camp.
Yeah.
I might not get called into camp.
Yeah.
And it's like, how? How is that like the culture? But that was the culture. And that is what made us great. And I think that is super powerful. And also, things have changed. And people are different. Yeah. And this generation is different. And like, hats off to Emma. I think she's doing it the right way. I think she is meeting them where they are. And I think she's letting them be them. And I think that's the first time in a long time that the U.S. women's national team has had the freedom to express themselves in the way that they want to. And I'm excited. I love them.
Same. We're just fans now.
Yeah.
We're just big fans now.
Outside of, you mentioned Lily, any other players?
Oh, Alex Sentner is amazing. Jaden Shaw, amazing.
We got a Utah.
We got a
owner in the
Utah,
house.
yeah.
We got a Utah Royals owner in the
Okay,
house.
can I tell you guys something? Please do not make fun of me.
Okay.
So all the young players, like some of them follow me on Instagram, some of them don't. I like added all of them and then
Totally. I follow him too. I'm like, follow.
and then after the game, one of the She Believes games, I think it was the first one, I'm like, you were phenomenal. If you need anything, I'm here.
I love that.
If you would like to talk. And so I'm like totally fangirling. Like
Did she respond?
yeah, all of them responded like, oh my gosh, thank you so much. But I'm like, I'm old, y'all.
Yeah. You're the auntie.
And I'm also like
the
a
auntie.
fan. I wanted to tell them like, thought you were phenomenal. Love the way you read the game. Lily, you play like you're 35. Like what? You're 17. I'm like so excited, but that's my confession.
I love it. Honestly, you brought up earlier, we were all at the Olympics last year together, and there was kind of a feeling of like, we didn't have a lot of connection with our past players. Like there wasn't the mechanism, like social media hadn't really like popped off the way it was. We didn't see them a lot. And now there's like so much more of us still involved. And that's something that we talked about. Like we want to have that connection. We're their biggest fan. Like
Totally.
I mean, even just from a selfish perspective, if the team's terrible after we leave, like that's a bad legacy. Like what the team's just like not good now. You didn't build a good foundation, but it's like, it is so cool to be able to be fans of them and still have that connection. Like the women's national team, the threads just, go all the way back to 85 or whatever, the first year of the team. Anyways, I'm just rambling now, but we just love them, basically what we're saying.
We were able to do a live show at the Olympics as well, and Mia Hamm came on, and that was probably my favorite part of that interview, was listening to her tell the story of Emma bringing the 99ers in to talk to the current team and just making that connection, because it is interesting in retirement. You can get lost a little bit as a player. You can get a little detached from different teams or different programs. And so to have someone, in this case, Emma, bring that all back in and just, again, watching Mia talk about it, kind of get choked up even, to keep that connection alive. It means so much to the younger players. I can only imagine what those players thought when they opened up their Instagram and saw that you had DM'd them. But then it means a lot to you guys too.
Yeah, I was a little worried they'd be like, who are you? But
no way. They know your stats. They know your stats. Okay, we're gonna switch it up a little bit. We're gonna talk about, back when you retired, you did describe it as choosing your family. It was a choice. You started a family. You obviously now have a beautiful family with Drew. What's it like watching Drew? Like, what's it like, being obviously his wife, but watching him as an athlete go through his career? Obviously, he just won with Boston, won with Milwaukee a couple years ago in year, let me check my facts, 16. So what's that experience like watching him?
Yeah, it's really fun. It's crazy. Like when Drew and I first started dating and then we got married, like I feel like it was all about me. Like I was on the national team. He went to 2011 World Cup. He went to 2015 World Cup. He went to the London Olympics. Like he was at all of those things with me. He just 2008 Olympics, he wasn't. And he like experienced those things like in Canada. He came for the entire time.
Wow.
And he brought my dad, so he is a saint.
Yeah.
Literally traveled with my dad like 30 days across Canada with my dad, knowing it was my last one.
I've done the guest program now once. That's that's a grind.
Yeah, it's a different level.
Yeah. You don't get to stay with them.
No.
Point that out.
Yeah, so he could see me when he saw me.
Yeah, they have like, I don't know, what's it called in prison?
Conjugals?
Yeah, not conjugals. I meant yard time.
Oh,
Yard time.
Whoa. What?
That's what Meg meant too. Yeah.
That's what I was talking about.
Anyways, recess.
So I feel like it was very much like he was supporting me. He was with me like there. And then when I retired and obviously I had the brain tumor, he took off time and I felt like a lot of it was about me. And now it's like so fun to just watch him. Like, I know that people watch Drew play and they're like, oh, he's so calm, he's so this. Like, it's really his personality. Like, Drew is pretty even across the board, like not too high, not too low. And he's like a player's player. Like he wants to do the dirty work. He wants to show up. He doesn't want to take a picture. He doesn't want to like be on stage. He doesn't want to talk in front of a camera. And so like really just to watch him be recognized for everything that I've known that he is, I think that is my favorite part. And like to see him succeed and win 2 championships and 2 gold medals, I'm like, well, yeah, duh. Like he's always been this, you know? But like for the world to see it has been amazing.
You guys are so similar in that way. You said player's player, like just the person everybody wants to play with. Like Drew can score 25 points and like maybe he will sometimes, but he doesn't really care. We're the best goal scorer that I've ever played with, and your passing was like way better than that. That's just like always something that stood out. And I feel like in this next iteration in your life, something you choose over and over and over again is community. I feel like you were choosing it when you played, just the type of teammate you were, but off the field now and in your retirement, you choose community over and over. Drew and Lauren Holiday Social Impact Fund has been what you say your biggest accomplishment to date. Can you just tell us about some of the work that you're involved in right now and like what that foundation means to you? You said before also like you don't want to just have your name on stuff. Like you guys do so much incredible work and have for so long. Tell us a little bit about that, what it means to you and what you guys are into right now.
Yeah, I think for me, it's a lot of pressure to like only care about yourself. Like you put a lot of pressure on yourself if you're like, oh, I want to win. So like for me, like telling you you're the best player in the world, that's way more pressure on you than it is on me. And maybe that's selfish, I don't know. But that was kind of like what I adopted was like, if I can make Meg the best player in the world, or if I can make Abby the best player in the world, then that's only going to help us win, right? Mm-hmm. And so I think I adopted that really early on. Actually, in 2008, when I made the Olympic team after Abby broke her leg, I was like, I'm never going to play a minute, and this sucks, because who wants to go to the Olympics and like never play? As a competitor, you don't want to. Like everyone should be like, oh, you're happy to play, but I wasn't. And I had to change my mindset of like, I'm going to be the best teammate, right? And I think that just is who I became and who I wanted to be. And I think off the court and off the field, it's the same. Like you see marginalized communities, you see people who are being mistreated and not treated the same as what I've been treated. And I'm married to my husband who has not had the same experience as me. I'm raising Black children in America. Some of my best friends are, married to other women, or they're transgender, or there's things that are happening where it's like they still deserve to be loved. They still deserve to have rights. And so I think that honestly that comes from my foundation, from my family, from my faith. And I believe that like, I'm a Christian and I believe that God is love, and I believe that that means loving all people. And so how do I show that in the way that I live? It's how you show up for people. It's with a conversation, a hard conversation sometimes, or when you see that a whole group of people are being mistreated, or not given the same opportunity, then it's my obligation to step in. It's all of our obligations to step in and to be their voice. And so I think that is truly how, thank you. I think that's how JLH started, was Drew didn't want to go back to the bubble. He was like, how am I going back to the bubble? You're pregnant with my son, who's Black, and George Floyd just happened. There's a global pandemic that's disproportionately affecting the Black community more than the white community. Like, all of these things, he's like, what am I doing? Why am I going back? And I'm like, well, you not going, nobody's gonna care. And I mean that in the
harsh
nicest
truth.
But I mean it in the nicest
You're
way.
right, yeah.
Like, that's, you taking a stand does nothing for anyone. Like, truly, like, you saying, no, I'm not going. So I'm like, how do you actually make an impact? And Drew was like, I don't know. And I was like, what if we just give away the rest of your salary? And if you know my husband, he said yes, thinking it was his entire salary. Like, that just doesn't matter to him. And that's how it started. And honestly, like, we tell everyone that's the easy part. Writing a check is the easy part. What these businesses, what these nonprofits are doing, that's the hard part. And right now, with like DEI being rolled back and things happening in our country under this administration, like, we need people more than ever to believe in each other. We need people to step up where they need to step up. And I think that hopefully we can continue to do that with JLH, but not only that, we can inspire others to do the same.
God, we need more of you guys
More,
in
I
the world. Clone them.
Okay, so we're gonna get into a couple games here, but before we do, something Megan and I talked about on the pod once before was soccer players playing basketball and vice versa. Megan thinks she's like an excellent basketball player. She rates you really high.
Yeah.
So what is your take on your own basketball game?
I could play defense.
All right, so do you think you could post me up, back me down, and score on me the way Megan says?
Absolutely not. But I might be able to outrun you.
I
don't know.
what?
I might be able to outrun
I
you.
feel like you're a bucket.
Meg, I think that I was a bucket for soccer players.
Exactly.
However, I could defend. I would work really hard. I would defend.
Yeah, we'll work hard.
You're 3 and D? 3 and D?
We'll foul.
No 3, just the D.
3 and D
okay?
without the
Just
3.
D, yeah,
Got it.
just the D.
Okay, so Megan did this. You want to build a basketball team of national team soccer players. Could you do that?
You're
Just pick
obviously
5.
on my team.
Yeah. I would pick Meg.
So
it would
it's
be
me and Cheney.
Yeah, so me, Meg. Gosh, I'm trying to think now. Like, when I played the national team players that I played, I think I would pick Alyssa Nair.
Absolutely.
Need
She
some
was on my
height.
team.
Need some height.
Yeah. She went to Huskies basketball camp when Sue was the
She was a
counselor.
junior. Yeah, Alyssa Nair was a junior Husky.
She's big UConn fan. She's from.
So are you judging our pick, or?
No, I love it.
Okay.
And
you need some height. She's like
Lizzie's just
5'10".
like crazy, so we need her.
I'm gonna go with Abby.
Yep. Yeah. She's tall.
I'm gonna go with Abby. She told me she was good once.
I can see her fouling a lot.
Yeah, she was. She was
I
physical.
don't see the. Yeah, I want her on my team though.
Yeah.
I definitely want her on my team.
For sure. She'd be a good rebounder. She had good timing in the air.
She wouldn't get 1 rebound. I just want to be clear
Come
about this.
on.
You guys are getting no rebounds. Only if they went long.
We're all fouling out though.
Yeah. Oh.
1,000%.
We need extra fouls.
Every single person.
like a
It's
handicap.
not- okay, I need one more. I need to think.
No, it's tough.
Maybe it's a 3-on-3 team.
No, I think I'm gonna go Hope Solo.
Okay. Guys got a lot of aggression on there.
Yeah. That's our only hope.
That's why I
Beat
said
the
we're all,
shit out of you
we're all
guys.
fouling out.
All right, bench start cut. We've got 2 versions for you. Okay, from a trophy case standpoint, bench, start, cut, these achievements. Your own World Cup title, Drew's NBA title, or the 4 gold medals in your household.
Oh.
Bench, start, cut.
Well, I think that the start is my World Cup title.
Love it.
The bench is his NBA title, and then cut the 4 gold medals. I don't know
Gold
where they
medals
are
are
anyway.
It's true. I know. They're always like in a
I
weird
don't know where.
place.
They're probably still
They're
in
in a
the
drawer
bag.
anyway.
There is in a drawer.
Okay, post-career workouts. We see you getting it on Instagram.
Oh, I'm having some knee issues right now, but
Yeah, that's
I
retirement.
was just battling some knee issues and I'm battling a hip issue.
It's a lot. Okay, boxing, treadmill run, yoga.
Oh, I'm starting boxing, benching, treadmill, and then yoga.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with
Yeah, I know. Running's hard. I've started running again. I'm like, oh, this is a lot. I'm like good at it, obviously, but then I'm also like, this is so hard.
you. I
I
think
told you, I
boxing's
saw
really
you
hard.
at Barry's, and I'm like, she never even ran when she was on
I
the
know,
national
and now I'm
team. Like,
kind of
what?
into it, but I'm also like, this is really hard.
I do all the classes.
Name all the classes that you do.
I do Barry's. I do, well, there's 2 in Seattle that are more like locals.
Okay.
But I'll shout them out. Shred 45, Rowdy Box. I do Rumble. I do, well, the hot yoga place, Bodhi. I do, or Bode. I do F45. The only one I haven't done is Orange Theory, and I'm like, I can't get into the heart rate competitive thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to know my
Metrics
splat
are
points.
too much.
But also Orange Theory. Okay, this is a hot take. I think Orange Theory is like the elderly version of Barry's.
Oh. Okay, so I'm in the right spot. And
You're not elderly.
last but not least, I do Pilates, but more specifically Megaformer Pilates, SLT,
And the
some
tread.
solid core, and they have an SLT tread class. I mean, I'm booked all week, guys. You should see the apps I'm managing.
That's
It is-
impressive.
It is. I am motherboarding my apps in these classes. Like, oh, 9 a.m. Can I get there? But it's
Well balanced.
It's
Yeah.
also mostly what it comes down to is there's no self-motivation left. That was all used up. 0. So it's like if somebody isn't telling me to do it, I'm just not. I'm like, what? It's like we have a gym in our apartment. I haven't been in there in
we
months.
chose. We live in New York now. We chose our apartment complex based on the workout facilities and that it had a pool. I have not been in that pool once.
No.
It was lofty goals, right? Yeah.
We're like,
gonna
oh, we'll
swim
swim.
in
That'd be
retirement.
great. It's good for your body. I mean,
Haven't been in it once.
please.
Anyways, okay, so we're gonna take some Q&A from the audience before we head out of here. Does retirement make it easier or harder to be an activist? During your playing career, you have a built-in platform, but possibly also leagues or teams that want to have influence. So is it easier or harder?
I think it's easier. Back to what Meg was saying earlier, I feel like when you're in it, you're together, I feel like you live in a bubble. I don't feel like that you always live in reality. I used to have a friend that would tell me, like, you don't get to not text me back when you're in camp. And I'm like, oh, fair. Okay, you're right. You're still my friend in camp, too. Like, what a concept. But I think outside of it, it's easier to be an activist. You have more time, like you said, and it's just easier to see everything.
Yeah, you're like in the real world.
Yeah.
Okay, what are some of the biggest areas of untapped potential in women's sports? For example, a specific sport, an area of funding, or a gap in the media?
I think it's marketing. I think that's like the biggest gap. Like, why do people not know about us more? Like, you see men's stuff all over. It's all over TVs. It's all over every channel. It's all of that. So I think, like, put us out there, let people see us, and they're gonna follow.
Yeah. Okay, so on that note, do you have any advice for female athletes in sports that still lack awareness, attention, marketing for the actual athlete?
Yeah, I think, like, seek it, learn it. I do think that that's one thing I wish I did when I was playing, was that I wanted to learn the business side of sport more. I didn't care. Did you care? Like, I feel
Only
like you
till
were
later.
more. Yeah,
Later.
I just didn't care. I was like, I'm gonna play because I love to play, and then, like, I'm gonna go have fun when when I'm not playing. I'm gonna go do what I want and be with my family and do all of those things. So it's like, you have so much time, even though you're in a bubble. Like, invest that time in understanding it, and I think that will help immensely.
Yeah, you have been amazing at this, and this Sloan conference is literally like a perfect case in point. Because I think even in the beginning, you started coming here before we met, but I was kind of like, what is it? And like, why are you going? Like, I don't really get how it works. You know, like I know you're gonna be there and wherever you are, it's good, but like,
I was like, 2 words, green room.
green room, yeah. And it's like, we have the opportunity, whether it's like going to the White House because we won something and you get to meet the president and you get to meet all the people that work there, or you can go and, you know, be in a media room and like so many different journalists, or you're like go to a speaking event and it's Fortune 500 CEOs. Like, soak it up. I would say that to I think all the students in here too, and just to young people, you know, especially being at a university like this or having this kind of access, like you have access to so many different kinds of people and expertise and opinions in different walks of life. I think just in general, like don't pass that up. I do think sometimes it was like when we were younger, I'm like, I don't really care. Like I just want to play. And it's like, you can certainly do that. And then just know when you're done, like it's going to kick you right in your teeth. Because then you're like, now you don't even know how to be in the world. So I feel like that is something that you have always been really amazing at, is like taking the time to talk to people and be interested and like learn things. And then now you're like pulling all of those levers and those threads back into your life in your retirement.
Yeah, I just think as an athlete especially, you're just going to be able to get into a lot of different rooms. You're just going to be in a lot of different rooms. So you want to make the most of those opportunities. Again, being your authentic self, all the things that have been talked about, honestly, all morning, even with your panel. But yeah, when you're in there, you make connections. You just never know who you're going to meet, what you're going to learn, how it could come back around, 6 months, a year, 5 years, whatever it is. You might cross paths again with somebody. So I guess come from a place of yes when it comes to those types of things. Okay. Did you have a moment where you realized that others were really catching on to the value of women's sports?
I think my moment was when I'm an investor in Angel City, and like seeing their valuation hit what it did, I was like, oh, this is real. And when you talk about trends, I'm like, that's not going to trend backwards. That's going to continue to rise. And I think that's when I was like, oh, people are going to be interested, even if it's not for the right reasons, because they actually believe they're going to make money off women's sports. And so I think that was like the realization of like, oh, this is real, this is happening.
Yeah. You have a good one.
What? Which one?
Paige Beckers and Haley Van Lith's following.
Oh, yeah.
That was a long time ago. That was a really good light bulb moment for you.
Very quickly. So our CBA in the WNBA was being negotiated in the year 2019. We ended up signing it like January of 2020. And there was just something, I remember talking to people in our executive committee and, the ways in which it impacted was, I kind of started to see with Paige Beckers, particularly, Haley Van Lith a little bit, but really Paige, I was like, man, she's like a junior, maybe a senior in high school. I was like, something's different about the way people are following her, the way people are engaging with her. And it wasn't just young girls, it was boys too. It was men. There was just something different about how she was attracting people to her and then to the game of women's basketball, where I was like, I think something's going to happen.
Yeah.
And that actually really informed a lot of how I was approaching. I was an executive committee member, how I was approaching that negotiation. Because it was like, we can't think about like these next 2-3 years. We have to think when the Pages of the world, what ended up being, right, like the Angel Reeses of the world and the Caitlin Clarks of the world and the Cameron Brinks of the world, we're like, this needs to be in a good place. So when they come in, it just explodes. So yeah, thanks, man.
I got you.
Shout me on that one.
It was more than just her Riz hands, You guys know? Yeah.
Paige's Riz hands.
Yeah. Nice.
Okay, 50 seconds, last but not least. It's a pretty easy one. What do you like as a sports fan? You talked about following Drew. You talked about the national team. Like, what do you like as a sports fan?
Depends on the sport. Women's national team, I am like all in, girl, like cheering. Also,
Yeah,
like
we were nuts.
I'm their auntie. Like even if I'm mad at them, I love them, and I'm like they're gonna be great. At Drew's games, I am a drag. I'm a drag. I am, and I'm like I really hope no one sits next to me because the amount of shit I talk is is not okay. And it's not okay. And sometimes I'm like, I should just stay on the couch. I'm better on the couch, at home than
Couch coach?
someone possibly hearing what I say out loud in the stands.
In the wild. I love that. Can't take the competitiveness out. I'd just like to say this is the first time we have ever finished this show on time. Woo! It helps having a clock. Yeah. Props to us.
Nice.
But of course, Lauren Cheney Holiday, thank you so much for joining A Touch More Live. That's our show. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
You didn't take the mic.
Hello and welcome. My name is Carl McKay. I'm an MBA student at MIT Sloan, and it's my pleasure to introduce to you today an amazing panel, the New Age NFL Front Office. Today's panelists are Scott Pioli, former NFL executive of the New England Patriots and other teams, Larissa Horton, CEO Sumer Sports, Kevin Demoff, President, Los Angeles Rams, and our panel is moderated by Bill Connolly, staff writer at ESPN. Let's put our hands together for the panel.
All right. Well, first of all, thanks to Carl. He was immensely helpful with prep here. So I'm going to start this out. Well, I think my first Sloan was 2012. And I pretty clearly remember those first few years. They're talking about the advances different sports are making. Baseball's already exploded. Basketball is in the process of exploding at that point. And, Daryl would get to football and just be like, well, they need to go for it more on fourth downs, and then just move on to other sports. And clearly over the last 10 to 12 years, that's changed quite a bit. And I'm pretty excited about, getting to talk about some of the advances that have come, not only through analytics, but just in the front office in general. So I'm going to start this panel like every panel should start with a Bill Walsh quote. In his football Bible, Finding the Winning Edge, Bill Walsh talked about outliers. He said, he noted that, 6 to 10 plays can impact a game or impact a season, whether you were under 500 or made the playoffs. But the good teams kind of stayed good. And then as he put it, interestingly, the negative outliers tend to be the same teams year after year. I don't know if he actually had a catty tone when he said that or if I just hear that myself. But I wanted to start with Larissa. You're new to football in general. And you can serve as a fresh set of eyes in that regard. But for what you've learned so far, what are the biggest reasons those negative outliers, without naming any names, maybe struggling to keep up right now? Where do you think there are opportunities for advancement there?
Well, first off, excited and honored to be here with you guys. Like you said, I am new to football. I've been here now about 8 months, and I've been surrounded by some amazing folks who have decades of experience. We have 600 years of NFL experience at Sumer. And we've actually had a lot of these discussions and debates about why are teams the way they are, how have they not changed, what's going on. And the debate typically spawns two conversations. It's what is the scout's view, the experienced eye, versus what are we seeing in data? And how are the opinions the same or different? And interestingly, there's, as unexpected, there are things that are very common, and we didn't think they spent enough on the offensive line, or we didn't think that that was the right bet on the right quarterback. And there's a couple key ingredients that were very necessary when we look at all of the various, teams that have won Super Bowls or are in playoffs. And, some of those ingredients just didn't show up in some of these teams and consistently struggled. And the why they struggled, we looked not just at player evaluation, but the cap situations. And that cap situation has a huge impact, obviously, on the selection or available supply and demand that you can have access to. But you mentioned the same mistakes happening over and over again. I think this is where some of the human bias of what you believe is the winning formula does show up sometimes, right? And that's where the interesting debates happen for us is, okay, like we did this already, we tried this already and it didn't work. Why do we think it's gonna work this time? Like, what are we gonna do differently, or what's gonna happen differently from our previous hypothesis that will make it work this time? And so the data has been interesting for that. And someone not in football versus folks who have been in football, I think it's highlighted some very different insights.
And Scott, along those lines, what are the defining characteristics, I guess, of good versus bad?
Well, I think what she's talking about is preparation, right? And how do you prepare not only for the game itself, but the organization in the offseason, the decisions you make that are talent acquisition, talent identification, and talent development. And I think some of it comes back to, but we talked about this a little bit earlier. It's really important to be smart and to be forward thinking. But before you do that, you have to get the basic stuff right. And a lot of the winning and losing and the repetitive winning and losing, whether it's the decision making made by a franchise or made on game day, I think comes back to a lot of fundamental things. Fundamentals, certain disciplines, right? Penalties, turnovers, not doing dumb stuff. And Kevin is with one of the youngest, was one of the youngest and smartest coaches in the league. However, his teams, generally speaking, aren't heavily penalized. They don't have a lot of turnovers. They don't do dumb stuff at bad times. They're prepared for situations. And those are just basic, very fundamental things. So when it comes to the teams and franchises, I think it's not just the on the field Sunday, well, can't even say Sunday anymore. Game day, the game day performance, it comes down to doing the fundamental basic things right. Then you can be smart and do smart things or smarter things. But that also happens, I think, in the off-season decision making as well.
Now, Kevin, you're obviously part of a pretty smart organization, and you're actually kind of part of two different organizations at the same time. It seems like you have a couple hats here, but how does overseeing, team and media operations for the Kroenke Group as a whole, how does that inform how you oversee the Rams?
Look, I think you pick up on different patterns, as Scott said, and it's interesting to listen to the discussion. It's hard to believe this will be my 17th year with the Rams. I've been a negative outlier, as you discussed, for 8 years, and a positive outlier, for 8 years, and didn't have a winning season in my first 8, and since we've hired Sean, we've had some pretty good success. And I think, one of the things that's true to me over time is the greatest competitive, at least in football, and I think this is true now watching other sports, the greatest competitive advantage in sports is winning, and that sounds really dumb. Except what it means is you get to keep your people together, you get to refine your processes, you get the confidence of, hey, we've made these decisions, they've worked, let's keep doing them. when you are a losing franchise, and we were very bad, and when I got to the Rams, they had been 3-13 and 2-14, and one of the reasons I took the job, I said, there's nowhere to go but up. And we went 1-15, and it was like, okay, the next time you say that, you better be winless. But when you're chasing winning, you always think there's a shortcut, or you think that you don't know what it looks like. And so when you get in the moment, the decisions you're making may seem right at the time, but you don't have, a standard to compare them to. I think that's where when you go through each year, it's like, hey, this is what winning looks like. And I think for a franchise, when you carry it over into whether it's basketball, hockey, soccer, the worst thing we've done in sports is we have shortened the time frames of GMs across any timeline. And we've incentivized them to think short term, and we don't give them the time to actually test theories, see if they work, course correct, and go through it. And I think when you go through these things, you learn like, hey, the core decency of what you have and how you build, what are your fundamental principles? If after 2 years, your job is on the line, the social and human dynamics take over any of this. This is, building teams in sports is art, not science. And so much of that art comes from outside critics' views of what is good art and what's not. And so I think once you factor that in, and it's these decisions aren't made in a vacuum. You have an owner, you have fans, you have customers. What do they think? And it is impossible for that not to filter into the decision making when you're struggling. And so you're balancing a lot of different things versus, I think, and Scott can say, once you're an established winning franchise, you can block most of that out because we'll make decisions right now and they may be batshit crazy. And people will be like, oh, but we trust Sean and Les. If we had made those decisions in 2013, people would be like, you're batshit crazy, right? And and I think that's the difference of the way the world operates.
That's part of the entitlement that comes with success until you're dumb again, right? But you mentioned that the giving someone time. Kevin, I look at your career. There were people trying to run you off early on and hold,
Rightfully so.
No, I respectfully disagree, and not just because you're a friend, it's because you had put certain things in place. You've got to give smart decision makers, or you've got to give people, allow their processes to manifest themselves, because that's what we're putting in place is processes. And if the time frame is too short and we're over analyzing things in that moment, you don't get to see the process run its course.
Is it just the process, or is there you mentioned kind of a learning cycle of trying something? It's okay to fail, having the psychological safety of, I'm not just going to get let go after 1 year.
He didn't have psychological safety. No, seriously. No, because they were calling for him, and not rightfully so.
But then there's also, I think, coming from an outside point of view, the measurement of some of that. How do we incorporate what you are saying is situationally batshit crazy here, but not anymore because of the trust and the leverage. But at the same time, like when we look at it, we're looking at just a purely analytical view, plus obviously the human experience. And I think there are some things that we can look back at and say, this was a good decision. Subjectively, objectively, what were the different conversations? And how does that change when you bring some of that measurement into that conversation?
Look, I think people look at what they think are good decisions at the time, right? And I think going back to where Bill started, which Bill Walsh, I do believe, there are a handful of plays that make up each game, a handful of plays each season. We could be sitting here with a Super Bowl ring right now if we correctly blocked a 3rd and 2 against the Eagles. We didn't. That one play may have changed. Now, we came back, Eagles were deserving champions, but we can look back on one play and say that may have changed the trajectory of our franchise for a long time. And so when you add those up and you get to a certain number of times, but what I say, and I always say this, like if you look at NFL franchises, and I believe it's true in other leagues, there are 32 teams. They all spend $10 to $15 million on scouting. The collective wisdom is usually not all that wrong. But it's like, where do you find those little differences that make 2 to 3 plays a game stacked up over time? And usually it is betting on something that is not standardly agreed upon. It is taking a swing outside of how people would view the normal world, and then that works, and then you do it again, you get confidence, and until people figure out kind of what you're doing, you get that short-term competitive advantage. The thing in the NFL, I think it's true in all leagues, is that erodes very quickly.
People
right?
adjust.
The IP within your franchise gets distributed pretty quickly, and then now that's gone.
So every GM hired since 2022 is under 50. And of the 4 that were hired this young offseason, 2 are under 40, one's under 35. There's still some veterans out there, but recent trends kind of suggest that teams think they need a young hotshot to run whatever the kind of the new GM role is at this point. It started with Scott. Like, how have the
guy who's way over 50.
how the core competencies of being a GM, like to you, how much has that changed, or what's changed the most, I guess?
Oh, I think what I've seen change the most, it's interesting because when I started in it, I didn't have the GM title, but I had the GM-ish role. I was 34. I think what I've seen through all the iterations is, quite honestly, the number of people that you have to manage. Yes, the game has changed. Yes, analytics is changing it. There's always been analytics. Oh, by the way, we just as some of we old folks never, resist the word analytics. But to me, it's the number of people that you have to manage in the role of general manager, and the diversity, which is actually, it's a blessing, because you're getting diversity of thought, you're getting diversity of bias, you're getting diversity of culture, you're getting all these different voices, right? We have all these new departments now that we're adding. The owners don't like it a whole lot because it's headcount and salaries, but you're managing more people. And I think when you're in that role of general manager, that there's more people and more differences that you have to try to pull together. I think there's also, just as the world has evolved in a positive way, it's the culture of the internal building has changed dramatically, and how things are handled, how people speak, how they don't speak. I think that's probably the biggest change that I've seen, the enormity and the breadth of the people that are involved in it.
And Kevin, along those same lines, 16 years as Rams president, thinking back to the first year, what's unrecognizable from then to now, just in terms of how the front office as a whole is?
Everything has changed. I mean, I don't think, Scott says, you can't look at the 2000s now versus, the way the world is. I mean, technology has evolved. I mean, my first time speaking at Sloan was in 2008, in a basement at MIT. And, and I think the thing is, right, like if you look at how people's thought processes evolve. But the one thing that goes back, like back then, GMs used to get 5 years, and there was a very clear progression of how you became a GM. And I think that's got thrown into the wayside. And you could argue for better or for worse. I think one of the things we did, I think at the Rams, which helped us be successful, is we really split the job into 2 functions, which is helping pick players and then helping run the building. And because often what we do in sports, and I think this is true kind of across, is we'll take people who have come from good franchises who might be the number 2 in charge and in charge of scouting and put them in the role of GM. And we assume then that they learn the skill set of how you manage people in a building every day, how you work with the trainer and the head coach. And like that may not be their skill set. And by the way, nobody in time has ever said, we're going to send you to a course to develop your leadership skills or your soft skills or any of the things that most of us who go through real life training go through. Like we just say, you were good at picking players this one place, even though we don't know that you were picking the players there. And now we're going to presume that you can do it here with a new coach and a new ecosystem. And I always say like NFL franchises, and this is true across all sport, we do crazy stuff. Like you make a change, no Fortune 500 company would ever be like, you know what, we're firing our CEO, CMO, CFO, and CTO all in the same week. And then we're going to replace them all in 2 weeks from a competitor, but we can't have people who are in those positions. We have to pick the underlings of those positions, right? Like that's an insane way to build a long-term successful franchise. And I think when you start to push that through, it's like, okay, how do we find, I think the NFL has gotten much better at what are your skill sets? Where do you thrive? How do we let you do that? And how do we build a support system around you in the same way that former GMs didn't get the shot? But I do think the one, and this is a curiosity I've always wondered, and Scott, like, we do not let GMs who failed the first time come back the same way we do anybody else. And that's really unfair because I think what you would learn, if there was one job in the NFL, I think where you would learn on the job, as you said, and grow, it's at the GM spot because it is very different than anything you've done before.
Absolutely, and it's interesting because when you look at the number of head coaches, for instance, that are given second chances and then have success, right? You need to fail to have success or to learn or to have things, embedded in a certain way. And when you look at it, and no one's talked about this a whole lot publicly. I know Thomas talks about this quite a bit. If you look at the GMs that have gold jackets, they all had very rough former lives, right? Whether it was, George Young may be the only one that wasn't fired but Bill Polian was fired twice, I think, before he went to the Colts and had that great run. Bobby Beathard, he's been, that it happened to him. Ron Wolf, Ron Wolf was a part of that Jets franchise back in the day that was really rough. So not getting a second chance or that second opportunity, it's a really curious thing. I don't think anyone's ever really come up with the answer to it, but it lends into this other part where we're talking about, some of the success that we had at the Patriots. Part of when we talk about diversity, Bill, we talked about this earlier, the diversity is the diversity of experienced minds within. It's not just cultural, it's not just gender, race. We always made sure that we had, I don't know if I can say this, but old people around, right? We had Bucko Kilroy, when we went to the Patriots. I spent a lot of time with Bucko. When we were, every place we went, we had older people that had experiences and a different type of intelligence and perspective to add to that. And I think that's a really important, I answered your question, but I also think that if you're a young person and you get in a role, having experienced people around you can really, really help. And I looked at you, you've got a group of experienced people that you're helping them and they're helping you.
Yeah,
and in your career, Kevin, your father's experience, even though, so having that experienced person really helps.
You mentioned culture and leadership. So having not been in football, I've been a leader for, almost 2 decades. And this is where I think the kind of diversity of thought that you're willing to bring in and how you leverage that diversity for a better outcome is definitely a big part of how we've built the team. All of these scouts have done things I've never done. I'm never going to be a GM. That's perfectly fine. But how do we find the better of the two as we bring that technology to the surface? And really, we're trying to understand what are the challenges that GMs are facing every single day, and how do we help aid that more than anything? Because it is a high-risk job, right? It is being gone after a year is very difficult. We know every single week matters. And so the perspective we've been taking at Sumer is, of all the things that you're doing, how can we help you do it faster, better, with a little more confidence? And that confidence comes from both the experienced folks that we have in the company, as well as the technology that helps you do things very differently. And it's hard. It's hard because, as we had talked, experience gives you confidence that you're doing the right thing the right way. And so when you become one of the 32 GMs, which there's only 32, you start to ask yourself, why do I need to do something different? Why do I need to listen to someone different with a different point of view? Where we've, I think, found a really good medium is, let me find the problems you have and how technology can help that. And whether it's the famous one me and Thomas talk about is, I finished a game, I get a phone call for a trade, and I need to figure out, what do? I have to call people, I need to figure out trades in history, I need to figure out how it'll impact my cap. I'm like, how long does that typically take you? He's like, well, it depends. Depends on the systems, it depends on the people, depends on the team. Like, okay, but what if we can have that in the palm of your hand, and now you see all the information, within seconds? How does that change how you work and how you execute as an executive? And by the way, your team is still there to support you, to go and dig in deeper, to find that next edge. But there's some things that can be easier, that can be faster, so that you can perform at the next level and continue to find, that next edge as a team. And that's really how we've been talking about supporting the GM role and the evolution of that GM role while leveraging all of the experience that's there.
Yeah, so to spin this towards analytics a little bit, it's clear that analytics departments are far higher volume than they were 10 or 15 years ago, and there's more influence overall. But starting with Larissa, what are the areas for improvement there as far as properly working analytics just into your general decision-making framework? Or like where's that's still kind of lacking?
So we've met with a lot of teams. Everyone has an analytics department. Everyone has hired great people. I don't think it's a question of whether there's analytics or not in a club. I think you guys have mentioned this as well. There's always been analytics there. I think the question is, what is it that an outside vendor can provide to a franchise that's different? We aren't a club. We are not chasing a win every single week. We have a little bit of a longer term in terms of ability to invest and create and innovate. And so we're able to bring tools that are sometimes harder to build inside of the club. We were able to do deep research. So one of the things that we recently launched and showed is frame level analytics. So yes, we talk about snaps, but now we're looking at every frame, what do we think is going to happen and what's the probability of things happening. Now, if we take what you do at a frame, at a snap, at a game, and now predicting that across a season, you have a different view. One of the things that we had to do is tie that all back to film. Why? Because when we go and talk to customers, the clubs, the colleges, they're like, well, I don't know if I believe you. I don't know if I believe, what you graded this person or what you thought was going to happen here. We're like, that's fine. You don't have to believe everything we say. It's another data point for you to use to evaluate, was there an edge here that I didn't take advantage of, or was there a situation here? And this is really us looking more at the anomalies of what we're finding more than anything else. And so I think the evolution is really, you have the analytics team, but how do you raise the waterline by starting at a different starting point, by leveraging a platform and a technology that's different?
And Kevin, along those same lines, like, taking all this new insight and making it actually actionable, like what are the biggest challenges still, when it comes to that?
Look, I think the greatest challenges are getting them into the beginning of the process so that people don't know their analytics, right? Like, I think if you can, throughout your building, right? Like, it doesn't matter whether your head coach is relied upon them, your GM. I think if analytics are embedded in the initial inputs and information so that people don't recognize them as analytics. And I don't say that as a bad word, right? But like in our scouting systems, the way we operate, they're baked into every player profile, review, how we work, well before the scouts know it and well before the coaches, when they get to the draft, ever review it, right? And so therefore, it is not like the eye test versus the analytics, right? Like, because that's always going to be, especially in football, your hardest place to break things down. It's like, look, no, we're going to tell you that this is exactly how we look at the world, right? And one of the first places where we were very good at that as an organization is, not using 40 times, right? And I know whether it was Cooper Kupp or Puka Nacua or Kyron, like that was one of the hallmarks of what we did, instead using 3-cone and other measures, of speed, because it was an inaccurate science. Now, if you still go to, a receivers coach and tell them that this player ran a 4.7, automatically in their minds, it's going to drop. It's one of the reasons we don't go to the combine anymore, or stopped going 5 years ago, because the first thing you see of a player is them running, right? No matter what, that's your first impression of them. Versus, well, how did they play against Iowa State? And so I think you have to get that baked in so that it's not attention, that it's informative at the base rate, but not to the people who are going to be resistant to it. You do that. And then, ultimately, the more, and I think it's what Larissa did, the more it works, the more people are willing to be like, okay, I trust that when you tell me this player is faster than I think they are, to ignore the 40 times. But that it goes back to where we started, 2 to 3 years of drafting a player, selecting them, having them be successful to go prove that this theory was right.
This is part of the fact, because exactly what you're talking about now, finding a way to have it baked in, it goes back to this diversity component that I keep thinking about, the diversity of thought. And one of the most important things is this human dynamic. And we've all agreed back when we were talking back there, is this human component and the human bringing people together, right? That's what teamwork is about. Regardless of the sport, you're trying to win a championship and bringing people. It's not just bringing players together. It's not just bringing coaches together, right? With analytics, we're bringing two worlds, and we've brought another culture into the game that has thought one way for years and years and years. And the divide that existed there because of the insecurities of, and I will say this, as a old school football person, the insecurities that we would have when confronted with people of high, pure academic intellect, and the academic intellectual group with the insecurities they had that the football people showed every day, trying to bring, that's been the toughest part of bringing data and analytics to football, is the insecurities of both groups. And we talk about diversity and inclusion, and we're just thinking through this lens of race and gender. And when you're trying to build these new teams, right? Diversity isn't about just those things. It's about your biases, about where we come from, what our backgrounds are, and trying to bring this collective together for the greater good. And you're finding and have found some of the fixes to it. Then once it's there, then you train your people to behave better with one another. Where the people that come from the football background don't say, well, you never played the game, you never coach it, what do you know? And then the folks that come from a different background don't trigger the football people and say, well, we know how you got through school, right? They trigger the insecurity of the alleged lack of intelligence, but it comes back to the people and embedding it and finding different ways to manage it.
And I think that's exactly right. I mean, for better or for worse, if you go back to the beginnings of this conference and Moneyball, it was always that there was this tension between the two.
Right.
We talked about, the way it was, when I started the Rams. I think back to prior to the Rams, we were in the market for a free agent center, and we were trying to look at all these early analytics, and I had this whole chart, and I walk in and I presented to the head coach. I'm like, these are the three, and head coach goes and writes, "You're an idiot," and he writes WCIL, and I'm like, I don't know that data point. What is it? He goes, worst center in the league. And he goes, that's your guy. And I'm like, okay. And we would never, if you walked into Sean right now, he would never take it that way. He would take the data in a different way. We would never present it that way where there was this opportunity to compare the two. And, the things like PFF and other things have become part of the lexicon. I think that's probably for the worst, by the way, although I do think it gives some air cover to then come in and say, what are we looking at? But when there's so much human psychology that goes into this. If people think that, you have to win an argument, one of the great things Les Snead does in our building, he says, to support one player you like, you don't have to bash another player, right? You can like both of them, but you can say why you like someone more. And I think that's the truth when we talk about analytics and coaching. You don't have to bash one thing to say, hey, I feel stronger about this. You can say, I can respect that, and it's a really strong point. I just lean more to this other side, and that can work either way.
As long as Les doesn't leave it with a bless your heart and then goes to make his point.
There's been always kind of this baked-in defensiveness a lot. When you think about the generic nerd talking to the generic coach, and here's everything you're doing wrong, and so on. But obviously, there's been a lot of progress in that way. What do you think are some of the points of progress? How have analytics changed coaching over the last 5-10 years? Other than going forward on 4th and 1 now.
Unless you're Sean.
I'm sorry?
Unless you're Sean McVay, who still
Granted.
doesn't do it enough, but that's okay.
But has that still just been the most, 4th downs, they're a little more open to that, but have there been other?
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, so again, I'm looking at it as an outsider coming in, and I look at what does every team do, what kind of risks are they taking, what have they done historically, and then we try to look at what do we think they're going to do if they're in that same situation moving forward. As part of looking at that, the team is looking at, well, what was slightly different in the times where it worked versus the times it didn't. Again, you're talking about, you said the nerd versus the coach, right? First off, they speak very different languages, so it's hard to find the common ground of why did something happen and what data points did one look at, or things did you look at, see, that made something happen versus not. But interestingly enough, I think there's insight in both, and I think you can actually find a better edge if you pull both of those points of view in slightly. I can't speak to what the coaches are doing now and how they're leveraging the analytics. We've talked to quite a few coaches more on the NCAA side who are looking at, it's a very different market, it's very competitive. I need to find a different edge. What are all the tools I can leverage to find a different edge? Because the world is changing, in their particular case, the world is changing drastically, right? The transfer portal has made some huge differences. And the number of people you have, the budget that you have is very different. and you don't have the resources or the manpower necessarily. And so this is where data has been a very different tool, I think, for those coaches at the pro level. Yeah.
To me, it's not. I think we're being just a little myopic here because I'm a big process person, right? So I go back to one of the biggest changes I've seen in terms of the coaching part is the preparation. So I love process, preparation, and we have so much that we do now with player tracking in terms of their load and the amount of work that they're doing and preparing for games and preparing for a season that's 16, 17, and about to be 18 games, and then if you're in the playoffs. So it's not just the in-game decision-making. To me, I think one of the greatest differences that I've seen as I observe teams and spend time both in college and professional is the preparation component and how much work is done, and how much coaches, they do force upon their players in terms of the work they're not doing, or maybe how much more they can do to prepare, how much less they can do, what their sleep patterns are. I think so. The preparation part to me is where I've seen significant changes. Are there changes in game day? Absolutely. But I do think that there'll always be that part of the coaching that is a real thing. You've got these 11 interdependent relationships that are happening on every play, and there are so many variables. And Bill, you and I talked about the variable thing, whether, is the right guard playing with a really bad ankle? Does the quarterback have a shoulder injury or a rib injury that you may want to call a certain play or do a certain thing that seems to make sense in terms of going for it, not going for it? What are we have indoor stadiums, we have outdoor stadiums, we have different playing surfaces. There's so many, again, variables that change in our game. But to me, I see the preparation for coaches and what they do and don't play with players. That's been that analytics and data and the sports science world has really changed the game.
I look at it as, and if you follow the NBA arc where lots of these people who are video assistants have now come out and become younger coaches and gone up and grown. And obviously the embrace of technology, that when you start in charting and technology, and I think the NFL arc's become a little bit of the same way now from a coaching perspective. All of these coaches, as they get younger and younger, they started out, they were the smart whiz tech kids on the coaching staff with technology. And that's kind of how they got to start. And you can break down so much more information. And so I think there's just a greater appreciation for how technology can make their job simpler than there probably was 20 years ago, when there was still this pride of, I used to splice up, film and cut it off and do that.
Write down time code.
Yeah, right. And I think that there's, that evolution gives them a greater appreciation for the value, of what's coming to them. And then if you start to pair, for better or for worse, younger coaches and younger GMs and younger people. But I do think there's this, I think Scott nails it, the diversity of thought of where people are coming from. And did you need to play the game and how you do it? That marriage in a building, the right formula, is coming together in a much more harmonious way. But also, I think one of the challenges that I think this is a negative for analytics, and we have boiled it down into football into, did you go for it on 4th and 1? Did you, should you have, should you not? And there's so many, you can talk to Sean about this, often, defensive coordinators are more aggressive than offensive coordinators. A lot of them, half the league now, offensive play callers are head coaches, right? So you ask Sean, why did you not do it? He's like, I just didn't think we had a good play for 4th and 3. Everything we had tried hadn't worked. I didn't feel comfortable. That's a very different answer than, do I think we should have gone for it? Because in the answer, some of these things that we're looking at, these things are simulations over thousands of plays with data, but these coaches may get this decision 5 or 6 times a year. And so if it goes 50-50, they're like, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter that the base rate is 62% over, thousands of plays. Sean, and I say this, Sean gets a reputation for being one of the most conservative 4th down coaches that he is. He's the only play caller, though, in history. We had a playoff game in 2018, 4th and 1, up 7 points with under 8 minutes. He's the only play caller in history to go for it in that situation against the Cowboys. We scored, we went up 2 touchdowns, we won the game, we went to the Super Bowl. Lost to the Patriots. But, to me, that's where situationally it's very different. I think where we have always found analytics as it creeps in your organization, draft decision making, some of those things that it's not binary yes or no, right? That you can, we have a saying within the Rams that you need to work to make your decisions work. It's not just the analytics. It's making that decision and then putting in the resources of your organization to support that. That is very different than what coaches go through on game day, where you can't work to make your decisions work. It either happens, a guy slips, you have to call a timeout, you get a delay of game. Like, everything can change very quickly. And that's why I think, we tend to focus on it from a game day philosophy, where I think it's much integrated into an organization in different ways.
The training angle is really interesting because we've seen this across many sports. As early as, I would say, 2013, 2014, in NBA, MLS, there's really interesting training analytics around how many steps is someone taking, how much salt is there in their sweat, like all of these kinds of things. And it was really targeting preventative injury and trying to, minimize that risk. As we've looked at what is possible in the NFL, I think there are still rules around tracking outside of the club that are very different than other sports, where you get a very holistic view. You mentioned sleep, right? Like, are you allowed to track the sleep and all activities outside of the club?
We asked them to track it for us.
Yes, but this is where I think working around the rules has been interesting, whereas other leagues have leaned into it's for the benefit of the player, longevity of their career, and their overall health. And I think the ownership or the leadership side looks at it as, I made a huge investment, I want to make sure that investment pans out, and I'm not introducing risk that I could have prevented if possible. But again, this is more of a, here's what we've been seeing from how it was used and incorporated. How it then gets adopted into football, I think, is different per franchise.
So to get to, I think these questions are related. I want to get to a couple of audience questions. Number one is, you touched on trying to get experienced old people.
And I'm not looking for a job. That's not why I say that.
Have there been situations where, older people have a certain stubbornness towards moves or decisions in a modern context because, they've been doing things differently for their career? Along those same lines is another question. As the role of analytics in decision-making increases, does that mean that the role of human intuition is decreasing at the same time? Like, how do you balance those two things in an appropriate manner?
Yeah, I think I'll take the first question first. Look, I've sat in this room. I was fortunate to get my job at a young age. I think there's this suspicion of they're old and stubborn and boomers. If you can't have the people in your organization who will push back on questions and not create healthy dialogue, you're not going to get to the right answers. And just being dismissive of people on either spectrum means you're likely to fail. That holistic perspective I think Scott's talking about, and it can come from anywhere, which is challenge each other and walk out and be willing to embrace being uncomfortable. And, and I think, I watched James Gladstone, who just got hired as the Jags GM and came from our organization 34, where James's superpower will be is he would lead our draft meetings and he could ask questions to really encourage debate. He didn't necessarily believe in some of the things he was asking or saying. He did it to make sure that others' viewpoints were heard. And then at the end, you had a more holistic discussion of how it works. And I think the people who have played football, scouted football for a long time, have so much wisdom and have seen so many players succeed and fail. If you're not drawing from that, that doesn't mean that they know that the running back from Oregon is going to be good or bad. But they've seen, a lot of players. One of the best things, for better or for worse, that we do in, I was saying scouting, you compare them to people you've seen previously. That tries to give you a picture. Now, there's a ton of bias, that comes in with that. Every white slot receiver is Julian Edelman, right? And
before that, it was Wayne Corbett,
correct,
or Wes Welker.
Steve Largent. But I think there is this element of that helps so many people start to imagine and envision where this is going. And if you want no different, and this is where I think we've gotten better as a league. If you want a really good scouting staff, you want good scouting process, you need to have really hard-hitting, dirty discussions that people don't agree upon. And you need to, one of Les's focuses is eliminating bias, but creating more conversation. The same way we would if we were talking about a marketing strategy or a ticketing strategy or anything else. We wouldn't just dismiss the experience. We'd say, okay, tell us more. And I think here we've pitted young and old, and I think that's the biggest tried and true mistake you can make.
And I just want to follow up on that because implicit right in that question immediately going to the place where the older person is stubborn, right? Is identifying that person as something. Whereas the older person, too often we will look at someone that's younger with their ideas. You know, I come up with a point of view and I'm called a boomer. No, I'm not. That's my point of view. I'm trying to help the group, right? And just like the young person comes to the table, oh yeah, no, be inclusive on your decision making and the conversations that lead to the decision making.
There's a ton of insight in the experienced eye. And I don't think this is just football. I think this is many industries.
It's life.
Yeah, you have the same thing over and over again. And there's a ton of things that we'll not be able to measure. And I think human character is one that comes up all the time. Like, yes, I can tell you analytics of a game, but when I talked to John Idzik and he's like, I was watching some of his tape when he was injured and I was looking at what he was doing when he was not playing. And I saw him on the sidelines, not necessarily paying attention. He wasn't coaching up, the other quarterback that was his backup. He wasn't behaving like a leader. And those, I'm only watching game tape. I'm only adding analytics on game tape. Those are such important things to call out when they're having the scouting discussions around leadership, around the character of that person. And so we were trying to marry the best of both worlds, right? So what are all the things you pay attention to? What are all the things you've learned that are critical, that'll help you be successful in that scouting room? At the same time, what are all the things that we could have found as patterns, as anomalies? And the marrying of those two is where we had some really interesting debates.
Yeah, I mean, I would add to that, I still think of myself as young, which I am not anymore. I still think of myself like mid-30s, early 30s, not late 40s. But it's interesting, like one of the places, it goes back to what you asked, like when I was at the Avs a couple weeks ago, we got to trading Mikko Rantanen to the Hurricanes. It was very analogous to a situation we had seen, at the Rams, trading a player who was coming up on a contract, right? Very different sports. And my perspective when I was sitting with Joe Sakic and Chris McFarland, for our hockey leadership, was not, hey, I'm going to tell you whether you should trade Mikko Rantanen. And I'm like, here's what I learned when we went through this situation with the Rams. Does that help you think through this situation? Now, as I become the older, more boomer person, right? Like it's not that, hey, this is gospel, but I do think you can start to, these are all just decision making. It's not, and the more information you can process, the more life experience you can bring in, the better.
So we have 40 seconds left. Just because I want to know the answer to this question. Well, actually, I'll start with the rest of here. What's an innovation that we're not talking about that we will be in 5 years? From an analytics perspective, what's the most obvious upcoming progress, I guess?
I'm going to expand beyond analytics. I think AI in general is a topic everywhere, and how AI can be used there's so many things that we haven't even imagined that we're starting to see show up every single week. When we look at how we're going to leverage AI, we do start from a place of what does a coach need, what does a GM need, how could we help them see that? I think computer vision has continuously gotten better, and I think that's going to come into sports a lot more. Obviously, we saw the VR training with Jaden Daniels, but I think those kinds of experiences where you're getting cycles of the brain without physically potentially exerting yourself and introducing risk are super interesting. And I think there's going to be more of that kind of experience, which feels almost like childish at first when I talk to some folks. They're like, really? Feels like a video game. But I think we're starting to see some of that prove out.
Can I just comment on I know we're over, but the virtual reality thing, the Jaden Daniels thing was amazing because, again, being a boomer, I have to see things to understand. And I do consulting work for LSU, was with Jaden his last 2 years. And there was a morning, I was there very early getting ready to do Good Morning Football. And he comes walking out of the room at LSU with his goggles and two guys that I know that aren't coaches. And I'm like, come on, Jaden, what did you get this morning? I thought he was showing up to see me, to make sure that I talked about him on TV. And he looks at me, his eyes go like this. And he's like, I've never played in Starkville. I've never been to Mississippi State. I know exactly where the play clocks are. I know what it looks like to walk out of the tunnel. All of the preparation work that I do to get ready for that game. He says, I've heard the cowbell. Like at Starkville, I don't know if you know, the cowbell's a real thing. And he was prepared even though he had never been there, and virtual reality gave him that ability to prepare.
Yeah, I mean, I'll add, it's not as wise as that. We just, at the end of the year, we always do a football retreat. So this year we were in Napa, and a bunch of us went to dinner probably drank a little bit too much. And so at the end, we had been wrestling with this question for about a couple hours during the day. So we just pulled out our phones and we asked Claude, what should we do? And the answer was damn spot on. And we're like, you know what? Like, I don't know why we're here thinking about this. Like, AI nailed, every factor that we were going into this decision. And I say that, like, I think when you take those two things together, the changes that are coming quickly in, how we process decisions, the information that exists, and bringing in different viewpoints, along with how we then give it to players and coaches and scouts who are trained in that, is going to be a game changer in how quickly we synthesize information. And then people will just critique the decisions the same. It's just maybe we'll make them faster.
Did AI tell you to stop drinking?
No, I think my head told me to stop drinking when I couldn't see straight. So.
Well, I do appreciate it. We know that VR can be used for cowbell clangs. That's a good piece of information.
It's a real thing.
Yeah, thanks. That's our time.
Thanks, Ron.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ryan Smard, and I'm an MBA student here at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce our panel, Pablo Torre Finds Out at SSAC. Our panelists today are Daryl Morey, President of Basketball Operations at the Philadelphia 76ers and co-chair of our amazing conference, and Senthil Mullainathan, Peter De Flores Professor at MIT and recipient of the MacArthur Genius Grant. Our panel will be moderated by Pablo Torre, executive producer and host of Pablo Torre Finds Out. The panel will run for 45 minutes. And with that, I'll hand it over to you, Pablo.
Thank you, Ryan. This is going to be the nerdiest episode of my show. I'm glad to have all of you here listening and watching. This will be on YouTube, I presume, and you will then get to see how nervous Daryl Morey is.
I'm nervous, yes.
You've been complaining about this all weekend.
It's just Senthil.
I know.
I hope I'm not insulting you by
the point.
Genius Grant is very intimidating.
It is legitimately fun to be here alongside an actual certified genius. And also an executive who gets to be sarcastically referred to as one.
Is that the only way you could be labeled genius? Is the MacArthur?
I think so.
Yeah.
We've copyrighted it, so.
Oh, nice.
So
he even said we.
I know.
I mean, like,
but he's on the MacArthur Foundation board. I mean, Senthil's bio, we could just read his bio for a while. But just to catch you up on why Daryl and I are both incredibly excited to be sitting next to Senthil, MIT professor splitting his time between electrical engineering and computer science and economics, focusing on the intersection, I guess, broadly speaking, of algorithms and people. Co-author of arguably the most highly cited economics paper in the 21st century on differences and differences estimation, which is a thing I definitely understand.
You can subtract, right?
And also landmark papers on algorithmic bias and poverty in the criminal justice system, and now training his brain, his human brain, on artificial intelligence. And also Daryl's here. So Daryl,
he's killing me.
But the resume for Daryl is one.
Hasn't won yet.
Well, historically, right, over 60% win rate as a GM. This is, though, barring, I don't know, some act of God or the devil, your first losing season that you're grappling with.
It is my first losing season in, I think, 17 years, yeah, so.
Feel vulnerable being here on stage?
I do. I feel very vulnerable, yes. Plus, you're a good interlocutor.
That's right.
Whatever they say, yeah.
I do want to interlock you with you, if that's how I betray my own diploma. How long have you been using large language models? I want to start with this first, and I want to also establish just the very basic premise of how long you've been using it, and also how are you using AI in your job as president of basketball operations currently? How does that look?
So I've used them a little longer than the OpenAI moment, which was what, November 3 years ago now? With the GPT, I believe 3, you could get some early access. I wasn't really special there, except I knew about it. I knew people who knew about it, and it seemed very cool. I didn't realize how cool until it went public. I think that was like sort of a moment that even surprised the AI researchers, that I think that they were like, yeah, this is really cool. But then once the public got a hold of it, it was very cool. So I got to use it a little bit before. And then in terms of my job, we've used a version of AI for a long time. We mentioned this on an earlier panel. The AI is just forecasting. My job is making good decisions. It's all about forecasting. We've used machine learning models for forecasting for a long time. And primarily, the big areas that would be most relevant would be things like forecasting draft picks. There are a whole bunch of different forecasting techniques: traditional regression, linear regression, tree models, graphical models. There's like a whole set that have been tried. And they're all like a flavor of forecasting, of which even goes into large language models later. And then for like pick and roll, identification in computer vision. Turns out even humans can't agree on what a pick and roll is or isn't. The most basic one everyone can agree on, which is one guy hits another guy, which keeps him from guarding his guy, and then something happens. But there's all these like phantom pick and rolls, and you act like you're going to set it and you don't. Even humans can't identify it, and computers do a pretty good job, but not a perfect job at that as well. And then on the LLM side, the traditional stuff is helpful, coding, speeding up writing projects, things like that. Those are all ones we use, and then there's some shooting stuff as well. So,
But just to be sort of, top line here, when you're making a decision, and insert your favorite Sixers decision here, are you asking an LLM for their input?
So we two answers there. We absolutely use models as a vote in any decision, and how much of that decision depends on how much the assumptions behind those models don't change and their past success rate. So if you have a highly successful model for picking draft picks, and we think that the game, Evan hasn't changed the rules yet, and so the game isn't changed.
Evan Wash, who's in charge
yeah,
of
he's
the
in
league
charge.
office
Thank you.
of defeating you.
Yes. Then the models get a lot of weight in those decisions, and then LLMs lately, it turns out LLMs do fairly well at prediction. They still are not beating human, like super forecasters they're called, like in Human Judgment Project talks about it. But they do add signal over just scouts and things like that. So we'll treat them almost like one scout. Now over time, if it's shown that they have a better track record than scouts, we might weight the LLMs or use multiple LLMs as one or two votes out of the process. So it turns out I'm building on a lot of things that Sentinel knows, and you know that multi-model approaches can put you more on the decision frontier, the optimal decision frontier. And when I say that carefully, you get very similar accuracy with lower risk by using multi-model approaches. And so that's why we do that.
I would just like NBA Central to aggregate what Daryl just said, which is that he asked ChatGPT for help on trades.
Please not aggregate.
I'm just trying to, pay for my kids' tuition, Daryl. Sendel, look, part of the larger conversation here, I was in San Francisco for All-Star Weekend. The word cloud over All-Star Weekend was artificial intelligence, was AGI, artificial general intelligence specifically. Your view, though, on the ambition of AGI, thinking like a human, it sounds like what to you, given your research?
It sounds unambitious. Yeah. I think that AGI, on the surface, feels like an ambitious goal, but it's a shockingly unambitious goal. Let me articulate why. We already have people who can think like people.
People who can think like what?
People.
Okay.
Like we have that, and we have ways to make more of those people. And they're fun ways, actually.
That's the next panel.
Yeah, that's the next panel. But what I think is missing, and you've done a lot of this, what I think we need is algorithms that can do things people could never do. And to me, that's the fundamental expansion that we're going to get. We need algorithms that can see things that we can't, that can notice things that we never could. And the reason I think the AGI part is unambitious is it's also too hard in the sense that we've had algorithms, vectors along which algorithms can see things that we absolutely can't. And those are actually the easiest paths to improve performance. To exactly do what we do with very high fidelity, that's actually really hard and not clear there's that much gain. And so let me see if I can give a good example. My favorite example is The Wizard of Oz. So there was, it's by far my favorite example. How many of you have seen The Wizard of Oz? Raise your hand. Okay, how many of you have read the book? All right, how many of you read the book? How many of you have read all 30 of the books?
No, I read one other and it was weird.
It's weird, yeah.
I've just found out there are 30 books.
Exactly.
The Wizard of Oz cinematic universe.
And in fact, there's more. It gets even weirder. There are 30 books written 14 of them were written by Frank Baum. 15 of them was written by this woman, Ruth Plumley Johnson. And the 15th book is the source of a big literary kerfuffle. Who wrote it? Frank Baum died while that was being written. And so amongst literary critics, they just spent a long time close reading that book. And they couldn't agree. And so in 2002, there's an article in 2002, think of how early this is, an article in this magazine that says that I've done NLP, and you read the analysis, and it is so clear, like with 100% accuracy, that the algorithm can see that until chapter 12, it's all Baum. After chapter 12, it's all Ruth Plumley Johnson. How can it be that an algorithm can notice with so much clarity something that humans have utterly not noticed in our own native domain? And we see that again and again, which is algorithms are fantastic at picking up signal on the kind of things we didn't even know to notice for, because they notice aggregates, they don't have prejudgments of where to look for signal. So to me, I think the ambitious AI goal is actually to find algorithms that can help us know. Like, I loved what you were saying about how in scouting, you have another scout. I think, Pablo, you used this phrase. I would love it if there was another scout, not of the players, but as you refer to it, self-scouting, something that scouted me. And
we do that. We have a self-scout, just to flag. And like, if another team was analyzing us, what would they? What would they find?
This is fantastic.
Explain that. Yeah.
Can I go back and then come back to that? Because you mentioned something that we say all the time, which is that on a single game, humans do better than any algorithm. But similar to your L. Frank Baum example, algorithms are very good at seeing these 2 to 5% patterns that humans miss, because we see big things, we see big patterns, we find big patterns when there aren't any, and there's all these kinds of things. In terms of self-scout, so we have automated tools that say, when I'm about to play this team, here are the kinds of things, that player is very efficient, we should limit this opportunity here. So we flip that on its head and self-scout and say, when they play us, what are they likely saying? We don't know for sure. That's a little different.
What I would love is a model of Daryl that you look at. That you look at, and that says to you, hey, I think this is the kind of situation where you often do this. Mm-hmm. Like something that helps you get candidate biases of yourself. And in a way, what I like about that is it doesn't need to be perfect at that. If it was 20% right at that, boy, what value add? Because it'll notice the type of things we might not notice about you. So I think once you think of algorithms as where do you deploy them to find things we cannot look for, I just think it's going to open up a huge avenue.
Can I ask a question? Because you give an optimistic take of where we should take AI or even AGI, which left a role for humans, left humans at the center. And I know that as someone who plays a lot of chess, that was also the belief in chess, that there would be this role for humans over time. And in fact, there was a time where a human-machine combo could beat a centaur. The centaur, yes.
One of the great terms of art for anything. A human plus a computer being the most dominant combination of any just humans, just computers, they were the best.
It is called centaur chess, for example, as you say. But it was in the early 2000s where that went away, and actually any human involvement would mess up, would beat a machine with no human involvement, would beat any human involvement. And so that I worry that we may face that as well.
So I love the chess example because it so clarifies many things. There's this term, though a bit technical, I think is very helpful, called closed world versus open world problems. Closed world problems are ones where everything is specified. Let's say chess satisfies that, but I'm going to come back on how even chess may not satisfy that in a second. But let's say chess satisfies that. All the rules are known, all the objectives are known, everything is there. We will never beat an algorithm in a closed world problem. The idea that we're going to beat it, conditional on rules, conditional on things, is crazy. I mean, you can just compute your way to stuff. And there's an analog to closed world problems where maybe we have enough data. Again, we're not going to beat algorithms. But most phenomena in the world are not really closed world problems. They're open world problems. What that means is, what are the things that you can do? The moves in chess are prescribed. The moves in life are not prescribed. And some of the most genius insights of someone realizing, hey, I can actually make this move. Like, this is a feasible thing to do in this situation. Similarly, the objectives are not specified. And it may seem like the objectives are specified, but if you think of some of the great innovations that people have had, it has been realizing, oh, that's not the problem we're trying to solve. This is the problem that we're trying to solve. Like, I am not in the burger business, I am in the customer satisfaction business. I'm not in this business, I'm in this business. And so specifying objectives, specifying moves, specifying the rules of the game, once you've done that, the algorithm will clearly win. But
You're basically saying if we're playing centaur chess, the computer doesn't know we can still flip the board.
Right. And another example of chess is chess about winning? For example, suppose you're playing with a friend. In one sense, the goal is winning, but in one sense, the goal is to really have like a fun game. Can you build an algorithm that'll have a fun game with you? Now that suddenly that gets interesting, and there are people who do chess algorithms have been trying to figure out how do we build a fun game algorithm. And so that suddenly that's no longer in the realm of just computing. You've now got to actually get into it and people get involved.
But that brings us right back to sports.
Yeah.
So to me, like the problem, the tension of our time that Daryl has had a hand through this conference actually in shaping is this tension between entertainment and efficiency. And I always think about when I mentioned the league office trying to keep up with people who are trying to innovate, there is this push and pull of how do we stay ahead of the people who are the most clever when solving these wicked problems, these open questions. And so when it comes to how we're figuring this all out, right? Currently, we're all set up so that Daryl's over there, the players are trying to catch up and figure out, okay, how do we fit into this? And then the league office is somewhere else, right? Is there a way, Sendo, to actually acknowledge that a truly optimal goal here is for everybody to be aligned on what the best outcome is, which involves entertainment?
Yeah, I'd be curious what you say about this. I do think as a fan, I'm like a big super fan. I'm a super fan of you.
Sendo had an account on RealGM on the Sixers message board just to out you.
Yeah. More than an account. I was so.
What's the account ID?
Well, no, it gets worse, Daryl. It gets much worse. This is when I was trying to get tenure at MIT. I was so obsessed with RealGM that I then became a moderator for the Sixers message board.
This is like genuine sicko behavior.
Yeah,
by the way.
Yes.
Was this when Sam was there?
No, this is 2000. This is when I was trying to get tenure. Yeah, I should not have been doing this. It was really quite.
You seem to have done fine.
Yeah. I hope. Yeah. I won't give away my user ID. But I do think, as a fan, one of the things
we can just put NLP on it and figure it out.
Exactly. I think you should be able.
We're going to find out, Daryl. Don't worry.
Natural language processing.
This is a Frank Baum situation all over again. What I do think, and I'm really curious your guys' opinion on this, I think as a fan, what I've noticed is that wins matter, but it's shocking to me how much of my pleasure comes from a bunch of other things. The underdog story, the person who just shouldn't be scoring this much but scores this much. I was happiest as a Sixers fan during the process years, which is a weird thing to say. I would watch every game, and I don't know what that reveals about sport, but it
reveals that this season for the Sixers is going to be a really enjoyable one.
No offense, Daryl, but it has not been, and I'll tell you why it has not been. And I will tell you, we're in the same boat. It's not been because the storylines have not been captivating. And if I think of sports as entertainment, like I would love to know, I would love to turn an algorithm on what makes a captivating storyline. There's just some storylines that just keep you hooked. You want to go back for the next game. You want to know what's going on. And so is that part of the objective function? Is that part of, and if I was running a team, I would be asking myself, or is that an illusion? Like, look, you guys are thinking to yourself, storylines matter. We've looked at the data. There's only one thing that matters. It's wins. I don't know. I'd love to know.
I don't focus on wins. I focus on championship. And I would say the Philly fans surprised me in this manner. So I guess it's 2 seasons ago now. We were up 3-2 on the Celtics. Objectively, in Vegas, we were at the highest odds to win the championship that year because they felt that the team out of the East would win, I guess. It wasn't like above 50. I've scraped 50 when we were up on the Warriors in 18. And we were up 3-2. Obviously, we then lost a close game at home, which was very frustrating. And then we had a very bad loss in Game 7. And, it's a little bit similar to the LeBron, Michael Jordan argument. Objectively, people should feel better about that. Then the next season, we had a very entertaining Knicks series, like almost famously entertaining. I think it was voted best series that year. And for me, it was just stressful, but for everyone else, I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was very stressful. And we lost in 6 games, to a Knicks team that was not as good as the Celtics team we lost to the year before. And I was very down after the loss. And I was like, man, people are going to be so angry. And they were angry. Obviously, everyone wants us to win. But they were less angry than the year before. And anger is all that drives Sixers fans, as far as I can tell. They were less angry.
Anger and irrational hope.
Yes. The aggregators were going to have a field day with this, Pablo. I know you're excited.
My kid's going to go to private kindergarten.
But they were less angry, was my perception. I don't know for sure. It's not like we surveyed everyone, how angry are you? And that really threw me. Because to me, I'm just trying to win the title. And so the year before, the way we measure it was objectively better, even though still a 0 on the Boolean scale I'm judged on. So it should all be the same. And that surprised me.
Can I put on my behavioral scientist hat for a second? I'm just going to speculate. I'm just going to purely speculate.
Well, you're a Sixers fan, so you can be direct. You can even...
No, which is that I even think negative emotions are fine. I think the thing that is dangerous is disinterest. And if you think about sports, it's easy to dismiss sports as entertainment. But what else in our culture can have people of very different backgrounds, different generations, talk to each other and feel they've meaningfully touched, communicated, had a meaningful meeting of the minds. Parents and children, grandparents. It's quite a unique place as a cultural artifact. And the main thing that it does, if I think of its core contribution to society, is it provides conversation. And I think the worst thing is, anger is good, you got something to talk about. Like after that Celtics thing, you meet a Sixers fan, it was easy. You knew what you would do. You would complain. And complaining with another person is its own form of connection. It's those periods when you don't really have anything to talk, it's disinterest, this feeling that the story is old, it's kind of stale.
We're always interesting.
Yeah, right.
The curse,
both sides,
both directions.
Is that.
And it is always interesting. And so I wonder to what degree one should just be maximizing engagement. I know that we've had bad experiences with that, but
Pablo's department.
That's right. Sendel, if you want to trash any other geniuses, feel free. But I actually want to bring it back around. So the larger picture here that we're sort of saying without explicitly saying it is that the nerds won, okay? Right? The whole debate about when are the Lakers going to show up at Sloan, which is a headline for a long time. The last holdout of this conference from the basketball ops department used to be the Lakers a dozen years ago. Then everybody shows up. And
I think Jeannie Buss came, actually, is the
that's right.
first Laker.
Yes. But I say that because when it comes to the distribution, the wide, broad access to LLMs, and I want to get to beyond LLMs in a second here, but when it comes to that, every team, even the most caveman, old school team, having access to, ostensibly, an army of robot Daryls, isn't the person who should be worried the most is the guy who founded the conference, who had, as his competitive advantage, this natural curiosity and skill and career premised on doing things that you couldn't just automate. Should Daryl be worried, I guess, Sendel? Is that the subtext here of everybody having access to these devices?
Well, so I think the short answer is definitely not. And it's worth talking through which experts should be worried and which experts shouldn't.
Please.
Some experts absolutely should be worried. And there are experts where the nature of their expertise is the reliable, repeated application of some tacit knowledge. So there are, a very good doctor is a reliable, repeated application of tacit knowledge about diagnostics. Now, it's not that those algorithms today can do that. I think we're far, but it is also totally plausible that we will get to the point
I mean, like reading an X-ray. Or something.
Reading an X-ray. Yeah, it's like, it's easy to say that's going to happen next year, but that's not going to happen. But it is definitely, like, it is. Do not tell your kids to go into radiology. So, you'll be happy since we both had moms who told us to go into medicine.
That's
we
right.
will. The nerds will win over the doctors.
Sendil and I bonded over the trauma of not becoming a doctor in his office yesterday. Yeah, real.
But so that repeated application of tacit knowledge. On the other hand, I think the genius of someone like Daryl and experts like that are people who can take an ill-formed problem and actually formulate it in a way that it becomes tangible and actionable. So it's easy to say, oh, the three-point shot, but it was recognizing in this ocean of stuff, let's focus on this part of the problem, is actually very, very, very hard. The reason algorithms are complementary to that, it goes back to the chess thing. Once you formulated the problem, we can now use algorithms to bulldoze through it, which then raises the enormous returns to problem formulation. And I think people who can bridge the inchoate, underspecified, who knows what's even going on here, and bridge it back into the, I've now formulated into a data set or a specific type of activity, that skill is going to go way up. And so I think the data science skills that are going to be worth less are the people who, once it's formulated, do stuff with it, but that's not been your genius. And that then, does that make sense?
Yeah, and even just like, Daryl, I had the opportunity, I was at the Sixers Celtics game with you, and I was very curious for those who remember Larry Kuhn. Larry Kuhn, a retired computer scientist who had written the seminal text for understanding the NBA's salary cap and collective bargaining agreement, the NBA salary cap FAQ. Larry was such a scarce resource. That body of knowledge used to be so scarce that everybody would consult this like blogspot page. And
it was Larry and just a very few people at the league office and a few teams at the time, yeah.
Yeah, but now ostensibly, why can't an LLM analyze the CBA and take the jobs of the many humans who are currently tasked in the way that lawyers are tasked with analyzing documents?
In fact, it can, and so he had me give it what I thought was a medium hard problem, and it answered it flawlessly. This is on 4.5, the latest from OpenAI. Then we gave it a medium plus hard problem. It also answered flawlessly. And then I was with Monty McNair from the Kings. He formulated one that he thought was hard, and it did fail the hard one. So I think we have the same problem though law firms have, which is even though it gets the answer 98.9% right, you can't hand it to a client who's paying you that much money unless it's, well, nothing's 100, but you probably need a higher sigma on your, or at least to say there was a human who looked at it, right? Because you're like, oh, you just took the algorithm. You're like, yeah, that doesn't work. That will work though eventually. Or, where people will be like, that's a high enough sigma, I'm going to take the answer from the algorithm.
And then I'd add one thing to that. It's the problem as LLMs as they are today is not just their error rate, but the inscrutability of their errors.
Explain that.
Yeah, explain that, yeah.
We have almost no way of knowing the form factor and where their errors are going to come from. That is, you tried some hard ones and got it to fail. I bet if we had an hour, we could find some easy ones that it fails on. And it's unclear to you why it failed on this easy one, but got this easy one.
So this has been my test since the LLMs came out. And only 4.5 is the first one to have solved this. I would give it, since the OpenAI first one, I've given an artificial Monty Hall problem to the LLMs. And it's perfect because they're trained, there's been so many articles written on it. It's trained on 1 billion articles, and the answers always switch in these articles. Well, with some tiny exceptions. So I've been giving it a Monty Hall problem where, and just so folks know that, 3 doors, you pick a door, I'd pick door 1, the host opens it and says, the host then opens another door and says, okay, you can either keep the door or do you want to switch? And it turns out if you switch, you get 2 out of 3 probability. If not, most of our audience probably knows this. But the key to the whole Monty Hall problem is Monty Hall knows which door to open. So I formulated, I have to change it, I put it in SSACs. And then I have a person just walk by and say there's nothing in a SSAC, but without any knowledge of the others, and say, do you want to switch? In that formulation, it's no advantage to switch. And 4.5 was the first one that got it right. All the other ones were like switch.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
And so that's been my little test for how advanced they're getting. But those are the kinds of problems you're talking about, where like change a little assumption and it changes a major part of the answer.
Yes.
They will miss it because they've been trained heavily on the correct answer based on what they knew.
Yeah, it's tempting to think that they're reasoning their way to an answer when there's something else they're doing. We have this paper we're finishing called Potemkin understanding, where it's very easy to generate these little Potemkins, where it seems to get this right, then why is it getting this other thing utterly wrong? And you can start algorithmically generating, and you see it's kind of like Swiss cheese, their knowledge. This thing, and
this is the New York driving.
Oh, this is another paper we're just finishing now. So it's like an example of this is like you can just give it a bunch of examples and say, what's an ABAB rhyme scheme? Great. And then you write a little thing, take out a word and say, can you fill this in to rhyme it?
And they can or cannot.
Sometimes it gets it right, sometimes it doesn't. And when it doesn't get it right, you take that word and you say to another instance, does this word rhyme with this word? And it says no. So it's like there's incoherence underneath the object.
Well, that's where the inference time comes in.
That's where
they just repetitively ask themselves questions before they answer the first time, right?
So you're hoping that those type of tricks kind of get this stuff out of.
But it is a kludge. The more I go
That's
into
exactly
the inference time stuff, it's basically a kludge on maybe a fundamental problem. But I'm not quite sure. I don't.
No, it's definitely a fundamental problem. It really is. I think what's happening in this space is that when you play with these LLMs, it's just so amazing. They feel like they've understood. It's hard not to get pulled in and feel like, oh my God, this is a thinking creature.
But what you're saying is that the fact that it's a language model talking to us has fooled us into thinking that there is a depth that is not actually present.
That's exactly right.
But that's probably true of most humans too.
Unfortunately,
this is like in interviews. This is my favorite interview tactic. I don't care what they bring up. I sadly might know a little bit about everything, and I'll just like start asking. And if they can't get past like 2 layers, you're like, okay, they don't really understand.
Fantastic.
But I do want to get to just the job, right? So so there are versions of what I imagine that CBA problem is, where it's like, could you have an LLM call a play, and then you consult in the huddle? Okay, this is what our robot assistant coach is proposing. You have a person check it. I can understand they're at the table in every decision. But just the job, Daryl, of what it means to be a president of basketball operations, such that Sendhill has faith in your ability to persist past the broad access of everybody having these robot assistant GMs, coaches, and everything else. How much of your job is dealing with incoming, like bad ideas, frankly?
Yeah, we often, when I say we, I mean like me and some other GMs across sports. We feel often our job is sort of bad idea whack-a-mole. Because ideas like form in these little narratives, and they can be good or bad ideas, but part of our job is to, smother the bad ideas in the crib before they be, I will say, I won't say the assistant, but when I had Kyle Lowry way back early in his career, what made him a great player was, his tenacity and everything, but it also made his personality somewhat challenging just to assistant coaches. And basically, we weren't winning. We were winning about half our games. And then Kyle went out, and we won 6 in a row. And a narrative started forming. We might be better without Kyle Lowry, which was so absurd in the data that it wouldn't even be something anyone who looks at data would consider. But I could see how, us, we find patterns anywhere, could see that. And I had to work hard to be like, no, this guy, we had an easier schedule. We had all the different things that would go into that. And so but that happens multiple times a week at least, if not more, where you're just trying to keep things on, let's get the big things right and not let these narratives form that might harm us.
Right. Sendhill, I want to move beyond LLMs because I know so much of your research is not merely these chatbots that are, again, the talk of every conference you'll go to at this point, but it's also supervised learning and how to train these models once you now account for a more realistic version of what being a an executive in sports would be like. Can you explain supervised learning and how your fandom of sports has led you to see sports through that lens?
Yeah, so I think supervised learning differs. I'll do one thing, might be helpful to people. Supervised learning is I collect a bunch of data of various kinds, and I ask the algorithm what in this data predicts this particular outcome. And as long as you can specify an outcome and some variables to predict with it, these models can sort of really start finding signal that we never even imagined. And so I think the playbook that emerges from that is to be very creative about finding things you'd like to predict. And so across disciplines, the best work has been getting clever about that. That's why I love the Frank Baum story, which is the person who did that was super clever. He's like, I'll just get some data and predict whether this was written by Baum or not. And I've got some data that tells me ones that were written by Ruth Plumley. And so I think for me, what makes sports so interesting is that there is so many unknowns that you could imagine collecting data on. And I'm sure you guys do a lot of this already, but even something like injury risk. What is a good predictor of whether someone's going to get a certain kind of injury? And if I just play that forward without knowing what you all do in that space, if I play that forward, it's kind of a nice toy example to start thinking about stuff. Because first, you have to be creative to say we're not just about wins and what happens. Like injuries are big, so why can't we turn the gun on that? Then you have to be creative about deciding what input variables are you going to get to do that. And that's where I think people haven't fully appreciated the biggest change that these algorithms have rendered, so that if I said that these algorithms can find a lot of signal in data, then a logical implication of that is we ought to invest in new data collection. And there's huge returns to new data collection. So what I would do is say, oh, what would I want to predict injury risk? I don't know. What are some low-cost devices I could put on players? What are some low-cost devices I could put not even during the game, but while people are taking free throws? Maybe if I had video of people taking free throws, I would start noticing small changes in form that indicate things that are wrong at a bioskeletal levels. So you kind of, the creativity becomes not in finding patterns in data, but in deciding what data to give the algorithm, either as an objective or an input. And that's just a very different kind of open world creativity. And I think that path is, I think, going to take off in the next 10 years. We're starting to see it in medicine. Well, you tell me. I think we'll see it in sports. We probably already have.
For sure, yeah. And I don't know if you read it. It sounds like you didn't. I wrote a paper years ago on you need better data, not better analysts. And I actually made a lot of people mad at the conference. But yeah, the data is going to be the unique thing, not the analysts. Yeah.
How much parity is there now in terms of the data teams have?
I think it's getting pretty high. I mean, we're following baseball almost in a 5-year delay, and it's pretty homogenous in terms of I think the quality varies, obviously, but we're in a tighter band, much tighter band now, which is not good. Yeah, not good. So, yeah.
The question, though, of, if someone were to approach Sendel and say, we've vetted your real GM posts, and yet still we think you should be the chief intelligence officer for our NBA team. Do you have a sense of what you would want to do, given your field of study now?
Yeah, I think, and I'd love to hear what you two think about this. I think what I would focus on is turn the camera, since so much of it has already been focused on the game, I would turn the camera elsewhere, for example, on the decision makers. I would say, what are decisions that we think are being made all the time? And how do I start creating what you call how do I start creating algorithms that can help scout me and tell me where are my biases? Where are the things where I screw up? So that would be an example where I would start. And
No, could you explain, you had this landmark study of judges and bail. I just would like everybody to appreciate what it's like when you turn the camera on a decision maker.
Yeah, this study was basically pretrial judges have to decide who to release. And they're making a prediction of risk. Will the person come back for trial? Will they commit a crime? So the first part of the study was we had an algorithm predict the defendant risk. And it turns out that does very well and could add a lot of value to the judge. When I say a lot of value, Sometimes in sports, it's hard to know what the magnitudes are, but in this case, you could close Rikers in July and have the same crime rate. So you could cut jail populations by 40%. So there's a lot of welfare left on the table. But then we did two things that were surprising even to me. So we didn't predict what the defendant would do. We turned the camera and predicted what the judge would do. And the first thing we found was that a predictor of the judge beats that judge. So that if an algorithm just does whatever the judge would typically do, that is better than what the judge actually does. And this is sort of a crisp way to see noise. And so many of our decisions, we found this in domain. Something that could just tell you, you seem to be doing something different than you usually do, like in many domains, medicine, judicial. So the predicted you does better than you is quite a scary thing. I find that very disturbing at some level, and it's true across all experts.
That must mean you're just cutting off some outliers and tails?
I think it's
regressing to the mean more?
Regressing to your own mean.
Yes, yeah.
It's sort of because what happens is we use variables we really ought not to. It's exactly to your point. It's the Kyle Lowry point all over again. I'm keying in on things in the moment that like, hey, that's not what you normally do. Why are you doing that?
Use variables that you probably want. You have some other reason to be driving an outcome.
Yes.
That in this case, yeah.
But can you mention which variables were driving the outcome in this case?
So then we expanded the prediction to not just be the things we thought mattered, but include a bunch of stuff. And you identify about half of the variation in what judges do that they ought not to be doing comes from one variable in the data set, which is the mugshot. So you can build a predictor of who the judge will release just by using the mugshot. And it does extremely well.
More than any other characteristic.
More than whether they've committed a crime, what they're being charged for, how many times they failed to appear. Just the mugshot. And in the mugshot, it's not just the variables you would imagine. It reminded me of your Mark Gasol thing, actually. It was variables that even judges and the public defenders didn't realize mattered. So for example, one of the biggest things that has about half the size of having committed a violent crime is if the person has a full or fat face. Now, what's interesting about that one is when I ask
good or bad, that's how I didn't know.
No, but isn't that weird? We don't know.
We don't know.
No, we know.
Oh.
But our intuition doesn't tell us, even though in the data it's very...
I'm looking at our mugshot.
Yeah, I'm looking at that too. It's not a good sign, is it? Yeah.
Is Daryl guilty, Sendel, is what we're asking.
So the good news is I think Daryl will not be going to jail. So, yeah.
Nice.
You have a slightly fuller face.
So I can get away with more.
Yeah. But you're not well groomed. That's the other thing. You need to. Yeah. Halfway there.
Well groomed.
Well groomed is good. Slightly rounder face is very good.
That's sad, though. It should not be effective.
Absolutely not the same.
It's frankly, it's mind-blowing.
It's mind-blowing. Yeah.
That they were not aware of this. We would not intuit that based on our predisposition for bias.
Or you might predict the opposite.
You might have predicted the opposite. And so I think these ideas that when the camera turn on us and help us understand what we do and what we're doing, that would be probably the first angle I would take, because a decision aid like that could help me understand myself.
So eliminate mugshots might be your...
Well, they see the person.
Oh.
Right. And so in some sense, but yes, if we could do everything behind a curtain.
Do like orchestras.
Yes, orchestras. Behind a curtain would be fantastic. Yeah. But to me, it's also just, I think these algorithms can start ferreting things out about us that we did not know about ourselves. And that's again, a very optimistic thing for me. I think it's part of the path that we've been growing on of becoming better stewards of ourselves. So.
Right. At the end of every episode of Pablo Torre Finds Out, a show about finding stuff out, we say what we found out today. Daryl, would you like to begin?
Can we start with Sendel?
Sendel, would you like to begin?
Oh my God, I've been in the conversation so much. I'm going to need you to say something, Daryl. We're just playing hot potato here.
I'm always picking up something. I'm trying to pick.
So I did find out that Daryl is very attuned to whether fans are interested, excited, not excited. I think a lot of fans would have foolishly thought Daryl doesn't care about that, but he is shockingly attuned to that thing, which ex post makes sense, but I think fans would have been miscalibrated on that.
I think everyone who says they don't read it, don't read the comments, don't whatever, it's all not true. We're all humans.
LeBron James reads the comments, as does Daryl. You learned that this week, absolutely.
I think probably one of the things I took away is the judge, the decision maker, and look for times, maybe even create a decision-making unit. We wouldn't be able to make a Daryl decision algorithm because it's federated across a head coach and multiple. But we could create a decision-making model, and then whenever it spits out a different answer, you should start asking questions. Yeah, so that would be my takeaway.
Yeah, I found out.
What did you find out? Yeah.
I found out that there's a non-zero chance that Sendel has trashed you online. And that at the same time, he also thinks we'll probably be talking about this in 15 years. So, Sendel, Daryl, you guys for listening. Thank you for doing this. This is great.
Thank you, Pablo.
Thanks, that was fun. Appreciate you coming over, yeah. It's not a long trip for you this time.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ryan Smard, and I'm an MBA student here at MIT Sloan. It is my pleasure to introduce our panel, The Next Generation of Venues. Our panelists today are Bill Hanway, Executive Vice President of AECOM, Mark Jackson, Athletic Director at Northwestern University, Fran Weld, CEO of Canopy Team, and Darren Ross, Executive Vice President and Managing Director at Wasserman Ventures. Our panel will be moderated by Brett McCormick of Sports Business Journal. The panel will run for 40 minutes with 5 minutes of Q&A at the end. Please submit all questions through the Cadence app. With that, I'll hand it over to you, Brett.
Thanks, Ryan. And thanks for all the prep work that you did in the intro. Thanks, everybody, for being this late Saturday afternoon crowd, sticking around for the good show. So we're going to talk about the future of venues. It's something that all of us up here are thinking about on a daily basis. And I just want to start pretty general. Bill, and we'll start with you and then kind of work this way. What role does real estate play right now in the sports industry?
So we had an over-under of 20 people in the audience on this Saturday afternoon, so you guys did a good job, so thank you for showing up. So I do look at different scales of work on the impact of things like the Olympic Games and how you invest large sums of money, but what is the financial and physical outcome post the games, but also looking at the impact of what we do now in terms of individual venues. So things like the Intuit Dome, how does it help local businesses? How does it help the local community? There's no isolation from the wider context of delivering these big sports events or venues, and it's a very important part of how we strategically look at the projects as we move forward.
Similarly, yes, strategically looking for ways to generate revenue for us right now in college athletics is so important, and through the new Ryan Field and all that goes with it, we have a unique opportunity to do that. It starts with putting obviously a really good product within that real estate, but to attract people, particularly for us in the North Shore of Chicago demographic, which is really strong, hopefully would be really beneficial. And then to Bill's point, all the other benefits that come with that on a 365-day a year sort of experiential element for the community, jobs that are created, all that goes around the surrounding real estate and retail. So hopefully you have a win-win for Northwestern and the community.
Fran, can you answer that question, but also explain kind of what your company does and how you think about this question?
Brett, thanks for the plug.
Well, I was going to ask Darren to do the same thing too.
So Canopy Team is a newly created consulting company, and we focus on advising teams, universities, public sector partners on real estate and sports. A lot of times that's venues, and oftentimes it's also mixed-use development around the specific platform, ballpark, arena itself. My background is in baseball, so I was 20 years with the Red Sox and the Giants in Boston and San Francisco, both franchises who really took the concept of real estate as being part of their civic contribution to the city that we're in, and saying, okay, if we have the name Boston or San Francisco across the front of our jersey, it means we stand for something beyond just the team and the outcome of the team. And we thought of the place, and this was going back to Boston, 20 years ago, maybe more innovative or different than today, where a lot of teams are doing this and thinking about the space and the neighborhood around your venue as reflective and representative of your team itself. So what fans do before and after a game, how easy it is to get there, who's living nearby, how are we bringing the city together to celebrate the team, sure, but also to exist in a new part of the city being really integrally related to the team.
Your company is new too.
So I run the ventures platform for Wasserman, which is a ginormous company with these talent representation and brands and properties division, and works across a bunch of these places worldwide with some of the folks on this panel. And I think for this panel, where I see my interest lying is all of the ancillary businesses that we're looking to fund or find that are helping to drive a bunch of the fan engagement, the experience around it. And real estate's an incredibly important component of the valuation of many of these teams and properties and leagues at this point, as that control component of how it affects a city and the stewardship that means. So I think you'll hear me chime in on some of the fan and those types of pieces.
So Bill, I wanted to ask you how you've seen venue development change in the last decade, especially I guess you've spent most of that decade working on one project, but how have you seen it change?
Well, I think you've probably heard over the course of the days, technology is having an incredible impact on the way venues are operating in development. But I've worked with Steve Ballmer for 10 years on the Intuit Dome, and his point was the primary issue is you have to get people out of the home watching their 85-inch television sets, being able to reach their refrigerators, being able to get to their bathroom. He wanted to create something that was better than that, and you have to exceed expectations. And technology had gone a long way to try and transforming that. So his idea of creating this sort of frictionless technology, so your license plate reader is read as you drive in, so you just go right to your parking spot. No ticket check. You walk straight into the arena with facial recognition. You can grab a beer and a sandwich without any delay. You can grab merchandise, facial recognition. It automatically charges your account. And then, he insisted on having 3 times as many bathrooms as any place else. So the whole idea was in a 12-minute halftime period, technology would allow you to get food, go to the bathroom, grab a sweatshirt, and get back to your seat in that 12-minute period. And he had this very, very clear vision of how that would operate. So that was one of the big transformations in terms of how do you think about a venue. And then there are other things we'll talk about later, like the big Halo scoreboard and others. But it was that principle of technology making it frictionless that was so important.
Fran, same question, because you I think a lot of times about the venue, but also beyond it, which seems like that's been one of the big trends.
Yeah. One thing on restrooms, I will say, we've now been able to quantify the return. They used to be considered infrastructure. And now it's like a restroom's actually a revenue driver because people will feel comfortable spending more at the concession stand or knowing that they can stay a little bit longer or anything. So we're looking at that. So he's ahead of the curve on that.
It's interesting you said, just one comment on that. He put no mirrors in any of the bathrooms because he didn't want
get 'em out of
men
there.
or women, he wanted them out of there as fast as
funny.
possible.
That's great. So in terms of how venues have changed, and I think about real estate, and I think about inside and also in the exterior, it used to be it was like sports bars, sports and entertainment, and it was all bars, and it was all, TVs and everything. And we think about what we did in San Francisco. We delivered 5 acres of open space. We built 600 units of affordable housing. 25 of those units for kids transitioning out of the foster care program. We were really delivering basic needs for the city in partnership with our public partners, but it was very different from just like a sports and betting and this is all about entertainment. So I think we're really seeing how do we contribute more to our communities and how do we lead the way of saying this is what our cities care about, and the team's really being able to deliver that. Environmental sustainability, another big part of it.
Right. And then Mark, in terms of, college sports, 10 years is a long time. But what has happened broadly that's going to make it different if you're developing a venue now in the college world?
Yeah, I first have to give Bill a shout out here because, and he knew this was coming. I had the opportunity to go to Intuit recently, and for those that have the opportunity, it is a different experience. Everything that he just outlined and then some, from my personal perspective, they played the Warriors, the Clippers played the Warriors that night. It was a packed house, and they delivered on every front. It's unique. There's so much benchmarking to take out of what you've designed and what you committed to. It's really, really well done.
His courtside tickets are coming in the mail. So.
Yeah, if you get the chance to see it. So, the college athletics landscape, I can give Northwestern as an example. We were faced, this is before I got there, I've only been there 6 months, but they were faced with a decision of, investing $250 million of, institutional funding to renovate and redevelop, find a way to wedge in, premium product that was never there to try and fix things that a lot of people probably wouldn't see or enjoy. And, the Ryan family had the vision and the capability and the design and the money to say, we're not going to do that. We're not going to put the lipstick on the pig. We're going to build new. We're going to knock down and made, a $600 million commitment to build an $850 million stadium. And whether or not that's the model, others will follow, moving forward. But there are, in the collegiate sports industry, just few opportunities to generate the kind of revenue you can through a brand new stadium. So, you look at Snapdragon, you look at us, I don't know if that's a trend, but I think a lot of people are going to be thinking about particularly as we have a $20.5 million payroll associated with our student athletes for the first time in history. The priority on revenue generation is paramount, and there's no better way to do it. And everybody here knows that.
Right. So there was this stretch of buildings built on the professional side between like 1995 and 2005 that have all hit or are hitting the key question, like renovate or build new. Bill, like when a team or a venue owner hits that point, what are some of the like key considerations that determines which direction they go?
So, I mean, we first do, and I'm sure you went through this, you analyze the existing facility to see, does it make financial sense to invest $800 million, $900 million in renovating a building and coming up with something that's okay, or do you actually go all in, like you guys made the decision, is to knock it down and start over? The other thing that we have to look at is, on a professional sports team, as with collegiate teams, how many seasons are you going to be down? Where are you going to play? Do you have the land already assembled in order to do that? And then what are your political ramifications of building on that site? Do you have political support? Are there other secondary developments that you have to do, a training facility, or, as Fran pointed out, social housing, or other things that are of community benefit? So it's no longer an easy question of knock down and build. There's so many other parts to it now that have to be played into the decision-making process.
Right. Darren, how does, this is kind of a broad question, but like how does everyday use factor in versus game day use when you're thinking about the monetization of these venues?
Yeah, I think historically you've looked at, teams in the collegiate space using their stadium for their big games 6-8 times a year type of thing, and they have sort of this downtime associated with it. And so when you look at a bunch of investments from small companies, I mean, you talk about sort of use case analysis for how you're going to get fans to use that space. So as you build out a broader mixed use application of it, you have to program it. You have to provide the technologies underneath and pinning that and how that gets used. So everything from Wi-Fi enabled advertising and things like that at your seat to something as fun as immersive technologies and those pieces. So, malls forever have been bringing Santa and the Easter Bunny. That use case drives, near $100 million for some mall providers. So there's a lot of revenue streams here that are good community aspects, that are good ways for fans to interact with it, and use the facility in a way that drives a different type of revenue that doesn't use it the same way each and every time. And when you look as an investment professional, you want diversity of application when you're putting your money toward those types of things. And this represents a really interesting potential for it.
We're talking some about the broader development. Have you looked at or come across like any I would call them kind of like the 1B attractions, not the stadium obviously,
sure,
but like
yeah.
the next thing, maybe like a...
Yeah, so I think a good example might be in a bunch of, say in the college, the collegiate space, there are a bunch of, there's sort of a lack of sort of high-end hotels or experiences in that. So there are a few companies out there that are showing up and building large high-end condos with a sort of Soho House-like membership associated with it. They're largely for big donors who are coming in for football games and experiencing that, but you now have an asset in that ecosystem that is living off of these new developments. That is, if you look at Airbnb in any one of these big college towns, Tuscaloosa, whatnot, you'll see a lot of money being changed there. And so those condos become assets, and that becomes a usage pattern for those schools to be able to take advantage of it. And so when we talk about these venues, they're not just a moment in time that's being used for an event. It's really about that fan engagement, and then really the community engagement, an asset that can really drive a lot of value into many of these places that need it.
Yeah. Mark, I wanted to ask you a little bit more about some of the choices you guys made with Ryan Field in terms of it's significantly smaller than the existing one was, or the previous one. Mm-hmm. And then what your thinking was on in terms of premium and like how the seating bowl, we're moving from in college upper bowl, lower bowl, press box, one bank of suites to much different seating bowls.
Yeah, we really wanted to reimagine the entire design experience, fan experience, everything around it. And I say I wasn't part of it. It was really the Ryan family that drove this. Although, smaller in terms of capacity, we're about 35,000. The square footage is actually almost double in terms of the spaces for amenities, the way you sit, the way you enjoy the game. We believe every seat in the venue is a premium experience. The amount of structural steel that went into this, a lot of comparison with what MLS new stadiums have done and bringing it closer so you feel you're on top of the field.
Hopefully you bought that structural steel.
We did. We bought it in 23. We thought about reselling it, and we bought it from the U.S. too, which was a good thing, and we locked it in, thankfully. Yeah, but we really wanted to create a premium experience for everybody, but also make it affordable. I know we have some young Kellogg students right here, and that demographic for us is vitally important to be able to have 20, 30-year-olds come in, be part of something special in purple, and enjoy the game. That's really, really important, and we're committed to that as much as we are in the high-end premium product. First time in history, really, in college football in the city of Chicago that there will be a premium product. No offense to our last stadium, but we didn't have any. And as a guy that, I spent 14 years at USC, and we would play at Notre Dame every year, and every year our donor base would circle the game at Notre Dame in red to come to Chicago. And it's an experience that we think is going to draw all the other Big Ten, donor bases here. How do we take advantage of that? We designed a Big Ten club within the stadium to take advantage of that, not to overwhelm the stadium in any other color other than purple, but tremendous revenue opportunity, tremendous experiential opportunity. So, not to mention the corporate community of Chicago. We're just in the early stages of those conversations, but there's been tremendous momentum just to be around college football in the city of Chicago and the Big Ten.
Yeah, Fran, you've been involved with the development of a really interesting broad array of venues. I mean, and even you all were involved with Rickwood Field, where MLB held the Negro Leagues game. University of Florida. I don't even know the proper name of that stadium. It's the Swamp. Yeah, the Swamp.
Ben Hill Griffin Stadium.
Ben Hill Griffin Stadium. What are some of the considerations when you're thinking about a temporary thing like Rickwood, where you're doing overlay versus permanent versus smaller and bigger? I don't know. What are some of the key things you think about?
I think, and Bill and I were talking a little bit earlier today, this concept of what's your design process. I think the design process itself remains the same, whether it's a small or a temporary versus a super large scale, $1 billion, 8-year build. A couple things that are different in that, and in Rickwood Field, it's actually the oldest ballpark in the United States. I only recently learned this as a Bostonian. I was always like, Fenway is the oldest. No, it's Rickwood Field, and I never knew about it because it was a Negro League facility, and the story of the Negro Leagues was just not told to me or known really in the country. So we were brought on by MLB to tell the story of the Negro Leagues when they held the game there last year. And I think when we tackled that incredible honor of a design challenge, we first started thinking about partners and who do we work with at the local basis. We ended up with a really strong relationship with the Birmingham librarians, who had all of this incredible content and knowledge and information, and guess what? No one ever asked them what they thought about what this facility, the story it should tell. So when you have something that's a quick hit like that, we start with who's on the ground, who already knows this, who can we partner with. Even though we're asking those same questions, what's the meaning of this venue to the community that we're in? We ask those same questions at the University of Florida around the Swamp, but the answer to how we then deliver that might be different. We might say, okay, we're gonna, within the institution, create a team of folks who's fully dedicated to this and can be for many years, and it becomes less of a tactical partnership, quick hit, and more of a long-term conversation. But I would say that getting to the design outcome starts with questions of what's the meaning of this venue to the people. And then the rest sort of follows naturally.
Yeah. Bill, what kind of data are you using in designing and developing these venues? I mean, I think Ballmer was really interested in a lot of specifics that most owners aren't.
Yeah, I think the data sets, obviously he's obsessed with data. And a couple of lessons I learned was never question him about data. That was not an argument you were going to win. So if he ever asked a question that related to the need for true facts that can actually be delivered, we always said, well, let's get back to you on that. But the data that he wanted to know was where is a location that wouldn't impact the ability to deliver additional housing? If you're going to build in some place like Los Angeles, if you buy a site of 15 acres and it's a site designated for residential, there's no value to the city in doing that. So there's a great amount of detailed site analysis that was done for that. There was a need to look at what was the impact of sustainability on the project. So it had to be in a location which had obviously ready access to power. It wasn't going to draw away from the water requirements within a residential neighborhood. So that fed into it. And then there was a lot of demographics looked at in terms of the fan base, whether that fan base was going to be living west of it, north of it, and could you actually pull a fan base that was very used to going to downtown LA into an area which is not considered to be a great neighborhood. Now, with SoFi Stadium there, it sort of transformed that neighborhood. With Kia Forum there, it transforms the neighborhood. But this was a final piece in that overall puzzle that was necessary. So a lot of these different pieces came into play when we were starting to look at where the site would actually be. And it did come down to him sat in his car driving around with him. The quick funny story is that he asked me to sit next to him while we were driving around. There were probably 4 other billionaires in his car, jammed in the third seat in his SUV. And they were like, Steve, could you not have gotten us a bigger car? And he's like, no, this is comfortable. And they're like, it's comfortable for you and Bill, but not comfortable for the rest of it. So that was always also the issue, was that the value of money was more important than the volume of money. So what could he achieve out of that? So the data analysis of that was also very important.
Right. Darren, how's the ability of teams and venues to capture fan data changed, and how is that impacting like the venues itself and kind of the experience that's being created?
Yeah, I think as a macro trend, everybody understands that we're collecting a lot of data and making decisions off of them, and big decisions and lots of small ones. And so for these teams, these venues, the path to making money and having diversified revenue streams really starts and ends with that data piece, to understand where to put it and the type of consumer they're drawing. Are they actually getting that consumer there? The type of wait times we're talking about in restrooms. I mean, everything from that experience onto the way to monetize that above and beyond. There are companies that are floating the Wi-Fi networks, et cetera, in there, and building tokens that will take you to other retail establishments as you head out into the wild, and they'll be building a profile that makes the offers, et cetera. Those are all opportunities to put in there. And this is a moment where people are engaged in something that they usually have a passion for, whether that's the team or the product on the field or the hospitality that they're getting. There's some sort of moment that you're sharing with them. So it's a really data-rich moment in time for those teams to grab.
Yeah. When it comes to like sort of real estate related stuff you're vetting, has like the inflow or incoming increased, or like are you seeing more interest in the venue?
I think there's just the macro trend here of like there are lots of spaces needing to either be refurbished or torn down, or new projects that are out there, or frankly revenue pressure in something like collegiate. You're seeing a lot of different opportunities, and that starts to build an ecosystem of startups and other companies leaning into that. And in my opinion, that's great overall. When you look back 20 years from now, there'll be a lot of bad companies and some good ones that didn't make it through, but there's going to be a really, really great set of technologies and hopefully that aren't just commercializing that consumer experience or that fan experience, but really enrich it. The way that we experience these things looks very different today. It will look different in 5 and 10 years. And having an ability to have an ecosystem that helps to facilitate that through someone like Balmer and the Intuit, there's a lot of technologies there that'll be able to flow down, because it was very expensive to do there, but the hopeful sort of volume of that will give it a chance to be consumed at other levels.
Yeah, and so, I mean, some of those concepts will be more proved out.
Absolutely.
More proven out. Yeah, Bill, I mean, we haven't even talked about the Halo board yet, and I wanted to ask you about it in the context of how do you think modern fan experience, or maybe fan expectations, is influencing design? And Into a Dome you have to take with a grain of salt, because it actually does like buck a lot of the trends that I write about in every other venue. But I wondered if you could talk through kind of like Balmer's thinking in terms of, he's a tech guy. He didn't want to be like pigeonholed as a tech guy, but he has like one of the largest pieces of technology in sports, but he also didn't want people on their phones. Like,
Right.
so how that came together.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of pieces to that puzzle, but I think the starting point for him was very analog, which was he wanted to have an arena, the most intense arena in terms of physical space. He wanted to have his practice facility, and he wanted to have his operation offices all are under one roof. So for him, the starting point was this was the home of the LA Clippers, and it had nothing to do with technology. That was the important part for him. But then as we started to get into it, he made jokes around, well, if my building isn't the most technologically advanced, it's going to be embarrassing to me and in front of my colleagues. And so he started to think about what were the pieces that were most important to him. One of them was the scoreboard. A typical NBA scoreboard's probably hitting around 8,000 square feet. And so we showed him different versions of that. And we had another couple of options. And Gillian Zucker, the president, was like, Bill, actually show him the other one. I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. He said, no, you got to show him this. And so we showed him the first Halo, which was about the size of the basketball court, which is 100 feet by 50 feet. And he said, well, that's interesting, but can you make it bigger? Because he doesn't want something that might be almost good. He wanted something to be almost overwhelming. And we obviously had the experience of SoFi Stadium and their scoreboard, and that's about 75,000 square feet, but for 80,000 people, and he wanted something to blow people away. So there was, and he's admitted to this, so it's not a secret. He said this was a $100 million additional cost on the building, and it's 40,000 square feet of LED screens on two sides. It's 27 feet tall, but it impacted the structure of the building because it was so heavy. We had to have the two ends move up into the ceiling so that when you have concerts, it doesn't block the view of the upper bowl into the rear stage setups. So there were lots of pieces that made it even more expensive. But when it was built and it was all black, he went up there and said, Bill, I'm really worried that you screwed up. I'm like, I didn't screw up, it was your decision. But he said that because it was so dominant in your visual field, you sort of looked at that and didn't look at the field. And I said, just let's wait until we turn it on, because that will be a totally different experience. And I didn't have the answer to that, but I knew that it was going to be different. So when it was all set up, we walked him into the middle of the court and we turned the board on for the first time. And everybody, including the contracting team, the designers, just sort of stared at it for a while. And he finally admitted that this was actually the solution, but he said, not yet. So he made us walk all the way to the top of the bowl. He's obsessed with the worst seat in the house, which has the best leg room and the best seat width. And we turned it on for him. And what happened was it transformed from this black wall into this data wall of graphics and information. And it didn't take away from the experience of watching the game down below. And so that became the principle where we actually agreed at the end. And it was a big bet, but I think it actually works quite well.
It's also armed with artillery of t-shirt cannons that are connected to people's seats and can automatically fire t-shirts.
Yeah, so that was the other thing. Yeah. We had so we have t-shirt cannons down low. Everybody does that. And Steve's like, but I want to make sure that the halo doesn't block getting t-shirts in the upper row. So he's like, we're going to put t-shirts in the catwalk. And we're like, don't know how safe that is. And he says, no, we're going to do it. So we put them in. And the first time he had staff sit on the upper bowl and he was shooting these t-shirts up and people couldn't see it because of the lights and they're hitting people on the head. And those things are very heavy and solid when they're tightly wrapped. So we had to kind of modify the construction of the cannon and how the t-shirts were folded into that. But these are all little things that you learn over the course of time.
Yeah,
Digital
pushing technology.
supporting analog supporting.
Yeah. No, they're like revolvers. There's 6 chambers.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Mark, so one thing with you guys are making such a huge investment in a unstable environment, college sports. How do you think about that or make the venue flexible in some way that might be able to adapt to like whatever's coming next?
Yeah, I think that you used the word white elephant somewhere along the lines. Like that's the one thing we wanted to avoid, to avoid. So a lot of thought, analysis into how we activate this, not 365 days a year, but a good portion of that over the course of a calendar year. And so we're in a lot of discussions right now with really good partners. I wish I could share more. Certainly the concert venue, a summer concert series in Chicago, the demographic works great as a potential revenue driver for us. But at its core, like I said, it's, arguably the number 2 most popular sport in America right now, college football. We're the number 6 institution in America. We're in the city of Chicago. We're in arguably the best athletic conference in the country. All those things factor in that tells us we're making a wise investment. And, it's our job to put a really good product on the field for football to draw that. And with that, all 21 sports will benefit. So, and to have the Ryans backing on that gives us the assurances that we'll do it the right way. When the Ryans do something, if anybody's been to our campus, there are other facilities they've invested in. And it's usually a world-class product that gets finalized. So we're hopeful the same happens.
Yeah. Fran, how have you seen history and culture being preserved or like baked into venues? Or I guess the question is, are you seeing that more? Like, what's the value of that, the importance of it? Because I hear, like, I could play a drinking game during a week. The amount of times I hear, like, authentic, Yeah.
Yeah.
That good.
We, well, at Canopy Team and my co-founder, Jana Marie Smith, and I guess, we sort of really tend to focus on historic venues. And I think that does give more authenticity. Not that, actually, you're creating your own authenticity with the identity of these new venues being so strong and not cookie cutter. Both of your projects, I think, are really strong examples of that. But I think there's something that can't be replicated of knowing that your grandmother sat in this chair, or that, this gate was, the actual gate that Willie Mays walked through the day he made the catch. I think there's through threads in our culture that are really important to hold on to. And I think when we decide to revitalize infrastructure and assets and public resources that we have in the form of these gathering places and make investments to bring them to the next 50 years, I think it strengthens those threads and those ties. Our work at Dodger Stadium right now it's hard to believe Dodger Stadium is the 3rd oldest ballpark in the majors after Fenway and Wrigley. And today it feels like a brand new, fresh, incredible experience, but very honoring of the 1950s, 1960s, kind of like modern LA, colorful, white, angle, dynamic, really light. But we're bringing it into the next 50 years with some work. I think it can be a lot harder to think through. There's challenges with having a blank canvas, and there's challenges with having a super complicated canvas. But one of the things we always think about, and you mentioned this, I'm really interested, I learned from you today, there's more space in your new venue at Ryan Field, is how do we create more space in historic venues? So at the Rose Bowl, at Fenway, at Dodger Stadium, we pulled out the gates, we create more plaza area, just more breathing room, and literally square footage of concourse that makes those historic venues feel like they're fully modern and up to today's standards.
Yeah, I think there's some aspects too of like immersive technologies and things like that can create, like more interesting exhibits or whatever within venues that seems like a newer
and can be updated and changed as that, so you can have Harry Potter one day and you can have Picasso another day. So that drives a whole different use case.
Right, absolutely. One thing I've noticed in the last few years with some of these major projects that have been getting approved is community benefits agreements. I pay close attention to these because they seem to be going up and up. Mark, can you talk about how you guys worked with Evanston and got good with them to build this huge project?
Yeah, again, I credit people that came before me, our community relations team, our government relations team on campus, Ryan family. Not an easy project to navigate, the size and the scope of it. I didn't live through that, but I'm sort of feeling the benefits of it now in terms of, as it's going up, the commitment to delivering on promises, whether that was, jobs created for minority and women-owned businesses. We've met a really lofty goal there. Local companies being involved, we're almost there. We're about 90% bought out on the project, but we're really optimistic we're going to meet both of those goals. But the proof will be in the pudding, after it opens, and to make sure that, the interesting focus was much more concert-driven than it was football-driven in terms of concerns and parking and ingress and egress and an all-day event. And so we're going to walk before we run there, before we, commit to a full slate of summer concerts. We have to kind of earn the trust on that front. And with everything that we do, we'll earn the trust, but stay committed to what we're doing on affordability of pricing, including the Evanston community, and that we'll have community-driven events. That'll be a partnership. One thing that I just want to hit on quickly is that, our industry in college athletics, you mentioned data analysis and capturing all that and maximizing the fan experience. College athletics isn't built for that right now. We're built, probably 10 years too late or whatever, but we're working fast to catch up to a chief revenue officer position, hiring general managers, doing all the things we need to do. So, with that, we created an LLC to manage this stadium. The institution is involved on the trustee level, the athletic department's involved, and the Ryan family's involved in its own separate entity to allow us to make decisions much more quicker than anybody's been on a college campus before. It's pretty bureaucratic. And this gives us an opportunity to move much quicker, to partner for community events, to do things that everybody will benefit from in a much more efficient way. So I'm hoping that delivers for everybody.
Yeah. It's okay if I touch on that a little bit?
Yeah.
We did the same thing in Inglewood, and we were able to hit $475 million of the total 1.2 construction budget for minority and women-owned and veteran-owned businesses, which is the highest percentage that's been achieved. And this was driven by Steve. But we also used data analysis, so local zip code analysis of the staff working on it, to hit 10% local Inglewood construction workers on the job, and that was also achieved. I think the one that we're most proud of, and I had a guy named Ken Billups who ran this whole thing for AECOM on the construction side, was we did a pre-apprenticeship program with the Inglewood Unified School District, which meant that high school students could learn trades so they could then get into apprenticeship programs on the formal trade union side. And that has proven to be incredibly successful. And as much as there's a downside with the fires that happened in LA, it also means that the people that we trained are now going to have jobs, for the next 10 years. So there's a lot of positive benefit to really thinking about the holistic nature of constructing these really expensive buildings and what the impact is on the wider community.
I want to ask one more question, and then we can. I got some audience questions here. Fran, you are the only person in the sports industry I know that ran a public utility. Can you explain this?
Yes, sure.
While still in the sports industry.
Yeah. No, that was a surprise question. When I was at the Giants, when we were building out Mission Rock, which was, as I described, sort of a mixed-use neighborhood part of the city, 1,500 units of housing, 6 units of commercial, Visa's global headquarters is there, and parks. We asked ourselves, again, to this point of what can a team offer on the real estate side that a traditional developer might not. We said, okay, how do we push the envelope as far as we possibly can on environmental? So we created our own microgrid. We were 100% renewable energy, zero water waste, and we connected all the buildings underground with shared thermal systems. So the office buildings are used in the daytime, residential at night, so you can really have a reduction of the infrastructure you need. As part of that, it was public land, and we weren't quite sure how we were going to have the buildings buy thermal energy from one another when we had different LLCs capitalizing, our investors in each of our different vertical buildings. So we created Mission Rock Utilities, which was a non-stock corporation and a regulated utility in California. That was a fun couple years. And I do credit, shout out to MIT, my background here of not making me afraid of the complexities on the engineering and just straight infrastructure side to say oh, we're a baseball team, but actually these are pipes and tubes and hot water and vents and we can do this.
Did you have the switch like the on or off switch?
Oh, yes. And actually, what's really cool is it's all displayed. So if you go to San Francisco, and many of you may have been there last couple of weeks for the NBA All-Star Game, if you go and you walk through Mission Rock, we have, this was something I was like forced them to do as I was like, I'm CEO of a utility. We have to do this. We put in windows. So the public, when you're in the park, you can see our district heating and our black water treatment plant from the sidewalk. And we have educational signage that says, what is black water? Why is it important in a drought-stricken area to, save and reuse all your water? So.
If you thought this panel was going to go in this direction, please raise your hand. Kind of to that end, somebody from the audience asked about some of the biggest sustainability issues in design and construction of venues. I can start with you because Intuit Dome is all electric, has its own electric battery power plant, which is a first in sports as far as I know in the US.
So we just were granted LEED Platinum for our venue and net zero across all the 4 critical component parts. But this was also driven by, actually this time credit goes to Steve's son, who told his father, he was studying sustainability and environmental engineering at USC, and told his father that one of the goals has to be that this building is the most sustainable one ever built. So that got translated back down to me to instruct the team. But we ended up putting up 2.4 megawatts of solar panels across the roof of the building that drove those 13 megawatts of backup batteries. What that means is that we can run an entire game off of the back batteries themselves, 3.5 hours of, and not just operational, actual full functioning broadcast lighting and everything else. But more importantly, it means that when we can't charge the batteries from the sun, we only draw power to the batteries on off-peak times, so we're never putting pressure on the wider network during the summer months, the high summer months. We're also using purple water pipes, so this is the first time that every single bathroom is using recycled water, not in the sinks, but in the toilets. All the landscaping is using recycled water, so we've lowered the total amount of typical water usage by 7 million gallons per year in this building. And so there are lots of parts of it that are being undertaken to meet these needs. And sustainability now, I think, is going to influence every major project. There's a level of responsibility when you take on these big projects that you have to meet environmental considerations as a priority.
Yeah. I love this question because this is something I've been thinking about a lot because I cover fan experience and thinking about the price of stuff a lot. Buildings have gone progressively more towards premium products and spaces. Does that risk their future fan as less wealthy fans get progressively priced out of venue attendance? Who would like to take that?
Yeah, I'll start just because it's ironic. I had a virtual board meeting this morning to get approval on an adult component to our design that is just what you're talking about. So for us, we have an opportunity to convert the top end of our stadium into what we're now calling the Loft Club. It hasn't been entitled yet, but we think it's a great entitlement and opportunity to do just what you're talking about. We're going to develop a program called Wild. We're the Wildcats, so it'd be Wildcats in the last decade. People that have left Northwestern, Kellogg graduate, undergraduate, and find a way to get them back into the fold and build a premium experience around just that. Make it an affordable premium experience that doesn't compromise value and where you sit and your location and what you have access to. So we're committed to it on that front.
Bill, do you think that's attainable when the cost of the buildings is skyrocketing? I mean, everything involved is going up.
I think it's, once again, social responsibility because, interestingly, you've got to get the next generation of fans into the building or you die with the ones you have, right? Yeah. So everything that brings more people in, investment in high school basketball, all that pays off and it's important.
Well, and that goes a little bit to the diversity of the fan experience. They're not just sports fans anymore. You're talking about adding concerts, et cetera. They want this space to be something where they can experience all those pieces, and everything about the data that's pulling right now says just that.
Absolutely. We've got 20 seconds left. I guess I can ask one more question. Let's see. How do you see venues changing to become more sports agnostic or drive alternate streams of revenue, especially with the World Cup and Olympics coming up? We didn't really even touch on the Olympics that much, but I don't know. It feels like you guys are trying to do that with Ryan Field for sure. You have to, yeah.
Yeah, we're focused on that. We think it's a desirable venue to host a number of different things, from community to possibly soccer to concerts across the board. So, but I'll let you hit on the Olympics because I think it's important.
Well, I think
that's much more interesting.
That'll have to be for another time. But the Olympics obviously looks at how do you engage with fans across the spectrum? How do you bring international visitors in? There are lots of parts of this puzzle that are at a different scale when you think about Olympic Games, and there's even more sort of emphasis on how you handle the capital investment, making sure that any public sector funding goes into the right place in terms of long-term legacy. There's a lot of things that feed into that, but I think.
Yeah, well, it was a great conversation and enjoyed it. And yeah, thanks again to the organizers for having me to host a panel at this great conference. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everybody.
Hello, everyone. It's lovely to see you all here at our last panel before the Alpha Awards and the wrap of SSAC 2025. My name is Kelly Conlin. I'm an MBA student at MIT Sloan, and I'm excited to introduce our panel, Big Data Energy, and our panelists for today. We have Nate Silver, statistician, author, and founder of Silver Bulletin, Jessica Gelman, CEO of Kager, Daryl Morey, the president of basketball operations at the 76ers, and we will have Alex Edelman moderating our panel today, Emmy and Tony Award-winning comedian. Thanks. Enjoy.
Woo. That was an Emmy.
Quiet.
I also am the general manager of the Portland Trail Blazers, and I think it's weird you didn't mention it, but okay. Thank you guys so much for being here. This is like the last panel of Substance.
I know, no pressure.
At this Dorkapalooza, and I will be asking questions of these three qualified people. By the way, I have to point out your son, Brooks, down here on an iPad, and he's been doing it all day. And I know you're doing like kid stuff. Because how old is he?
8.
He's 8 years old, but in my mind, he's like determining who won the startup competition. He's like keeping tabs on the hackathon, sabermetrics, things of that nature. Okay, let's start. Daryl, obviously the NBA is scripted. Why didn't you write yourself a better season this year?
Well, exactly. During the writer's strike, I mentioned that we need to get them back working just so we can write a different ending. So.
Yeah. Of course, would the NBA be better if it was scripted?
How do you know it isn't?
Nate, is the NBA scripted? No.
I mean, the frozen envelope was probably real, but no, it's not scripted. It would require too much coordination. People are bad at keeping secrets.
Of course.
Actually, right? It would be require more work to script than it's worth, I think.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, I was not seriously asking. Don't think anyone has that much ball control that they could.
He just wanted to get a moon landing point in.
Yeah, of course. That's actually my big thing about the moon landing, which is like, why would we keep going back to the moon if it was faked?
You don't want to concede anything, right? I mean, you have to like keep up the ruse, I think.
Yeah, but you can't even get like a second season show on Hulu renewed. And so why would you approve $6 billion to go to the moon for the 9th time for diminishing ratings?
Isn't that committing to the bit? Isn't that a thing?
Yeah, 1,000%.
I only believe in one conspiracy.
Oh.
Okay. 9/11? Is it 9/11?
No,
Daryl?
that Family Feud makes up their answers.
That Family Feud makes up their answers?
Yes.
You mean at the end?
No, I know what you mean.
Yes.
That they don't actually ask 100 people.
Has anyone been called by the Family Feud survey ever?
Raise your hand if you've been called. Nobody.
Wow.
This conference filled with data? Nobody
QED.
My favorite thing, I know there are children here. My favorite thing is whenever Steve Harvey leads them into a question where they have to give like a PG-13 answer. He'll be like, all right, we asked 100 people things to do in a bedroom with your spouse. And then they'll get the obvious answer, and then Steve Harvey will do the 1,000-yard stare like you can't believe. All right, sorry, we're already off track. That's fantastic. All right, this is a panel about data. And so, what is the worst data-driven decision that you guys have seen? It's a very open-ended question.
I can say my worst.
Go ahead.
We had a lot of data saying trading for Terrence Williams was a good idea, and it was not. You're trying to scan your memory banks for.
I'm trying to remember what you got. What you gave up for?
We gave up a first.
Who did the first wind up being?
Well, that is a good question. I haven't checked because it's not super relevant to how we look at things.
Really?
This is how fans look at things, Alex. Come on.
I'm a fan. I don't actually manage the Trailblazers.
It's a potential. It's like a turned over card in a card game before when you send it out. It was bad enough that we sent it out.
Is there an agreed upon value for a draft pick? Do you know what I mean?
There is not. That's an excellent question. It's coalescing on something resembling a chart. And as you know, the NFL, their chart is completely messed up. And still to this day, all the research on how initial anchoring keeps you there, the NFL is finally pulling away from this chart. The NBA is slowly coalescing on a chart of what a second round pick is relative to the first round pick. We made a trade this year of one later first for 4 seconds. And that's like as close to a challenge trade as you get, which is like over time, you'll be able to tell if that was the right thing.
That's interesting, just because as basketball has more of the analytics, that it would get closer to a chart, in the NFL that for a long time did not had that.
No, they had the chart. It was just wrong.
Okay, that answers that.
It was not just wrong. It was like an order of magnitude wrong, especially before they had the scale contracts. So.
I mean, I think the biggest things that we see from a wrong perspective is mostly that we just didn't have the data to make the right decisions. And so in a lot of the areas that we work in, like ticket pricing, just wrong, because for a long time, you'd only know information about the person who had the ticket, who was a season ticket member, and you wouldn't know all the people that they're coming with. And if it's a family, for example, you're missing many other generations if they're bringing their kids. And so I do think that, especially post-COVID, and now where like maybe like 98% of people coming in some form or fashion because of mobile ticketing, we have a much better understanding. Ticket prices are increasing. The actual products at the stadiums are changing rapidly to meet changing fan demands, but I think it's most likely we maybe didn't know what the fan demands truly were before, because we had this very isolated piece of information on 30% of the people coming to the games, and now it's much closer to 90%.
Should teams, your clients, price more or less aggressively?
This is a very interesting question, and it depends on in what regards. For a season ticket member, you want them to remain a season ticket member. Like most people here know, for owners, you want to have basically known revenues in theory. And so something like 70 to 80% of tickets are sold as season tickets. That part should, in theory, be less. And then the individual game tickets, single game tickets, should, in theory, be priced higher. But today with secondary ticketing, I mean, for like an average NFL season, if there's 10 games, season ticket members are only attending like 2 to 3. So
they're splitting their package.
Yeah, they're making their money, but that's not necessarily, we call it, the value that you receive, realization value. What's the value that you realize? So the point is that the bad decisions, it's based on the data that doesn't exist, and what we're going to see over the next, with all of the net new data, that if it's shared, because a lot isn't being shared, that we'll be more informed. And in theory, the decisions will be better, unless it's very biased, which AI could do.
Yeah, look, a lot of data-driven decisions that go wrong fall into different buckets. One is that your model sucks, right? 2 is that your data sucks. And 3 is that the thing you're optimizing for sucks. It's very easy to optimize for the short term, right? To optimize for, if you're running a website, what article would get the most clicks at this particular moment, and you're like not optimizing for long-run brand value. I worry, for example, and now to sound like an old man, but I worry about companies have gotten much better at optimizing ticket prices for basketball, baseball, other sports, right? I live near Madison Square Garden, and it's $200 kind of getting priced for a regular season Knicks or Rangers game, maybe the high 100s, and I don't know how you avoid it without actually requiring, in France, probably you go to the French Open, they're like, if Jessica Gelman bought this ticket, we need to see an ID with Jessica Gelman to let her in the stadium, right? With very expensive workarounds, of course, for the super rich. But yeah, I worry that people are optimizing for things that are actually not long-term equilibriums, that are greedy in the short run, because they say, we're being data-driven, whereas it's hard to quantify the value of a brand in the long term.
So interesting, because in terms of short-term optimization, there's a big complaint among television writers that the algorithms have, I know it's silly, but the algorithms now control the decisions of these major streamers. And the truth is, a lot of the things that made those major streamers were shows that no one could ever predicted that the user would have wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Like Severance is a really good example, weirdly. But like Orange is the New Black, House of Cards, these things were like unclassified.
What are the algorithms saying should be written right now?
Mostly young adult adventure stuff.
Like example.
I don't watch that stuff. Like, I don't want to throw any particular series under the bus.
No, I'm not saying you're saying it's good or bad. Just what does an example show that they are saying, the algorithms are saying, you make this, people will watch?
I only know the negative parts. I know what they say. If you make musicals, people don't watch musicals on streamers. Like The Greatest Showman.
I mean, Wicked did well, didn't it? Or...
Wicked did really well as a form of like current IP, but even like they put like, I don't want to, I'm nervous because part of this is not my information to give out, but they put certain big musicals on streaming platforms and they don't do as well. They don't do as well as like take-home experiences. And certainly no one's making big original musicals. Can you think of, you're a big musicals guy.
Yeah.
Daryl invests in musicals. He,
Sure.
you know.
Has a musical.
What's the musical?
Small Ball.
Small Ball.
That's right. That's right. I was trying to give you an opportunity. I was trying to give you an opportunity to sell it to the dozens of people.
I will
who are
not
here.
bore the audience with that.
But like original musicals, no one's making original musicals for television. People are making few original musicals as films as well. Like it's.
I mean, the second Joker was an original musical.
And it crushed.
And depending on how you define crush.
Yeah, so. but genuinely, I think it's hard. I guess the question behind this crappy anecdote is, how do you optimize for disruption? How do you integrate that into your decision making?
Using data, you can do it. We have Kaufman and his 9 scripts or whatever that turned into movies, might be less, 7. And because he exists, data can say, okay, it's different in these ways and can create a future, being John Malkovich or whatever like that. But someone different than Kaufman, someone as creative as happened throughout the years in David Lynch or script writing, those will be, data can only do what it sees so far. Now that may change, but it can only create things that has at least one example of, and even one is not enough. Yeah.
Well, I'll give this example because this is generally how we approach, and it's very specific, qualitative and quantitative data, plus a little bit of like, oh, this is what people who aren't following sports, what they would be interested in, and how do you make it more compelling to them? But I give this example, which is many years ago, when I was squarely with the Patriots, we were trying to figure out how to improve the website. So today it might be the app. And so we did a survey. What should we bring forward more? What should we be focused on more? And the least commented was the cheerleader page. And what were people actually going to? The cheerleader page. When you looked at the data and the movements, and I think like that like, okay.
You weren't optimizing for perverts, so you really.
So
we're shocked.
We were shocked by that piece of information. But the point is that like you can get, if you don't have the right context around why it's happening, and that's where you take both of the pieces of information and you say, okay, what is actually happening here? And what do we need to do? And how can we, we're targeted towards, like what you said, the perverts. So let's.
I didn't say that.
No, Daryl said that. Daryl was definitely the guy that said that.
It was definitely, yeah. But it became, okay, what are the audiences that we're not reaching, the more casual fan, and how do we bring that in to the website? And now, again, it's like, duh, but then it wasn't. And we're seeing it very broadly with the distribution channels across sports and the different ways that you can consume so many different sports, which is, of course, why I think women's sports is succeeding. And many people have talked about here this weekend. But those things are changing, is that where people have interest, it's not just the masses. It's much more targeted.
Yeah, look, some of it is kind of rational risk aversion given people's incentives, right? Where look, Silicon Valley, for all its kind of self-evident flaws, is one of the few places that's actually willing to make like positive expected value, high risk, very high reward gambles, right? If you're some Disney executive or some other executive for like a big media company, and you have a show that flops, then you probably suffer more risk there from a show that does as a breakout hit, right? And like, coloring by numbers and like having sequel XYZ of the Fast and Furious franchise or whatever else, right? Or like, having a revival of a previous idea often has a fairly high floor. And if you screwed up, you said, well, we're going by the formula that usually works, so you can't really blame me very much. And like, so that spirit of risk taking, I think, maybe the thing we should borrow from Silicon Valley toward
Have you
Hollywood.
yourself tilted towards algorithms in your writing, meaning like been influenced and pushed in that direction?
I actually think it's, I hate to be earnest for a second, but hate to be serious. I think it's really dangerous. I think, especially AI, as it has not yet developed a sort of fervent need to express itself. So leaving it as something that has no actual point of view. So the fact that it can only participate in a conversation that already exists instead of advancing the conversation makes it really bad and dangerous. And that's like on a macro scale. And on like a micro personal scale, you've heard of artists being derivative. An artist who is derivative is someone who takes something that makes their decisions that are based entirely in external factors and isn't able to, and also people, like you were talking about making decisions driven by data. Like, I think a big problem when I was working in sports, I worked at the Red Sox and the Dodgers and the Brewers for a couple of years, was Larry Lucchino, my old boss, used to say the problem isn't making data-driven decisions, it's that people don't know how to parse the data. We were walking through a newer ballpark at some point, and he went, "You know why the staircase is here?" And I was like, "Why?" And he's like, "Someone doesn't know how to read a spreadsheet." And so the bigger issue is like, I try to make decisions that are largely interior-driven because I mostly don't trust my own ability to read the sort of like, changing tides of people's appetites and things like that. And I do think, by the way, that the streamers and television networks and the buyers run the risk of making decisions that are only based in previous discovery as opposed to newer things.
And politics, you see, the same message the third time is less effective or can like backfire sometimes, right? And in many fields, you're kind of like chasing the changing trend like faster than you're kind of running the model on past data. And so I don't know. I don't even know like kind of what, like, what's more important than being data-driven is being smart and being right. You know what I mean? Data, more often than not, is the right way to get there, but like that in and of itself is not a sign of a good, it's correlated, but at some 0.3 correlation or something, I think, with good decision-making.
And so, I mean, I hadn't really thought about this until I went to this HBS Women's Summit in the fall, and there was a whole discussion and presentation about AI and how, I don't know, pick the number, 70% of the information that AI will be tracking to make decisions is written by men. And so it's inherently going to be biased against women. That to me, I was like, holy crap. That's very concerning that as we continue to push into this, how do we address that moving forward? So I think, word for all of us, women write more on the internet.
Yeah, that's the key. Yeah. Get more women writing on the internet. That's definitely, that'll make everybody happier.
Say your voice, give your voice.
Maybe on the Nate, how do you feel about the New England Patriots cheerleaders? No, I was kind of but off of what you were saying about chasing a changing trend, how do you decide when a sort of model is ready to go live? You know what I mean? How do you decide? Yeah.
Like a statistical model, or
like?
When I think it's good, basically. I hate putting out products that are mediocre, but yeah, I mean, we released our men's new NCAA SBCB Silver Bullet in college basketball ratings, and I still had some how come these teams that are supposed to be 98% favorites are winning 99.5% of the time? So you keep going in and tinkering until you understand kind of what you were doing wrong before. We're having the women's ratings come out hopefully Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday-ish next week. The tournament, of course, starts next Sunday. But no, a lot of what I do is kind of quality control. And like that step, I think, is not one of the first things that will be automated, although AI, it can do stuff that I didn't expect, right? There are 364 Division I men's basketball teams, 362 women's teams. VMI and the Citadel don't compete in women's basketball, right? But like every single basketball rating system has their own set of team codes, right? Michigan State, Michigan ST.MSU, and I just said, all right, here are 364 codes in 2 different systems. I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee. I literally told ChatGPT, I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee, right? Take your time and match every one and give me a confidence rating from 1 to 5, how confident you are, and it gets all 364 perfectly. Granted, uppercase Yale and lowercase Yale are pretty easy, but like these things are pretty smart at doing some of the grunt work that I used to have to do myself or hire somebody else to do. I know what that story's supposed to mean, but you see real progress in AI. I think people make the mistake of thinking that it's all about words and writing. It's like, no, it's coming for the coders, right? Learn to code is probably no longer good advice in the world of AI.
Oh.
There's 2 levels of the goodness of a model. One, the highest level is you would wager using this model. That is where you're putting real skin in the game. And then the next tier down is, will your decisions be better if you look at the output of the model versus if you did not look at the output of the model? You would think that might be true of all, but that actually isn't always true as well. And I think as long as you reach one of those thresholds, you use the model, and as the amount of money and risk behind the decision gets higher, you need to get closer to it being a model or over the line of one that you would bet wager on. And if it's lower and you're just making marginal decisions where the risk of a bad outcome is lower, you're okay with using models that directionally nudge you. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, of course. But do you think that not of course, but because, I'm an idiot. But like if you, do you think your risk tolerance though has changed? Do you think that has your relationship to those factors shifted over your career?
Only up, because when you're early in your career, and then poker players talk about this a lot, so Nate can, you have a risk of ruin for your bankroll, your social capital, your political capital, things like that. It's low when you're earlier in your career. When you're later in your career, hopefully it's higher, and you tend towards taking the risks you need to take. In sports, with only one team winning, you have to swing big, or otherwise you'll just be in the middle, and that's not super useful.
So we are the data warehouse for many professional sports teams. We touch 70 million sports fans across all of our clients, everyone from the NCAA to the Carolina Panthers. And the thing that we are focused on is that foundational data. So and to give people the ability to do the interesting models, the data is in large part not where it needs to be to trust the models that are being built. So I'm kind of coming back to the same point I've made already twice, but
I'm sorry. No, sorry.
No, but I think
better questions.
But I think for us, once we get the data into the good place, and we're again, what we're doing is trying to make people's fan experiences better. It's okay, go in this gate or this gate. So I think it's more for us about the application of the interests to give people more of what they want and less of what they don't want. And we can fail more. It's the risk, especially for someone like you, if you have a bad pick or a bad trade, it can ruin a season. If you have a great pick and a great trade, it can make the season, and that's not.
Have you ever had a bad pick? No,
never. You were in fan engagement. What of the new data would you have wanted if you go back to your Red Sox days?
Oh my God. My job when I was at the Red Sox, I worked in the fan experience department, and we had this thing called the path of the fan experience. And the way that we got data about what the fans wanted was we stood outside the gates with Palm Pilots.
Yeah.
And the little stupid, what were the
stylus.
The styluses, the pens with no thingies. And we would ask questions and bring them back inside. But again, it was the parsing of the data.
Right.
There was a guy named Tim Zhu,
Yeah.
who's still at the Red Sox.
He's a CFO.
He's a CFO?
That show's wrong.
That's interesting. No. But Tim, I remember Tim noticed that a lot of you just made me think this, 50% of our fans were using Gay Day. Or maybe a different, but 50% of our fans, Gate D, that's right. And very few of our fans were using Gate A. And so Tim was like, why don't we, sorry, I flipped. I've been working the Red Sox since like 2007. Are you kidding me?
I was kidding.
No, you're right, though, it was Gate D.
I was right.
But like most of our fans were using Gate D, and we had the same number of turnstiles at every single gate. And it took Tim reading the data and understanding, maybe we should have more turnstiles. I think we had like 17 turnstiles at Gate D and then 2 at Gate A. But until then, we didn't have that. So there were these big log jams. And I feel like with these tools, we would have gotten all this data much faster.
It's kind of like some of the times when I'm meeting Daryl and I tell him it's 15 minutes earlier than we actually have to be there. That's what we're doing with people getting
People adapt to that, though.
They adapt, yeah.
I do this too.
Daryl hasn't figured it out
Should
yet.
randomize.
I do this too. How long, by the way, how long do you think until data coverage for women's sports catches up to the men's, like the WNBA?
Sadly, I think we're, I'm not years away because we need, frankly, just more investment into it. We had a panel on this yesterday that Corbin led, and like the example of the PGA and the LPGA is one that blows my mind, which is it costs $1 million for the PGA to be tracking the balls and all the different elements that are happening on each hole. Because the LPGA can't afford the $1 million every week, they're not tracking, they can't do betting to drive in more fans, they can't have the real-time scoring. And so there's a significant cost. I mean, we've made donations to Sports Reference to help with historical data in the storytelling for women's sports, basketball and soccer. But I mean, like Nate really, I love that you...
Will you talk about your rankings a little bit, the women's rankings you got?
So they're not done yet.
But you've been doing it for a decade.
Well, we've been doing the NCAA model for both men and women, and we always found that there's actually a lot of interest even before Clayton Clark. There's a lot of interest in women's basketball, but there were far fewer rating systems. Right, it was like 7 for the men and 3 for the women, in part because the data is less good. But like we're now building our own rating system for women. We have the one for men this week, in part because of a site called, I believe it's Her Hoop Stats.
Yes. Aaron.
Which is very good. If it weren't for that site, then that would probably have to wait to collate data from, Sports Reference has pretty good data, right? But to collect it from different places, and there wouldn't have been the time, but thanks to that site, now we're gonna run these this year instead of waiting another year or two, right? And by the way, all these sites, people should charge more for, all these sites that maintain data, it's a public service. Yep. They often give it away very free or very cheap, but some of these sites should charge more, frankly, right? To make sure that there's incentives to and by the way, in a world of AI, having raw data is still very useful, right? You need data to train the AI models. The modeling parts might become cheaper, but having data that's not AI generated, it's raw data that is actually ground truth is still very important.
But this is the best parity in a long time for women's basketball. So I know you haven't run it yet, but do you have a favorite?
I don't want to say something and then, since I'll know the answer in 2 days. Classically, so we have to look at what parameters from men's model work in women's and which don't, right?
Ooh, which
Historically,
don't?
you have much bigger differentials in women's basketball, right? That with some exceptions, a 1 seed is not going to lose to a 16 seed, with some exceptions, right?
Yep. When Harvard beat Stanford.
Yeah, but and now you see more parity, which is a healthy sign, right? That you don't have, although still, I don't want to say too much. There may or may not be profitable betting opportunities in women's basketball because people apply heuristics from the men's tournament that don't work as well for the women's tournament. Just saying that hypothetically.
Hypothetically true.
All I'm hearing is that you're going to be ranking women on the internet. Oh, yeah. Okay, Zuckerberg. And it's just like. Daryl's joke,
It worked out.
actually. Yeah, it's Daryl's
It
joke.
worked out for Mark. I mean,
Yeah.
so.
He did fine. All right, so there's some audience questions here. I've got some I want to ask you a question about profitability in terms of like you know how private equity gets involved and ruins like your favorite restaurant, or a company gets involved and ruins like 538. Like what? This is the one room in the world people are like, oh my god. But like, but in terms of, do you think that bigger corporations with different risk tolerances, different priorities, be misusing data? Is it a concern?
I mean, there are benefits, obviously significant benefits to private equity coming into sports. You know, obviously they're seeing that there's an opportunity, and they're going to invest money to make the overall experience better. In theory, it should be getting better. My primary concern, and again, having worked with the Kraft family for 23 years, they're entrepreneurs, they're innovators. They have literally helped change how sports organizations are run. They, you know, invested in, and we partnered in the creation of Kager together. Does that still happen when you have people who need to turn a profit in 5 years and it's just we need to increase ticket prices versus investing into the broader ecosystem?
Sure.
And so that, I think that's my concern. You know, we've had a lot in the NFL, less than say the NBA. There's less, it's still predominantly, I mean, they just let PE in this year. It's predominantly more family still. But we're seeing like in the NBA, a lot more finance type people who are owning the teams. And so I guess one of the questions I might ask is, are the NBA teams, are they generally following the same kind of style and approach versus maybe what's happening in the NFL? Or is it just that the NBA is further along in their data and the NFL isn't there yet?
We were talking about before this panel started, not to peek behind they're talking before. No, it's good. About working for different types of owners, and if there are different, and if it's a different experience as a working for like big finance person versus a entrepreneur versus someone who loves the team as a what are the reasons that they're owning the team? I guess, right? Like and I think there's some people who are able to do both in terms of creating a winning team and also you know, making money, and then also willingly investing back into the business from all the different elements. I mean, transparently, I do see a lot of different ownership groups across the NWSL with our various clients. I mean, I think it's we want what's going to make the best and most competitive team, and that in theory drives the attendance. The U.S., I mean, just for perspective, the NWSL is the first league without a draft in the U.S., sorry. And so that's going to be a very interesting situation where we generally have some competitive balance across the rest of the U.S.-based leagues, except for baseball. Daryl, is it different owners, different vibe?
I think in general, owners, I'm stealing this from Sam Hinkie, the lead owners are generally trying to turn commas in their bank account into Q score, and that's the general type, So regardless of where they come from now, lately it's different in terms of like 30 years ago versus now, but generally they've had to make their money in the fields where you can make very significant money. So venture capital is one of those, obviously finance is one of those. But I find it's a common thread. They're generally very, very smart, and they're looking for a platform, both for potential like door openers for opportunities. Plus, they're often sports fans. So,
by the way, I mean these franchises increase at a value of like what 12% per year or something. I mean, what you're making on is like,
greater
there
than
are,
12.
what is it, 122 Big Four sports franchise, if you count like the Ottawa Senators is one of those, for example. But maybe like 100-ish desirable ones that aren't,
Was that a slam on the Ottawa Senators?
Not on the, I guess on the city of Ottawa, which I hear is very nice, by the way. They had the trucker protests a couple years ago. That's all I really know about Ottawa. I'm sure it's cold, although here at Sloan you can't really critique coldness very much. But look, so are you betting on like there being 100 increasingly rich, finance bros who would really like to buy a sports team because it's cool? Yeah, it's probably a pretty good bet as like we see more and more like wealth inequality. And by the way, franchise values have increased more in markets where there are more billionaires. It's not a surprise, right? It's a direct relationship.
Huh. You know what I want to work for? The Green Bay Packers.
That'd be cool.
With like the 4,000 fan owners where you have to go into like
More
a
than that.
garage and explain your decisions.
I think it's hundreds of thousands of fan owners.
Is it hundreds of thousands?
Yeah, you can buy one share right now.
Man, those
on your
investor
phone.
calls must be chaotic as hell. They can probably help you touch the 70 million sports fans that you touch every year. This is a fun one I want to ask Nate. And the rest of you. If you could quantify something intangible, like one intangible trait, what would it be?
I mean, it's a cliche. I mean, if you could quantify like drive, grit, I mean, that would be worth something. I'm not sure it would be predictively positive though, right? Because sometimes if like you have a lot of like motivation and drive and grit, then you're like maximizing your package of talent. But yeah, if you could like put that all into a score, and this is actually, okay, one thing I use ChatGPT for, right, is I was trying to rank players to Baseball Hall of Fame, and you have this infamous like integrity, sportsmanship, and character category. And I'm like, you know what, it says in the records you have to actually use this category, but like, so I'm trying to follow the script of the law, but like, I really want to like outsource this, right? So it's like, give me a character rating for all players in the Hall of Fame ballot this year, right? So the internet's biases I'm now channeling through ChatGPT and turning that into like fake data and making my life
Do
easier.
you have a vote for the Hall of Fame?
I don't. I don't know what I have to do.
You don't vote on the Hall of Fame?
We heard it here first. Nate wants a vote. In the Hall
I
of
have to
Fame.
join the BBWAA, which I guess I should do or something.
Barry Bonds, yes or no?
Yeah, look, I think the whole, look, there are not.
You're not getting a vote now. No, it's kidding.
No, but like we have accepted A-Rod back into our lives, right? I think what A-Rod has done is like, and by the way, are you not letting your teammates down if you're not doing steroids a little bit?
I like this argument. When I was on Broadway, I lost my voice and they put me on steroids, the thing called prednisone, and like I took my first dose at like 4:02 p.m. and at 4:05 p.m. I was like, Barry Bonds should not be in the Hall of Fame.
You find yourself getting very angry.
Yes, I was like ready to rip everyone in half like a phone book, but like I was taking a shower and and the director of the show was like, "Is it working?" I'm like, "I can see every individual droplet of water as it comes out of the faucet." Like, so by the way, for me, if Ty Cobb is in the Hall of Fame, no one ever talked about that. Ty Cobb was considered racist then. To be considered a racist in like 1910, everyone's like, we're all racist, but that guy's like crazy racist. Not to offend any Ty Cobb heads here in the.
I think they're all dead.
Yeah.
Well, so on what would I want to measure? I mean, and this is a discussion Daryl and I have had. We've had a panel here about it, but it's performance under pressure. And who are the people that will perform well? And I think we might, as we are tracking the athletes more closely, as maybe AI can start to look at facial recognition and how comfortable or confident people, I don't know. But if you could say how the person is feeling in the moment and you knew that, and if they, you know.
You want them all to wear like Oura rings and stuff?
I mean, something like that. I mean, many of them are wearing tracking stuff. So I think we're actually maybe the closest we have been to being able to see who is most likely to perform better on this last second shot.
I would want to know when someone is first handed a lot of money, will they continue to have the drive to improve?
Yeah.
Are you speaking in personal experience, from personal experience with any one particular athlete?
I just think in general we hand athletes at a very young age, as their worth actually, a very large sum of money, and their drive to improve to then had to be somewhere top notch. Like, and people will talk about, oh, they're obviously bigger, faster, stronger as well. But to get to the highest level, that does not do it. That's a necessary but not sufficient condition. You have to have a very strong drive to improve your game and your craft to get to the highest level. But it is a very big inflection point when you're first handed millions, whether you'll continue to get up at 6 a.m. and improve.
What if they're from Australia and kind of quit halfway through their first college basketball season?
Everyone's like, who's he talking about? Who's he talking about? My favorite is Jessica's, to be fair, because like aren't there like
I win.
Is that because I beat you in chess?
Yes.
Okay.
Aren't there like clutch metrics though? Do you mean like, is there going to be a stat line that's like, this player performed best when his mom was in the stands relative to all the other players when their moms were in the stands?
I mean, I do actually think there is pressure depending on if you know someone is watching. But yeah, I mean, the how people identify people are clutch today, it's in the last 5 minutes of the game. I don't think that's a great...
There is a paper on family in the audience and players perform
Really?
worse. Yeah.
Really?
There is, yeah, look it up.
That's cool. Did it win this year?
Did not win this year. No.
All right, we've got some audience questions.
We don't know if it won this year. No, it wasn't this year.
Oh, by the way, after this, there'll be the Alpha Awards. We're going to crown the best alpha at this conference. No, it's... I'm just kidding. Everyone here's a beta, but it's like... I'm whatever's after.
When you're on prednisone, you're fine.
Yeah. Whoever is on whoever wins will be tested for steroids immediately afterwards. All right, some audience questions. If we could measure trash talk, who would win the league?
It's a Daryl question.
Yeah.
I mean, Pat Beverly was very good. I had him. He's not in the league at the moment, so. Jessica could win.
I'm
When
not,
you,
no.
When you played.
I was not a trash talker.
What?
The correct answer is Stephen A. Smith, by the way.
Trash talked his way to $20 million
a year. That's pretty good. Nick,
I have no way to measure.
Yeah, I have no way to measure it. It's strict quantifiable. How do you deal with people who want to play based on vibes instead of data? Another audience question.
I love that. I think most players play on, I would say, flow versus vibes. If I can shift it, and we know from research from Jik Sensimahai many, many years ago that people perform best when they're in a flow state, which is they get immediate reaction. They're not thinking about something else. The thing they're doing is valuable to them just on its face, not because of the outcome. All those things are true. You play very well, and we try to get our players into flow state when you can.
I mean, it's actually what I studied in college was
vibes.
It's a lot of work. No, but I think like I mean, as an athlete, did you ever have a flow experience? Like I personally did when I was in high school, and then I feel like I was just like, how do I get more of that? So it was a little bit, like steroids, but just wanting it more. And so I was like, I'm going to study this to figure out how I can create more of it. And I think today, I mean, you're not going to really have flow experiences per se, but it's how can I make sure that I'm doing the best that I possibly can when there are pressure situations. But I mean, I happen to agree.
Is runners high like that? I don't run.
I've had it.
I know Corbin runs, but
you've never had a flow state, Daryl?
I didn't say I did or did not.
You flow?
Election night, 2016.
No, not. I mean, when the states came in one after the other, and you got all 50.
In between Arkansas and Mississippi, I was peaking.
No, I've had flow in poker. I mean, because it is the actual thing, right? So we were talking before about like what happens, which players perform in the clutch. The problem with the data, there is a way to measure clutch, but like the sample sizes are very small and very noisy, right? But you might not find that the players who are better in the clutch, they might not actually be calmer under pressure, because your body is supposed to react to stress, and people do. If you're playing a $100, $200 no-limit poker game where pots are tens of thousands of dollars each, you're going to react differently than in a $1, $2 game, or whatever stakes are important for you, right? That's common sense, that's physiology, it's your body not lying to you about like, this is a high stakes moment, and like which people are sickos who like enjoy those high stakes moments, the Michael Jordans of the world, are the best poker players, right? Because it's not for everybody. And like certainly for common people, if you play deep into a major poker tournament in the World Series of Poker, and there's some accountant from Little Rock or something who kind of lucked his way into like day 3, day 4, he will have a breakdown usually from the stress of high stakes decision making for days on end, right?
Versus like a Michael Jordan who's famously amazing at gambling.
Well, but I think he's chasing down that high, and, because it's this ambivalent feeling, right? Where like it is kind of like, I mean, it's, you know, it's a different operating system.
I would agree. I mean, looking and watching Caitlin Clark last year, the amount of pressure that was on her and consistently, not only on the court delivering and playing, I mean, when she broke the scoring record for the NCAA, she did it in historic fashion, like a very far shot back, and I think she may have like broken her own single game scoring record. Okay, well I'm gonna do that while I break that, and also she, like, anytime she is asked a question, she seems to have the right answer. It's her. I think she just feels pressure differently. Like probably
from a lot of research, very basic. The more the performer is focused on the outcome, the worse they perform, and it happens more in high stakes moments. What we don't have is that everyone performs worse. Everyone, literally everyone. What we don't know is the ones that perform less worse than others, is that consistent?
I think flow state is there was a panel earlier here where Rapinoe was talking about, it's weird to be like, oh, this is related to that, but Rapinoe was talking about like creating athlete-driven content. And the last question was sort of like, oh, what's your advice to younger athletes? And she was like, be yourself, which seems like pretty basic advice, but she was also like, you'll be better, you'll make better content. And in terms of like vibes, I think like a big part when you talk to athletes, feels like a big part of what they find in pressure situations is that something will happen, like the first bucket will fall for them, and they're like, oh, I'm still myself. Even in like game 7 of the NBA Finals, it's still like me hitting the shot. And so like I think the athletes are, not to try to get you your clutch performance indicator, but like it feels like reacting to pressure, like being like, oh, even under pressure, I'm still the same diamond is like a big thing. All right.
Have you had like that flow experience when you're doing a comedic set?
Like the first time, whenever you're on like television, first time I was on like Conan or Colbert or something, I was like scared shitless. Yeah. Or like when I was on Broadway, every night it was like, oh my God, how am I gonna go out in front of and then you realize it's like, you're still you and it's your thing, and there's such a joy in that, and realizing that the circumstances don't change you. They just sort of like enhance the outline of who you are. It's so much more gratifying than doing just like your normal run-of-the-mill thing.
So if you're on stage and you see row 4, there's just someone like, like this.
No,
do you try to win that person over?
Yeah, but it's a bad habit.
Yeah, you try to win them over, or do you just ignore them?
If there are 1,000 people in a crowd and I notice one person having a bad time, that's the guy I think about afterwards.
You're trying to convert them, or what?
I mean, yeah, it sucks. But
so don't read the comments is all I'd have to say.
It's tough. It's such an exterior thing. But I have a 10 p.m. rule, which is if I get off stage before 10 p.m., I have to let it go by 10 p.m. And if I get off stage after 10 p.m., I let it go by 10 a.m. the next morning, because things are always worse way late at night. But like, yeah, no matter what happens, I let it go.
That worked for you.
It's yeah, varying degrees. But yeah, I think flow state is. Have you read have you read the David Foster Wallace piece how Tracy Austin broke my heart? It's like David Foster Wallace wrote these amazing essays about tennis, and they're all collected in a book called String Theory. And one of them is about this flow state for athletes, and also about why they're really bad at talking about sports. Because a big part of athlete performance is not being able to articulate or think about it or express it in a complex notion. Be like, there's the ball, let's hit it. Like, it's the whole thing. All right, sorry. Who is your least favorite front office to make a trade with, and why is it the Boston Celtics?
My last trade with Boston went great.
Terrence Williams?
No, we got a second round pick, and they had to get rid of the guy they got.
Who is the guy they got?
I'm not saying. Move on.
What?
Yeah.
What?
He'll get fined.
My wife's saying
he'll get fined. Oh, okay, fine. I won't say anything. You'll tell me after. All right. Can you have Daryl sing a song from his musical? No. From Small Ball?
You're not doing
Yeah, let's have Nate sing a song from Daryl's musical.
No, I'm not. I don't. Yeah.
This is one, I like this one, which is, do you think that with the potential takeover of AI in the near future, that analytical roles within sports organizations will be affected?
Like affect is a generic, like, yes. You mean, I think they mean like
Will there be fewer-
pejorative affected.
Yeah, will there be fewer $30,000 a year jobs for Yale MBA to...
I'll let Nate answer.
I think it's going to affect a lot of fields. I mean, it's not quite obvious what the effects will be. I mean, probably more negative than positive if we're being super honest, right? I mean, the fact is it can do stuff faster. Now, what's the equilibrium that results from that? Maybe it's that you actually are doing more and like cooler stuff, but like, you know, what I think you'll find is that, you know, people who are experienced have political clout in their jobs and or they, you know, get a head start in using this stuff and like, and kind of like coach the systems and like, but you know, I think it's going to affect the market for younger technical talent, right? And probably already is to some extent. And like, you know, we're not sure how society will react to that. I'm not just the only risk from AI, but like, I think, you know, the fact is that like, it's affecting my hiring. I am, by the way, hiring for like an assistant sports analyst. So go to Silver Bulletin to see how to apply for that, right? But it says on the job, one of the requirements is like, I want you to already be curious and if possible familiar with using AI to help improve your workflow, right? Because I don't want to hire somebody and then have them displaced because I can have like ChatGPT do it more efficiently, right? So like, you know, look, I don't know if we're at a pivot point, that's a cliche. I think it's going to be, but like, you should be incorporating this stuff in your kind of process right now, because right now it's like a little, not a superpower, right? But you know, it's a productivity boost that people can have if they're working in technical fields. And if you're not doing that, then you're like giving up productivity at a time when it's probably pretty important to get established in this emerging landscape. And so, yeah, it's too late to treat ChatGPT as like a chatbot or some joke or whatever else.
Yeah, I think it will help with productivity and enable people to think more about the problems they're trying to solve, and you know, and also something they can do multiple versions more quickly, and maybe then just push the premises further. Again, so much is in the interpretation, and I think understanding and putting context around it is going to continue to be the key. But I think from an engineering perspective, from, you know, potentially, as you said earlier, the cleaning of the data, I think there's a lot of productivity that's very powerful. And I mean, not that long ago, a lot of data scientists were being hired and they were, you know, literally just cleaning data and being, you know, and it's evolved in a very short period of time. And so the hope is that we evolve as well in terms of what we're expecting and how we're producing to create better, you know, stronger experiences.
If you asked the AI that question, it would quickly do a base rate. The base rate would say that nearly 100% of all new techs has generally been a positive force on workforce. That said, my gut feels negative. My gut's telling me the opposite, that it will be a net negative on analysts' overall earning power and maybe the N of how many are hired.
But do you think it's I can't believe I'm gonna but do you think it's possible that there will be new not jobs,
Oh, there will
fields
be.
in terms
There will
of
be. It's just my gut is just net negative for the first time in human history.
The flip side is like AI transformed society is probably good for sports in general. Because let's assume a world where people have more money, that there is an increase in GDP, and more free time because we displace some of the AI saving labor with recreational time, right? Good for sports fandom, right?
So
Good
your
for,
argument
poker.
is that more free time will make people interested in sports?
They're going to have more, yeah, sure, right? If I had more time, I would go to more like Knicks games and more money, I'd go to more Knicks games and stuff like that, right? I mean, yeah.
You have all the time in the world to focus on the Ottawa Senators.
No, maybe not the Ottawa Senators, but like I didn't need to get in a fight with I feel bad for Canada right now, right? It was not the time to pick on Ottawa, and I apologize.
Sorry.
But like, and also like, you're not going to displace Victor Wembanyama with the AI bot anytime soon, right? It would be boring if you could. And so like, you know, sports is a pretty robust field and may benefit from secular interest in sports, even if other things are bad for talent.
All right. I think we got time for one. We got 5 minutes. Got time for one more. Okay. If we fast forward, actually, one thing on the. You don't have time for this. If we fast forward 10 years, what do you think will be the biggest disruption in your respective fields? This is the question I want to close with. So I think it's is it going to be?
What is Nate's field?
Yeah. Analytics.
Election prediction? No.
He doesn't know
predictive
his own
analytics, the fundamental shift in decision making, external force and regulation or technology.
I mean, look, the fact that the obvious things are AI and geopolitics, which is a euphemism for Trump and Musk, basically, right? I mean, the fact that you have, I'm not trying to be too political, right? This German election, and the new German chancellor is like, our first priority is to achieve independence from the United States for Europe. Like, that's not great to hear from your allies or to see Canadian fans booing the Star-Spangled Banner. Not great from like a global soft power and hegemony standpoint necessarily. No, I think it's going to be interesting times. I think we probably are at an inflection point. You know, I think sometimes people who worry about like what effect will Trump and Elon have are not the people who are worried about what effect will AI have. I'm in the overlap of like, you know, I'm like a 7 out of 10 on both. I'm not as panicked about it as some people, right? But I'm in that Venn diagram of overlap where like, if we're at a period where there is rapid development of AI and decision makers have a limited time to make decisions that could produce lock-in or path-dependent effects, right? Do we have institutions, I'll try to sound nonpartisan here, right? Do we have institutions performing at a high level right now to make these unprecedented decisions? Absolutely fucking not, right? And that makes me nervous.
Biggest disruption.
Well, I think one of the greatest exports from the United States to the rest of the world is our entertainment. And globalization, as you alluded to, is very meaningful and significant. I worry about some of the things that we do really well being things that other parts of the world start to do very well, whether it's technology. We've seen some of the stuff with AI and in other parts of the world maybe getting ahead of what we're doing. And so I think continuing to be, I'm just saying from the US, a group that is innovative. Because I do think the US is very focused on people who work hard and create things, and that's like the whole premise. And so I think it's a big topic and a big concept, but that's where I'm worried about that, especially as kids are on screens and maybe not out doing. Yes, my children.
Brooks? But don't worry, he's only got a few minutes before he decides who's going to win the Alpha Award, so he's really locked in.
I would say one thing is we know we're terrible at this 10 years from now.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely horrible. So no one should probably listen to our answers, but I'll make my guess after everyone. I think genetically engineered performance enhancers. Folks who are tracking this,
Wow.
we're doing miracle things with cancer where we can attach proteins to one end and have our body's T cells attack the other end. Those same great minds, which are working on cancer, could be turned towards performance pretty quickly. And I believe that's pretty likely to happen. And they'll be very, very hard to test for. And I would imagine that's going to be the biggest thing I can come up with.
That's so cool.
Or not.
No, I mean, probably bad for humanity, but as a concept, that's like really. By the way, we only have 40 seconds left, but I know how to solve the tracking problem for the PGA for the balls.
You do?
Change the color. They're a white ball. Just like, they don't do that.
Blink?
Yeah, just the physical balls should be like hot pink blue, or they could change the greens to be like a different, like they should change the greens to be blue, like the Boise State field. And yeah, so just make it much easier to track.
Sure.
Right?
Why didn't we think of this?
Yeah, I can't believe it. They do it in putt-putt, right? All right, round of applause for our panelists, please. Nate, Jessica.
All right, we're going to roll right into the Alpha Awards.
Oh, no, I appreciate it.
Like, I wanted to hear more.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Run.
Thank you. No, it was great.
Hey, you're still
Put 'em up
you're
here.
still on your feet. You're ambulatory. This is good. Excellent.
All right.
Oh, iPad.
Oh.
We are
That's
ready
fine.
for you guys.
Just so we know, hot mic, hot mic.
They have mics on.
No, I'm good.
Oh yeah, thanks. Sweet. Good shit.
Good job. That was fun.
I know I'm hot mic. Yeah.
We know it.
Thank you, thank you.
All right.
Hot mic, Billy Bush. Hot mic.
I'm surprised that we started the Alpha Awards only the 5th year of the conference.
Was it the 5th year?
Well, I mean, it's the 14th annual.
Oh, subtract.
So.
Nice. Well done.
Yeah. That was pretty early.
These awards are so cool. I'm
And-
excited to award them.
I mean, the beta comment was hilarious.
It's true.
By Alex.
What are gammas? Are anyone gammas?
No, it's a good one. So I asked his name was Justin Bannister.
Oh.
I asked him, he's in the mentorship program, and I asked him how he learned about the mentorship program. And he said he asked ChatGPT how to be a data scientist, and it suggested he come to the MIT
Oh, that's
Sports
awesome.
Analytics
That's actually,
Conference.
that warms my
So I
heart.
wanted to just, I wrote
Were
it
you
down.
shouting out to an algorithm? Thank you, algorithm.
Thank you, algorithms. No, I just thought it was, I mean, we're talking a lot about, should we remove these 2 other chairs?
No,
right.
that is incredible.
I know.
I never thought to ask. Can you ask it for what company to hire, or does it say Kager?
I'm going to work on that. Can you help me with that?
There is now a business where you spam articles such that they can get ingested into the latest AI model. So it's the new search engine optimization. It's AI model training spamming.
Wow.
You need to get on this, Jessica.
I guess so. That's the new marketing.
You heard it here second.
You heard it here second. All right, I think we're ready to go. Are we ready? Yes? Okay,
All right.
14th Annual Alpha Awards.
Woo!
Look at this crowd.
Yes, this is our biggest crowd since, last panel.
All right, we'll start with the conference highlights. I feel like the students normally come out and read these.
Yeah. Rachel,
Can you guys grab a
Grant,
mic and read these?
Come on
We
up.
want you to read the highlights.
This is your conference. You need to read the
Yeah.
highlights. Welcome, Rachel and Grant. Woo!
I'll flip it. You'll see it. It'll be on there.
You did this. Come on.
Grant did
Okay.
this. He's a consultant.
If you're who was here for the who was here for the this kickoff?
Who came for the kickoff?
Oh man, you guys are awesome.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
End to end.
Diehards.
Let's go. Okay, are you ready?
All right.
Conference highlights.
Go.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't expecting to do this, but I'm happy to talk. So 2,500 people were here. You guys are the ones that survived, so thank you for sticking around with us till the end.
Yeah.
I don't know if everyone has seen these numbers, but take a look at just the representation that we have across the board from different states and different countries, teams, leagues, organizations, academic institutions. One of the things that it doesn't say on here is that almost 50% of our speakers this year were women or people of color, which is something we care a lot about and are really, really excited about. And it'll be 50% next year, but we're doing our best.
All right.
Jessica and Daryl, you both said this during the opening remarks, but this year's content was absolutely exceptional. There were awesome panels across the board. Jacob Harrison and David Rhodes, who led this team, just absolutely crushed it. Thank you guys. They're backstage. But we covered like 4 big buckets of topics. We had awesome killer sports topics, such as the Nerds Ruin Basketball today. There was that great panel on data gaps in women's sports yesterday, and that awesome panel with Woj and Andrew Luck and Michael Lewis last night about GMs. And then on the business side, I mean, just heavy hitters the entire time, all day Friday in the A-Room, just absolutely great panels.
A-Room.
And then there was 2 awesome panels, one last night, one this morning on society, and then there were 3 awesome live podcasts.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, keep going.
Keep going, yeah.
Yeah, man. So this was our 5th annual year of the mentorship program. Huge shout out to Isabella DiDio for all of her work putting this together. We had 75 mentees. Hundreds and hundreds of people applied and wanted to be a part of this program, and I'm just so happy and proud of what we put together here for all of our students and mentees. So really excited about that and what that looks like.
I do want to call out the Battier Take Charge Foundation, which the conference supports, sent several mentors this year as part of the program, which
Two
they're very
mentees.
affected down here.
There they are.
Yeah.
Woo.
Thank you.
I love it.
All right. So I think we can take back the mic now. Thank you guys very
competition.
much.
We get the fun job.
Yeah.
Winners.
The competition winners. All right. So we're going to show the list. So, great. We don't have to say the names. This is the case competition, which was, I happen to remember what it was, but it was the NCAA, yes, the case competition, NCAA presented by Kager, provided data. Thank you, Brian Higgins and team. These are the 3 finalists, the University of Chicago booth, Purdue University, and Harvard Business School. I'm sorry, are we supposed to call them up here? No, I know, but do we call them up here? Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. Oh, the voice of God. That's Grant. So congratulations to our friends from Harvard Business School.
Oh, rigged.
Totally. Are we giving them something? Are they here?
Do we give?
Okay.
Very Harvard.
Yeah, very. I guess so. But so we just need
too good for.
We just need
getting their
a little
award.
guidance when we are giving things versus announcing things. Okay. These are just announcing? Okay, perfect. They're showing us the slides. There's usually a script that we are reading. So that's why we're asking questions.
Since I was a hacker, do I do hackathons?
Yeah.
All right, hackathon.
You're a hacker.
I was a hacker. So there are 2 divisions of hackathon, a student and an open division. And you can see the finalists here. And this year, Rachel,
I have it.
You know the problem?
Oh, well, I just did the winner.
Okay.
All right. Well, yeah, we need. What was the problem? What were they solving?
What was the problem this year?
What was the prompt for
let's have Ben and Harry come up and describe the problem, if you don't mind. Are Ben and Harry here?
Are they here? No one?
Oh, not you want to get?
Come on.
Gosh, that's incredible. Woo.
How are we gonna get them up?
We got it. Yeah.
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
Can we give him the mic? All right. Awesome.
All right, we'll have that. Yeah. Perfect.
Excellent.
2nd year in a row.
Two winners in a row. This someone needs to hire the winner.
Yes.
My takeaway.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to start, describe the problem and your solution?
Yeah, and then we'll get up and get a photo.
I'll describe the prompt.
Okay, why don't you do the problem and he'll do the solution?
Yeah,
Perfect.
Come, go ahead.
Yeah, it's
We're
on.
Is it on?
We're
It's
gonna
on.
stand up in a minute.
Oh, well.
Yeah, so the prompt, Wasserman Foundation provided a nice data set for us. It gave us data on fans for a hypothetical team, and it also gave us information on their propensity to fly and how much they could be influenced by sponsors.
Propensity to what?
Propensity to fly.
Like fly in an airplane.
Which will make sense when I say that.
Okay.
Yeah, the goal was to identify partnership strategies for this team with an airline to sort of
interesting.
capitalize on the value of fandom.
Gotcha. You want to describe the solution, Ben?
Yeah, so I pretty much just sat around while Harry worked, so I appreciate that. So I appreciate Harry doing all the work. So I might team up with him next year, and hopefully we can come back. But Yeah, anyway, so yeah, so our solution, we starts with a clustering-based approach to kind of cluster, identify the most important high-value segments. We did some like principal component analysis to identify the most important factors in terms of identifying the most important people. And then we ran various Monte Carlo simulations to be able to identify what's the expected market size of these high-value segment users, as well as like what's the potential return. And so we want to help quantify like uncertainty. And then lastly, Harry did all the work, and he built an app where that allows you to select various features and kind of get an idea of what the user's potential reward could be. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's awesome. All right. Well,
you guys, did you have a different take on the problem?
Yeah, sorry, we're the student division winner.
Yeah, awesome.
No, stay here because we'll get
We're going to take a
separate
picture
photos
while
after.
you describe.
We kind of looked at like the fan base size. So the data set we had was just 55,000 fans, but we know that fan bases kind of vary a lot more. So we looked at like the return.
Try to move it along.
Different, I guess.
No, you can keep talking.
We looked at the return based on different fan base sizes and put it in perspective with like an ROI based on the Emirates deal that was struck with Real Madrid.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, congrats.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks, man.
guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. I love the hackathon.
All right.
Yeah, I think you got the next one, right?
The startup competition presented by Ticketmaster. Can you please share what the prize is, Voice of God? Okay.
Click one forward.
No, I know, but I was saying what the prize was. $10,000?
They're on here. Less than.
Okay, so these are the two different groupings. I got it.
Oh, sorry.
The two different groupings for all of the startup competition entities. The under 500,000 in funding and over 500,000 in funding. So you can see the ones that were in there. So for the less than 500,000 K winner, we have Headquarters, making best-in-class concussion care accessible to all. So thank you. We'd love for you to come on up. We'd love for you to share what your company does, and obviously share your names because they didn't provide those to us. Hi. Thanks, Lucas.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks. Who wants to talk?
I will talk.
All right.
Hey everyone, we are Headquarters, and as you can see, we are making best-in-class concussion care accessible to all. We are a virtual concussion clinic using AI to deliver the top concussion care to everyone who is not able to get it. There's been a lot of new research in recent years of how concussion should be treated, and unfortunately, that leads to a lot of people getting outdated advice. So we are ensuring that everyone's getting the best care so they can recover as quickly as possible. We just launched 2 months ago now. Well, just was the second month, and we're based out of San Francisco. And we hope that if anyone out there is in the youth sports space, be it with schools, youth clubs, come talk to us. We're looking to partner with more organizations to, again, take on this mission and tackle the concussion crisis.
What's one thing that people do wrong they should do right based on your understanding?
Yes. So I was told shut yourself off in a dark room, cut off all stimulation as long as it takes until your symptoms go away. You should actually be getting into gradual aerobic exercise to get blood flowing to the brain, as that's going to lead to stimulating recovery. So that, alongside seeing a concussion specialist doctor to make sure you get personalized treatment to your specific concussion, is going to lead to the best recovery journey. So make sure you find a concussion specialist.
Thank you. Let's get a photo.
Thank you.
Run in
quick
between.
photo.
Okay, or don't. Well, okay, great. I look like I'm on the team.
Yeah, really. Mike, thanks. All right.
All right. So the next one is, here, you hold this, please. Yep. Is for the greater than 500,000 winner, and very pleased to announce Cerebro.
Woo!
Love it. Also in the youth sports, which I love. Hi, guys.
Hey.
Great to see you.
Hey, congrats. Yeah.
Hi, great to
Yeah,
seeing you.
thanks for
I know.
Yeah. You guys know John Cho, is that right? I was so busy. Yeah, I'm sorry. That was perfect. Yeah. I had friends saying you gotta see Cerebro, and no, here we go.
Here we are.
Well, at Cerebro, we're the world's largest collection of box score databases, and we're really excited to continue expanding our mission on democratizing stats and providing equity at all levels, committing 50% of our resources to developing and growing our women's box score database continually. And if you want to come find us, talk more about youth sports, we'll be at the Lakers game crying because Luka is no longer in a Mavs jersey. So that's where we'll be. We got a little joy from this, but we'll be a little sad tonight.
What are the box scores that you have that maybe other people don't have?
Yeah, we have a collection of all our youth basketball box scores.
So like high school girls basketball?
Girls, it's grassroots. A big part of it is you got the shoe circuits, you got all those things, but you don't get the stops in between, right? So high school, smaller events, maybe players that don't have resources to be at the bigger events, they don't miss out on getting their stats collected and the visibility from recruiters. So being able to collect those stops in between and give visibility to underserved communities as well.
That's amazing. Thank you.
All right, let's get a photo.
Photo here.
Thank you all. All right.
Appreciate it. You do. All right.
All right.
Awesome. Hey.
Awesome.
Oh, nice. I love it. Small ball.
Congrats.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Congrats.
I love that. Okay.
This is you. It's your baby.
Me? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. The research paper competition where new innovations start. So we had our top 3 papers.
Give a little bit of history of the people who've won previously, what they've gone on to do.
Sure. Well, the most dominant analysis in basketball started here in 2009 with Joe Sill, who now I believe still works at the Wizards with adjusted plus minus. People are using the plus minus from hockey and realized that it works better in basketball, but it only works better in basketball when you do adjustments, which is very advanced using ridge regression and things. So that was one of the seminal papers. Many companies have been founded out of the research. And so, yeah, we're pretty excited. I think you can, rather than read all of them.
Okay, yeah, everyone
on the
enjoy,
screen.
yes.
We have I already see some eminent folks who submitted this year. I recognize many of the names. So we will go with the winner if you don't mind clicking. So congratulations to behavioral considerations, cloud penalty kick local optimization, and professional soccer. Congrats. Woo!
If we give out more prizes, more people would stay here.
Yeah.
Oh, what is this?
Rachel, we're still
Come on.
announcing.
Oh, it's your poster?
That's it.
Come on up.
Making sure
Share
we're
a little
still
bit
announcing.
about your findings and what it is that you did. Sure. What did you hurt
right.
yourself?
Oh, geez.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Doing
Yeah,
the
tell us-
research?
Tell us a little bit about what the paper means.
You have a mic. You don't need to hold it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm a soccer player at Syracuse University, and I also am studying sport analytics. And so for one of my final papers for my class with Dr. Sanders, I wanted to look more at penalty kicks so I could help our team increase their goal conversion rate and be more successful in the ACC. And so we were able to find a huge database of Champions League and Europa League data. And what we found was surprising. Like, I could have honestly never predicted it as a soccer player, that players are not shooting to where they're most optimal to score goals. And so once we found this, we knew we wanted to research what's going on and give advice to other college and professional teams to help them realize how they can score more goals.
So what is the answer? How do we score more goals?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have to remove, there are certain behavioral implications that are causing players to avoid these, to undershoot these hot spots in the goal. We really want players to take the risk and go for those upper corners.
Yeah, upper corners.
Yeah, so as you can see here, goal conversion rate by the color contours is going to be highest in these upper corners of the goal. That's where the goalies struggle to make saves. But because players are more afraid of missing the goal completely, because in the upper corners you can miss both above and wide of the goal, they're shooting to these lower corners. You can see the volume is highest here. And so we want coaches and managers to really remove these behavioral consequences involved with missing the frame and encourage players to take slightly riskier but optimal shots.
Wow,
That's
love
awesome. And come on in for the photo. I think you're also the first woman who has won the research paper competition. No, you're in the middle, so I'm especially proud of that. All right, congratulations. Thank you.
What year at Syracuse?
I'm a senior.
Oh wow, congrats, yeah.
I would have thrown it to my children if they were still here. Okay.
All right, on to the
Alpha Awards.
On to the ones that get the big trophies here. All right.
Mine just
You want to
timed.
do this one or me?
Mine timed out.
I'll go since you're timed out.
Okay.
All right, first we have the best analytics organization this year. If we can see the nominees: Atlanta, BC, the Boston Celtics, the Buffalo Bills, the LA Dodgers, the New York Mets, the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Philadelphia Eagles. And I'm hoping the winner is here. And the winner is the LA Dodgers.
Are they here?
Congrats. We do have the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. I'll drink the mic.
Here,
Okay. All right. Got your Dodgers gear on, I like.
I know, I love it. Congratulations.
Thanks, James. Yeah. You work with...
You want to say a couple things? No, not at all? Okay.
No, not at all? All right, well, you should just hold the trophy up.
If we could please see the data behind this decision, we would love to analyze that ourselves, but otherwise.
You work with Andrew? Of course.
Of course, yeah. Thank you very much. This is a big honor for us, and looking forward to continuing on that work this year. So.
Awesome.
Thank
Here
you.
go.
Let's
Hold
get a
this up
photo.
while we take a pic. Can I ask one more? What do you do for the Dodgers?
I'm the manager of baseball technology integration.
Wow, awesome. You work
All
with
right.
Sears? John Sears?
No, not directly.
Not directly. Got it. Awesome. Well, I think he wanted me to justify that, but it's voted on by a panel.
I think he was being
And
humble.
I believe they won the title. That seems to be pretty good. All right. You want to go on this one?
Sure. Best Sports Innovation nominees. Amazon Real-Time's NFL Prime Vision Telecast AI, Blitz Tackle, wide receiver target predictions. I actually was talking about this earlier today with some folks in the business, not at Amazon, but they were saying how one of the most impressive parts of this is how they're actually using AWS from a speed perspective to get the information and do it in basically real time. That's probably the biggest challenge.
I'll give another plug with them. They're starting NBA this fall, and they're going to do similar type predictions for basketball. So.
Like shooting? Like what? Like
just like how hot, you'd like how hot the shooter is.
I do like that.
Yeah, so.
Hot as in not good looking, but if they're hot microwave shooting well. Clippers, the wall, Ellie the elephant, that one's funny. League One volleyball, TGL, virtual golf league, and unrivaled women's 3-on-3 pro basketball league. And the winner is TGL Tomorrow Sports. Do we have someone here?
Virtual Golf League. Sounded like the fix was in with Amazon. Oh, we presented that award to the CEO yesterday, Mike.
Okay, that was presented already.
Yes.
This one's you.
They couldn't stay.
Every year we have the Alpha Awards, which is for best analytics organization, best transaction, and also best innovation. The awards happen tomorrow. It's a big event if you want to make it. But a winner this year is on stage and could not make it tomorrow. So we're presenting it to Mike at the TGL for best innovation, if you want to give him the award.
Thank you.
Obviously, you can talk about the TGL better than me, but one thing I do know is even in their, first they
fought through a lot of adversity and hurricanes, or yes. And then in their first years are already out drawing top college basketball games, which is pretty exciting. And I think it's only up from here. So
Great. Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate
yeah.
it.
Congratulations.
All right. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Congratulations, Zach. You know. Well, I mean, I always enjoy hearing you talk.
I didn't need that, but that's good. All right.
No, it's okay. We didn't say it. Sorry. Can I go backwards?
Go back.
Also, just note, even though it says Best Analytics Organization, we already gave that award out. It's Best Transaction.
Okay.
So
All right. Best transactions this year. First was the Eagles signed Saquon Barkley to a 3-year, $37 million deal. Sorry, New York Giants.
Do you want to give context on these? And
I think Barkley, you don't need much context unless you don't watch the NFL.
Well, I mean, okay, go ahead.
No, I was just saying.
No, I agree. I agree with that,
Saquon
but
is
maybe
amazing.
some of the other ones.
Okay, LA Dodgers signed Roki Sasaki for $6 million signing bonus. Obviously, that one's, we'll see how he does in the future, but it's an incredible signing that they were able to get. The LA Lakers got Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis, Max Christie, and a 2029 second-round pick.
Isn't that too early to tell?
You can debate. Again, they're turned over cards. They can still be very good cards. So I think the probability is looking pretty good there. The New York Knicks received Karl-Anthony Towns for Randall DiVincenzo, Bates-Diop, and a first-round pick. The New York Mets signed Juan Soto for the largest deal, I believe, in sports history. And David Stearns from the Mets was here this weekend to talk about it. Ravens signed Derrick Henry to a 2-year, $16 million deal. The theme in the NFL is that running backs were overvalued, and the Ravens and Eagles, I believe, picked up that they had swung too far the other way, and these running backs were worth more than it appeared. Real Madrid signs Kylian Mbappe. That's basically like someone even better than Soto going to a team relative to his other players in his league. Finally, the Vikings got a really value 1-year deal on Sam Darnold for $10 million.
I think it was rumored today that he might be going to the Seahawks.
Yeah, it could happen as we're
All right.
The winner is.
Again, this is best transaction.
What if people think the winner will be?
Yeah, what do you, Luka?
Okay, we'll see.
Okay, well, yeah, you're right.
Yes. That was a pretty good deal. Someone from the Lakers. Oh my God.
What?
Rob Pelinka. What's up?
I guess they are playing here tonight.
Huh?
Hi.
Just your alma mater.
Thanks for coming.
That's amazing.
Well, here, why don't you start by saying a few things?
Yes.
We didn't know he was coming.
They are in town.
I think things like this happen when you get to work for incredibly smart people. Our owner, Jeannie Buss, is so supportive of everything we do. And then there's people from our Lakers analytics team in the audience who, I guess, make me look good. But I think when I walked in, just the way that the students at MIT Sloan sort of embrace us as speakers is amazing. And it makes me grateful for forums like this. I went to business school and law school, and I know there's a lot of students here that give a lot of time to this incredible event. And whether it's sports or business or politics, the greatest ideas, whether it's a trade, whether it's an innovation, in my opinion, come together when people gather at events like this or around a table and start sharing ideas. You know, despite the advancements in technology and AI and other things, this is really the heartbeat of greatness. So we're just honored as the Lakers to be awarded here for the people in attendance and the people behind the scenes putting this together, led by you two. So thank you so much.
Thanks for coming, Rob.
Thank you. Wow, we
want
didn't.
to snap a quick photo.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, with the folks don't know that Rob and I have worked together for years.
Love
he was
velvet jacket.
Before his amazing career at the Lakers. He's already got one title under his belt, maybe more. He was James Harden's agent, and we had a great,
so much.
Great relationship.
It was a great surprise. Thank you. Great to see you too.
Big game, I believe.
Big game tonight. So.
Apparently, the game tonight is the highest value regular season game in NBA history. So yeah, it should be a fun one.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Thank you.
Wow. That was an awesome surprise.
Yeah.
So this is the big one,
Yeah.
the Lifetime Achievement Award. Would you like to?
I say you drum roll it.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, so obviously there's people who we think of as the face of the sports analytics movement, and this individual is, of course, one of the best faces, specifically for basketball and for Daryl in particular. He also has a room named after him.
Oh, you're giving it away.
Well, oh well.
I'm kidding. It's not joking.
Okay, so we are so honored, and I think you should share how you like before
Well, I think
he comes up here.
this is again voted on a panel of folks. This is given not annual actually, because there isn't anyone deserving, but this is awarded to someone who has advanced the state of data, especially someone who advances beyond this conference and is someone who communicates to the larger community and brings the value of data and analysis to different walks of life and to new audiences. And he's been a supporter for many, many years. And congratulations to
Shane Battier.
Who's here? Yeah! Oh man, I'm so happy you stuck around, man. Awesome, appreciate it.
Oh, it's official.
No.
You're officially
say a few
older.
words.
I'm older. I was not expecting this, so I'm not. I'm very grateful for you both for this conference. I'm grateful for everyone who works on this. It's a labor of love. Obviously, I've been coming here many years, and I love it because it exposes so many people to sports, and it brings in so many people who otherwise will not have access to sports. And so when I come here, I'm always re-energized by people who just want to be part of the game, right? And so I accept this award on behalf of all the people who work outside of the spotlight. For at this point, I'm way more famous for my lack of athleticism and my lack of dribbling, but being part of a great team. And it's something I take very seriously and I'm very proud of. So this award is for all those people who have the same mindset. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shane. I'll come over on this side.
And I would say, check out the Glue Guys podcast.
Yeah.
With Alex Smith, and it's evangelizing data out there in the world, and talk about how you want to affect 1 million lives. I think that would be a good for people to hear. Cut you off.
The mic.
Played you off.
You want mine?
We got the mic.
Here we go. Well, I'm very blessed to have a great friend in Daryl Morey and Ellen Morey, who joined the forces of the Battier Take Charge Foundation. Look, we've all been blessed to have amazing success in life, and we all feel very grateful for opportunities we were given. And so, for the young people in the crowd, look, you're going to be big boppers one day too. All right, and when you get to your stage, whatever it is, all right, the most important thing is you bring people along with you. And so that's why I love partnering with Daryl and Ellen, the Battier Take Charge Foundation, giving young people opportunity to unlock their potential through education. The Sloan Conference has been super grateful, been a big supporter of Take Charge, and we have a couple of our mentees in the crowd as well. Yep. Because, I was a tall, skinny kid with big ears, but a lot of people took a chance on me, and I took that chance and I ran with it. And so it's our goal at Take Charge to impact 1 million people. And through events like this and just providing a good example for people to bring people along with you, we're going to get there. So we're super proud of our scholars. They're going to change the world, and they're going to bring 1 million people with them as well.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
Awesome. Appreciate it. I appreciate you coming. Say hi to Heidi for me.
All right.
All right, that's it.
That's a
And,
wrap. Let's have the
thank
students
you.
come up.
Thank you to the students. Hopefully you can come up and join to make this happen. Thank you for sticking around.
Yeah. The best part. Are you guys
Where'd
coming up?
Reese go?
Where
Reese
are
is out.